One day, the sky suddenly darkened as if the apocalypse had arrived, and on that very day, countless strange stone pillars fell from above. Immediately afterward, a massive barrier was deployed to cover the entire world, and humanity watched in horror as the towering stone columns shot up toward the heavens. Then, the monsters known as the Calamity Spirit Beasts shattered the barrier and invaded the human world. A colossal world-destroying demon appeared, mindlessly crushing all living beings under its feet. Following behind it were innumerable other demons, swarming as thick as ants. They massacred humanity brutally, and the sound of terrified, blood-curdling screams echoed throughout the air. Many people were killed instantly, while others struggled to flee from their clutching claws. The major intersections had lost their former appearance. Now, only ruins remained, with corpses scattered everywhere, fresh blood staining the ground, and ferocious monsters roaming about. They seemed to be endowed with destructive power as they swept through everything, firing bolts of energy at every survivor they spotted. A mother held her child close as they fled. In a moment of imminent danger, she pushed her child forward to protect them. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Itsuki's ear, "Itsuki." Itsuki started and turned toward Saya, who was standing beside him. She asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "You just lost focus," and he replied, "It's nothing." Saya looked at Itsuki's behavior with suspicion, saying, "Really? Just look at your face, it's covered in tears." Then she continued, "So, why are you crying?" Rimuru approached from behind and put a friendly arm around Itsuki's shoulder, saying, "You're sleepy, right? Normally you'd be asleep by now, but today there was a sudden school-wide assembly, and besides, that teacher, he's dressed quite oddly." On stage, Instructor Thursday Fong, clad in an outfit that covered him from head to toe, raised his voice. After the spirit beasts appeared, individuals with the power to resist them emerged within the community. They are known as the Awakened. 10 years ago, when the largest spirit beast attack occurred at the north bank of the Blue River, the Awakened from all over the world gathered, crossed the river, and drove them back. That battle is known as the River Crossing War. Since then, the attacks have lessened, but recently the number of falling stone pillars has skyrocketed. A large-scale attack similar to the River Crossing War is very likely to occur in the near future. Rimuru looked at him in surprise, noting, "That man is the supreme commander of the northern continent." Nento. Itsuki silently committed that name to memory, thinking, "Nento. I've definitely heard that name before. I expected him to be a stooped old man with a long beard, but he looks even stranger than I imagined." As Rimuru continued, "Despite his appearance, he was actually the first Awakened. It's thanks to him that we have information about the stone pillars and the spirit beasts. Furthermore, he is the strongest Awakened. Even Jin Taiwa, the one who holds the title of the Light of Humanity, was once his student." Nento announced, "Recent research has indicated that even ordinary, unawakened people can become awakened with a certain probability by touching a stone pillar. I have come here today for all of you to do just that, become awakened and give your all to the war against the spirit beasts." As soon as he finished speaking, energy radiated from his palm and enveloped the stage. From there, a massive stone pillar emerged, rising up from the ground. The students cheered in excitement. "A stone pillar. Is that magic? This is incredible. This is like a dream. Please, turn me into an Awakened." Rimuru asked Itsuki happily, "Did you hear that? We finally have the chance to become Awakened," to which Itsuki lowered his head and muttered in a low voice, "Finally." Seeing Itsuki leave, Rimuru called after him, "Hey, don't leave me behind," while Saya stepped in front of him to block his path, warning, "Wait, Itsuki. Wait for your turn." But Itsuki ignored her and brushed past. His eyes flashed with a sinister red light, his voice unable to hide his excitement. Finally, this day has come. On stage, one by one, people placed their hands on the stone pillar to be tested, while the guards standing beside it announced, "Fail." Next, the classmates expressed their worries, saying, "That guy set records in his first year, and even an athlete like him failed, so how could I possibly do it?" While a girl advised, "Maybe athletic ability has nothing to do with it, it's too early to give up." The guard's voice rang out flatly, "Next," but there were only continuous calls of failure. The group of friends gossiped, "No one has awakened yet. I thought it would be easy. Is our whole school going to fail completely?" The next name was read aloud, "Next, Hikaru Oishi." A girl remarked, "I really don't want that guy to become an Awakened," and her friend agreed, "He's already a bully. If he awakens, it'll be a nightmare," while a boy pointed at the stage in fear, "Look. The stone pillar is changing. Bolts of electricity radiated around the stone pillar and Hikaru Oishi. He thought smugly that after this, Nento and the beauty beside him would have to pay attention to him. The information board displayed, Hikaru Oishi, Human Level 0, Class, Lightning Elementalist, Talent, Private Level 2, Stats, Attack 5, Speed 3, Defense 2, Mana 2, Total 12. Uchiha said dejectedly, finally, someone at Level 0. Total stats are usually 5, but he has 12. I guess that's better than average. Hikaru Oishi was very self-satisfied, thinking, shouldn't that old man Nento have something to say to me? The first awakened here, but he was shoved aside as Itsuki stepped forward. Hikaru Oishi was so angry the veins on his face bulged as he snapped, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Touching me with your filthy hands? Do you want to die?" The students below whispered, "Who is that?" He just cut in line, while someone recognized him. That's Itsuki from Class 5. He's toast. Once Hikaru Oishi targets you, there's no escape. Uchiha whispered, "I sense an incredibly intense emotion coming from that student." Itsuki reached out and touched the stone pillar, thinking to himself, "I have etched every detail of that day into my mind so that I will never forget my hatred for the spirit beasts. My resolve is completely different from everyone else's." A look of shock appeared in Nento's eyes. Behind Itsuki's back, a guardian deity with an extraordinary aura seemed to appear. The energy around the stone pillar shifted violently, and space itself seemed to freeze. A powerful force, like a giant blossoming flower, enveloped the entire stage and spread throughout the school. The group of students covered their mouths in terror, some falling to the ground. Incredible. This looks even flashier than Hikaru Oishi's awakening. That flower is over 100 meters tall. Rimuru shared the joy. "Itsuki, you did it." Uchiha couldn't hide her amazement. This is a phenomenon that only occurs when the rarest class, the eraser, appears. As Nento thought with interest, "I wonder how strong he will become. I'm really looking forward to this young man." Hikaru Oishi refused to accept it, the veins on his face bulging as his spotlight was stolen away. Itsuki was even more shocked, wondering, "Where am I? Have I awakened?" In his consciousness, he was sitting cross-legged inside a blooming flower. A notification board appeared, stunning Itsuki. "Itsuki, Human Level 0, Fixed, Class, Eraser, Talent, High-Grade Nirvana, Fixed Level. Stats increase when receiving new skills, removes all debuffs and restores fully. Skill, Rank C Super Mimicry, analyzes enemy attacks and allows for the acquisition of counter-skills. Stats, Attack 0, Speed 0, Defense 0, Mana 0, Total 0. Itsuki's face darkened. Everything is 0. A series of new notifications erupted. Learned Rank C Skill, Super Mimicry. High-grade Nirvana talent activated. All stats increased to 200. He cheered inwardly, "I get it. If I learn skills through Super Mimicry, I'll receive stats through Nirvana. Even if I can't level up, I can still get stronger in my own way." This gave Itsuki a surge of fierce confidence. "I don't know what level this makes me equivalent to, but I have certainly become an awakened. I will destroy all the calamity spirit beasts." The light from the flower radiated in all directions, making everyone gasp, so bright. "My eyes." Amidst that blinding light, Itsuki's silhouette stood tall and majestic. That was something Hikaru Oishi could not tolerate. Hikaru Oishi was driven mad with rage, his eyes bloodshot. "This guy, it's impossible." He fired lightning through the crowd of students. "A failure, like you should have just stayed in your place." The electrical current snaked from behind toward Itsuki on the stage. Hikaru Oishi vowed, "I will erase you with the skill I just learned, Silver Snake." As the first bolt of lightning reached him, Itsuki's information board appeared, detected Rank C Skill, Silver Snake. Super Mimicry activated. Analysis progress, 27%. 57%. 69%. In a flash, Itsuki turned into a white bolt of electricity and vanished from the stage. The classmates were stunned. Where did Itsuki go? There was a flash of light and he just disappeared. When the progress reached 88%, Itsuki appeared behind Hikaru Oishi like a grim reaper. The latter broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "He's behind me? Damn it, I can't move." Itsuki's cold voice rang in his ear, "Feel lucky that you are human. If you were a spirit beast, I would have killed you 100 times over. Hikaru Oishi slumped to the ground in terror after regaining his senses, as whispers broke out around him. When did Itsuki get there? Did Hikaru Oishi collapse from pure fear? When the progress hit 100%, Itsuki thought, since it's only a rank C skill, the analysis speed is really fast. Analysis of Silver Snake complete. Obtained rank C skill, Thunder Shockwave. Thunder Shockwave level 1 activated, can absorb lightning-type attacks rank C and below, increasing speed by 50% when releasing absorbed energy. Uses, 0/3. Passive, plus 5% speed for each rank C lightning attack absorbed, currently 0%. Learned Thunder Shockwave level 1. All stats plus 10. Removes all debuffs and restores fully. Itsuki appeared before everyone, surrounded by lightning and blooming petals. The classmates marveled, now Itsuki is enveloped in lightning. The light is even brighter than Hikaru Oishi's, while Hikaru Oishi panicked. How the hell did he learn a skill like that? His stats increased again. Suddenly, the sky turned gloomy and heavy rain began to pour. The classmates were surprised, it was just sunny, rain. Something is falling. Through the thick curtain of rain, a massive stone pillar fell from the heights. Uchiha was surprised, a stone pillar? Why so suddenly at a time like this, as Nento added, and right here. The school assembly is suspended. Everyone evacuate the campus immediately according to the drill plan. He thought to himself, no doubt about it, we are their target. Uchiha advised, let's run. Fighting is not our specialty. Nento shook his head, if we run too, it will only cause more panic. Look, that young man is much braver than us. Just as the classmates ran in the opposite direction in a panic, only Itsuki bravely stepped forward toward where the stone pillar was crashing onto the stage. Uchiha couldn't believe it. Why aren't you running? The stone pillar slammed down with a massive impact, sending up clouds of dust and debris. Rimuru called out in fear, hey! A spirit beast is coming. Let's get out of here, but Itsuki declared solemnly, I will wipe them all out. Rimuru worried, what are you talking about? You'll die if you don't run. Saya agreed, Rimuru is right. You just awakened, you can't fight that thing. Leave it to the other awakened. But Itsuki wouldn't listen. His voice made everyone feel at ease, trust me. Saya pulled Rimuru away, fine. If you die, don't blame me. Rimuru was still worried, is he really going to do it? That thing is a spirit beast. A mobile killing machine. No one knew that Itsuki was currently ecstatic. I didn't expect my first enemy after awakening to be the same kind as the one that killed my parents. I'm so lucky. The information board for the spirit beast displayed, Bone Soldier 10369, Level 8, Talent, Level 2, plus 100% defense, if opponent's attack is higher than defense, talent is neutralized, skill, rank B Bone Fire, stats, attack 15, speed 10, defense 120 plus 120, mana 30, total 295. It stood tall before Itsuki, ready for the first battle. Itsuki was contemplating, should I try the skill I just learned? Lightning flared up around his body. With lightning speed, Itsuki charged straight at the Bone Soldier. In his heart, he vowed, I won't let anyone die ever again. A palm imbued with lightning struck out powerfully toward the Bone Soldier. A booming sound shook the stage as smoke and dust billowed high. From a distance, the classmates watched and gasped in amazement, God, this Itsuki guy is so strong. Maybe we don't need to run after all. I can't believe he blew it away with just one punch. Uchiha thought, a newly awakened rookie blowing away a level 8 calamity spirit beast. Nento praised, Itsuki's courage and power are on a completely different level compared to other level 0s. But even so, defeating a Bone Soldier is impossible. They possess two troublesome abilities. First is the talent that grants an incredible defense boost. Second is the Bone Fire skill, a flame that can incinerate anything. On stage, Itsuki was being attacked by Bone Fire. The Bone Soldier's inextinguishable blue flames enveloped him. His two close friends called out in worry, Itsuki. While Hikaru Oishi gloated, he doesn't know his place. Once the Bone Fire touches you, you'll be nothing but ashes. A notification board appeared, detected rank B skill, Bone Fire. Super mimicry activated, progress, 1%. 25%. Itsuki realized, the analysis speed increases every time an enemy uses a skill directly on me. Uchiha worried, even a level 10 awakened has no chance of survival taking that move directly. But when she saw Itsuki was completely unharmed, she marveled, I didn't expect a newly emerged genius to be able to kill a calamity spirit beast before it even matures. Analysis progress, 77%. 81%. Itsuki tore off his outer shirt, underneath, his bones showed white like those of the bone soldier. He thought to himself, so this is what it feels like to have your body burned, it must have been painful. The familiar face of his mother appeared in his mind, half of her face had been charred by bone fire. Nento observed and realized, Itsuki still hasn't used his full power. He declared coldly, right? Once the analysis is done, you're dead. Update notification, analysis progress 100%. The group of friends was losing faith, isn't this too much for someone who just awakened? I was so stupid to put my trust in that guy. But one friend still held a sliver of hope, look, that lotus flower is appearing again. If it's Itsuki, he'll perform another miracle. Itsuki was eager, now, what skill will I learn this time? System update, analysis of bone fire complete. Obtained, level 2 black ice wall. Active effect, consumes mana to continuously create ice on the body surface, capable of blocking fire-type skills rank B and below. Passive effect, increases defense by 10% when blocking fire-type skills rank B and below, currently 0%. Received level 2 black ice wall. All stats increased by 20%. Removes all debuffs and restores fully. New stats, attack 230, plus 21, speed 230, plus 21, defense 230, plus 210, mana 230, plus 210, total 920, plus 840. Itsuki was certain, earlier, even with my full strength, I couldn't break through its defense. But now that my attack stats have increased this much, I will succeed. His body returned to perfection, without a single wound. Itsuki stood enveloped in the radiant blue flower. The classmates cheered in delight, my god, he's alive. That's right. I knew he'd do it. That total recovery is nothing short of a miracle. Uchiha wondered, does he have a recovery skill? But wasn't he just using a lightning-type skill? Nento pondered, I heard the eraser is the most mysterious class, but Itsuki is an exception. I didn't expect him to recover so perfectly. Could he recover even if his limbs were severed or his brain destroyed? I'm curious about the limits of this skill. The bone soldier continued to fire bone fire, intent on destroying Itsuki. The roaring blue flames lunged forward. The blue flower enveloped Itsuki's whole body as intense heat radiated outward. A layer of ice armor appeared around his body for protection, revealing only his eyes flashing with a dangerous red light. Just as the bone fire slashed down, Itsuki moved like a flash of lightning to get behind it. A towering, massive arm covered in lightning was raised. He had transformed into his combat form, taller, and encased in complete armor. Itsuki unleashed his second attack, a bolt of divine lightning like a blade slashing across the bone soldier's body. The witnesses were stunned, he flew behind that spirit beast in an instant, like teleportation. Only an awakened could track his movements. Hikaru Oishi was terrified, I didn't see anything, just like last time. Uchiha suspected, is this person really a rookie? He doesn't just have tough ice armor protecting his body, he creates weapons in any shape. That is a god-tier skill for both defense and offense. Suddenly, a voice called out, making Itsuki stop. Rimuru rushed over and hugged him, Itsuki. I'm so glad you won. I was so worried. He asked with concern, where is Saya? Only now did Itsuki realize she wasn't there. Wait, she's not here. Seeing his face looking as though he were about to cry, Rimuru comforted him, she probably went to the memorial because she was afraid of being left behind. Itsuki thought, is she angry? Uchiha marveled, I can't believe that young man defeated a bone soldier that even a level 10 awakened would struggle with. Nento reminded Uchiha, stay here to help with the cleanup. And give a message to the principal, I am taking that young man with me. Rimuru patted Itsuki's shoulder, there's no way Saya is angry when you won. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, "You're Itsuki, right?" He turned around and saw Nento approaching. From a distance, the students buzzed, "Look, Nento is talking to him. Maybe he plans to take him as a disciple." Impossible. His only disciple is Kazunari Satsumi, the strongest person in history. Rimuru knew to back off. "Well, I'm going to look for Saya then." When only the two of them were left, Nento evaluated, "You are quite special." Itsuki was surprised to hear those words. He continued, "I sense your heart is enveloped in rage and hatred. That is what makes me curious. I want to know the reason." Itsuki lowered his head, his voice distant. 10 years ago, my parents were killed by a spirit beast while trying to protect me. At that time, I was just a boy watching the horrific scene with my own eyes." He recounted, "I was almost killed too, but an awakened saved me right before my eyes. I watched my mother burn to death, and then she said, 'You'll have to go the rest of the way on your own.' At that time, I could only gasp, 'Mom.' I blamed myself. Mom and Dad died because of me." Nento countered, "You're wrong. The source of everything before you that day was that cruel spirit beast." Hatred surged. Itsuki growled, "I swore I would wipe out all the spirit beasts, leaving not a single one." Nento asked curiously, "Do you still shed tears even when your heart is consumed by hatred?" Itsuki placed his hand over his right eye. "Since I obtained the merciless eye, my tears have stopped flowing. But now, tears are suddenly falling from my right eye. Because of this, I will never forget my hatred for the calamity spirit beasts." Nento took the initiative to propose, "Would you like to become my disciple? I will bring you into the Salvation Alliance and grant you overwhelming power to carry out your revenge." Itsuki was surprised. "The Salvation Alliance?" Nento explained, "It is an organization established by the Southern Continent government, bringing together powerful awakened from all over the world. The goal is to fight the calamity spirit beasts more effectively and scientifically. You can think of it as a regular standing army. Members are called saviors. They are provided with private training grounds, powerful weapons, and high salaries. Even rookies in training receive 10,000 gold per month." Itsuki was stunned, thinking to himself, 10,000 gold, with that much money, you could even buy a car. Nento reminded him, "Of course, this generous treatment isn't free. Saviors must always fight on the front lines and protect the people." Itsuki pondered, "To be honest, I don't care about high salaries or resources. The most important thing is being able to fight the spirit beasts on the front lines." He made his decision, "I want to become a savior as well." Nento revealed, every February, the Salvation Alliance holds an exam called the Salvation Alliance National Tournament, with over 10,000 participants. Candidates are scored based on their performance, and only the top 100 qualify. Itsuki immediately asked, "What is the highest score record ever set?" Nento hesitated. "It doesn't have much reference value. But the record is 15,000 points, set by Kazunari Satsumi 11 years ago. If you reach 30% of that number, you'll pass. Reach 50%, and you could take the top spot." Itsuki was surprised. "Kazunari Satsumi, is that the strongest awakened, the one called the Light of Humanity that Rimuru mentioned?" Nento evaluated, "Kazunari Satsumi is very special. Comparing yourself to him will only lead to despair. But have confidence, with your talent, you can stand on equal footing with him." Itsuki vowed, "I will surpass Kazunari Satsumi." That confident promise left Nento shaken. He placed his trust in the boy. "You will certainly make a name for yourself. All young people are trying to follow in your footsteps. Simply following behind is not enough to win the war against the spirit beasts. Someday, someone will appear, like the morning sun rising to replace the setting sun. I look forward to that future." Nento thought to himself, "The morning sun I have been waiting for, has finally appeared." When he brought Itsuki to a strangely shaped building, the boy asked in surprise, "What is that?" Nento revealed, "The stone pillars are like passages connecting this world to the world of the spirit beasts. That's why if you only destroy the beasts and leave the pillars alone, they will keep appearing. This building is a facility to isolate indestructible stone pillars. Awakened periodically wipe out the spirit beasts from the pillars. Thanks to that, the scale of the barrier is suppressed, and it also serves as a training ground." Itsuki realized, "So this is a training area?" Nento confirmed, "Yes. We call them level stages. The number of spirit beasts appearing is uncontrollable, so it's very dangerous inside. In particular, the stage right before us has the highest mortality rate for rookies. It's also known as the Rookie's Graveyard. He recounted, back then, Kazunari Satsumi, when he was just a budding awakened, cleared it in only 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Itsuki said, I want to surpass him. Let me complete it in 3 minutes. Nento set a condition, if you clear it in 3 minutes, I will officially take you as my disciple. The story pauses here, with a great challenge awaiting Itsuki ahead. Nento's appearance caused a stir among the crowd. Look, it's Lord Nento. Is that the rookie from the rumors beside him? No way. Unless he's an awakened on the level of Kazunari Satsumi, there's no way he could walk alongside Lord Nento. Itsuki glanced at the person beside him, thinking, is this man really that famous? At the door in front of him, the notification sign clearly showed, level 10, 2 levels higher than the Bone Soldier. Itsuki was curious, I wonder how strong it is. He sensed something unusual. No one around here had any intention of entering the stage. Behind him, the crowd gossiped, is that guy really planning to enter the stage even though he's just a rookie? That composure, there must be a high-level awakened accompanying him. I wish they'd take me too. Someone sneered, no, he's just here to flirt with the pretty receptionist. What a delusion, just because he has some looks. Meeting the receptionist, Itsuki announced, I want to enter the stage. She agreed, all right. How many challengers? Itsuki spoke nonchalantly, just me. These words made the surroundings go dead silent. No one spoke a word. Out of kindness, the receptionist advised, stop joking, it's not funny. Are you just here to watch? Or if you're here to hit on me, it's useless. This is an artificial stage, but it's a dangerous place that could get you injured or even killed. In her mind, she thought, what is this person even saying? The mocking chatter behind him rose again, as expected, he's here to hit on girls. There are always guys like that, treating the stages like a dating spot. Usually, they get scolded and then slink away. Itsuki repeated, it seems you've misunderstood something. I have absolutely no interest in you. I truly came here only to challenge this stage. She was helpless, you don't need to act tough just to save face. I'll give you my contact information, so please just go home. Itsuki's attitude became intimidating, don't make me repeat myself. I don't care about your contact information. Just let me in. That's all I want. The receptionist, frightened, handed him the bracelet. Fine, if you die, I won't be held responsible. Itsuki thought irritably, they should have just let me in from the start instead of making me say it over and over. The crowd looked at him putting on the bracelet with contempt, what an idiot. He really intended to ask for her contact info. This is no time to act tough. A level 0 rookie challenging a level 10 stage is suicide. They began to place bets, I bet he'll run out in less than a minute. But he's quite confident. He has a high-grade talent, so maybe he really. Someone read his information board, Itsuki, human level fixed 0, class, eraser, talent, private high grade, skill, private, stats, private. The person next to him dismissed it, for an awakened, talent is only a secondary factor. The most important thing is level. If the level is low, possessing a high-grade talent is meaningless. Itsuki reached the door, looking curiously at the bracelet on his wrist. My personal information has been registered on this bracelet. So I can enter by scanning the code. The notification displayed, request of awakened Itsuki accepted. He stretched his limbs, the deal is within 3 minutes. Let's begin. The countdown began, the timer started running. Itsuki shed his previous relaxed look, became extremely dangerous, and lunged inside. He evaluated as he ran, the interior space is larger than I thought. Even though this is artificial, it's my first time entering a stage. Itsuki's footsteps stopped as he sensed them, they're coming. Ahead was a spirit beast. The information displayed, Wood Spirit 1307, Wood Spirit Tribe, Rank B, Talent, None, Stats, Attack 48, Speed 48, Defense 53, Mana 24, total 174. He unleashed a lethal strike without hesitation. After defeating the wood spirit, Itsuki looked with satisfaction at his arm transforming into an axe. An axe is most suitable for chopping down trees. He said contemptuously, "How does it feel to watch your comrade get hacked in half?" The short wood spirits surrounded him. Itsuki sneered, "You rotten pieces of wood." Outside, Uchiha worriedly asked Nento, "Father, there are many other stages for rookies. Why did you put him in this place?" He explained, "He said he would surpass Kazunari Satsumi, so I only brought him to the place Kazunari Satsumi challenged first." "You already believe it's impossible to surpass Kazunari Satsumi unless he steps outside the limits of humanity." He reminded her, "Watch your tone, Uchiha. Do you think Kazunari Satsumi has already transcended humanity?" She lowered her head. "I used to think Kazunari Satsumi was kind and easy to talk to, but I witnessed him kill a level 97 spirit beast in the blink of an eye." The look in his eyes then was cold, lonely, and detached. It was as if that gaze could no longer be considered human. "Nento, you're deifying him, it looks like the eye of a god." He believed that young man also has the potential to defeat Kazunari Satsumi. Right now, he is just an unpolished stone. If Kazunari Satsumi is likened to a savior god, then Itsuki is a demon consumed by hatred, a completely opposite existence. Inside the stage, after defeating the entire swarm of wood spirits, Itsuki realized, super mimicry won't activate with spirit beasts at this level. Behind his back, a giant spirit beast appeared. Itsuki spun around and delivered a clean slash, bringing the wood spirit down to the ground. He was disappointed. Is that all? He switched to alert mode. A level 10 spirit beast is only worth this much. No, if that were the case, this wouldn't be the rookie's graveyard. There must be something else. Information board, detected rank B skill, self-regeneration. Super mimicry activated. Analysis progress, 5%. A sound rang in Itsuki's ear. The wood spirit from earlier had resurrected, the branches around its body weaving like silk ribbons to create a new body. Itsuki's body was ensnared by it. He was surprised. It can still regenerate even though I chopped off half its head. Notification, resurrected wood spirit 520, wood spirit tribe, level 10, second grade talent, defense minus 50%, regeneration ability significantly increased. Stats, attack 110, speed 100, defense 60, mana 180, total 450. Itsuki activated black ice armor. An ice-armored punch pierced through the wood spirit's body. He accelerated like an arrow lunging forward. I must deal a massive amount of damage in an instant so it can't regenerate. When the progress reached 19%, he smashed the wood spirit to pieces. At 21%, a sharp axe strike was unleashed, cutting its body in two. Itsuki, not yet. I'll keep hacking you until you can't regenerate anymore. Countless slashes struck its body repeatedly, chopping the wood spirit's body into tiny fragments that flew everywhere. Itsuki exhaled and deactivated black ice armor. That should be enough. My mana is almost depleted from using black ice armor for so long, but the fragments of the wood spirit reconnected, becoming whole again. When the progress reached 60%, Itsuki was bound by branches. He dodged while thinking, it's still not dead after those hits. How troublesome. Good news, every time it regenerates, the analysis speed of super mimicry increases. Itsuki struggled to evade, canceling black ice armor to limit mana consumption and using thunder shockwave to maintain distance. Continuing to maintain this until the analysis is complete is the strategy to win. But when a branch pierced his back, Itsuki was out of options. There's not much time left. 75%. He activated Thunder Shockwave and Black Ice Armor simultaneously to maximize damage, forcing it to regenerate continuously, speeding up the analysis. Black Ice Armor covered his whole body along with lightning. Itsuki tore the wood spirit into pieces. He knew that if he didn't activate Super Mimicry while his mana was depleted, he would die here. Progress reached 80%. Itsuki decided to go all out, but if I die, it means I could only go this far. When it hit 85%, he leapt down from above. His arm transformed into a sharp blade tip. The wood spirit was stunned to see its opponent so close. At that moment, Itsuki coughed up blood. Damn it. Sharp branches pierced his body. He realized he was completely out of mana. However, mimicry reached 99%. Itsuki was restored, just as I thought, activating super mimicry doesn't cost mana. I've won this match. Analysis progress 100%. System, analysis of self-regeneration complete. Obtained level 2 Lotus Burst. Active effect, consumes mana to cause explosive damage to enemies within a 5 m diameter. Power is proportional to the amount of mana consumed. Passive effect, every time a creature of level 1 or higher is destroyed by Lotus Burst, the skill range increases by 1%. Obtained level 2 Lotus Burst. All stats plus 20. Removes all debuffs and heals all wounds. Activate Lotus Burst. Itsuki clapped his hands in celebration. Firepower erupted like a waterfall of flames pouring onto the wood spirit. Its body was swallowed by the savage fire. He praised, Lotus Burst, not bad. Itsuki stood in a desolate space covered in thick smoke. This power only uses 1/3 of my mana. From now on, cleaning up small fry spirit beasts will be much easier. But I didn't expect super mimicry to be able to restore mana even when it hits 0. He paused when he saw a glowing green karma stone on the ground. What is that? Outside, the receptionist was worried. It's been almost 3 minutes since that rookie entered, but there's no sign of him coming out. We should quickly call the rescue team. The system displayed a red warning, level 10 stage challenge in progress. Challenger, Itsuki. Challenge time, 2 minutes 9 seconds. Uchiha was surprised. I don't think he'd lose to a level 10 spirit beast, but destroying it in 3 minutes is impossible. The notification status turned green, new record achieved. Everyone present was shocked, no way. Did he really destroy it? But it hasn't even been 3 minutes. Notification update, challenge successful. Stage level 10. Challenger, Itsuki. Challenge time, 2 minutes 14 seconds. Clear record updated. Itsuki stepped out from the spatial portal, looking ragged after a period of struggling in the jaws of death. Those who had just looked down on him now had to see him in a new light. He's actually alive. Is that green liquid the blood of a spirit beast? He's a full minute faster than Kazunari Satsumi. That was a level 10 spirit beast. How the hell? And that rookie is level 0. Are you kidding me? Itsuki walked up to Nento. Nento-san, will you officially teach me? He smiled confidently and bowed, Master. Nento was very proud. Well done, truly my disciple. Uchiha thought in surprise, is father happy? It's been a long time since I've seen him like this. Murmurs broke out, he's Nento's disciple. No wonder he could break Kazunari Satsumi's record. Someone sneered in jealousy, but even as his disciple, if he can't level up, he's still just trash. The receptionist presented a wooden box, her face flushing. This is a gift for breaking the record. Please accept it, and I apologize for being rude to you earlier. Itsuki was surprised, a gift? He didn't mind and took the box, it's fine. For a level 0 rookie to challenge a stage like that, anyone would think it's risky. Even if a complete stranger like me died, it would have nothing to do with you. But the fact that you tried to stop me is proof that you were worried. Thank you. Her face turned even redder. It's nothing. Uchiha reminded him, hey Itsuki, we're leaving you behind. You look quite high-spirited, don't get too excited just because you've become my father's disciple. Itsuki wondered, yes, it seems this level was only easy compared to you. Should we increase the difficulty? Nento revealed, with your current ability, you can challenge the high-level stages. Itsuki was amazed, high-level stages. He explained as they walked, level is not the only factor that determines the strength of a spirit beast. The most important factor is race. Races that have no intelligence and only move by instinct are very easy to deal with. But there are races with intelligence equal to or even exceeding humans. They are troublesome existences that cannot be compared to ordinary spirit beasts. Uchiha added, basically, awakened and spirit beasts are nearly the same kind of creature. But it is said that currently, only we humans possess classes. In other words, stats will differ depending on the race. A high-level stage contains such powerful or intelligent spirit beast races. The difficulty is several times higher than a normal stage. And since most high-level stages in the northern continent are located in North District B, that is your next destination. Any other questions? Itsuki frowned, thinking, so the one I just defeated had no wit? And it didn't even scream when attacked? Does that mean it didn't feel pain? He asked. If it's an intelligent spirit beast, it would feel pain, right? Uchiha, sensing the murderous intent beside her, thought, what is this terrifying aura? What on earth is he thinking? News about Itsuki spread quickly. People discussed, did you hear? Nento-san intends to let him challenge the high-level stages. If it's the guy who broke Kazunari Satsumi's record, he'll be fine. High-level stages are completely different from normal ones. Above all, the stages in North District B are almost under that man's control. Every awakened who enters a high-level stage disappears. Rumor has it they were killed by that man. Someone asked in surprise, you mean Kinoshita Reiji? While the other person was blank, who? Does Kinoshita Reiji think he's a king or something? His friend shushed him in fear, quiet. If he hears you, you'll die too. Who is he anyway? At that moment, in a luxurious room, the son of the North District B leader, Kinoshita Reiji, was sitting, while a servant at his feet meticulously polished the heel of his bodyguard's shoe. Someone behind him asked, when will you depart, my lord? He replied contemptuously, every stage in North District B is under my control. I'll go whenever I feel like it. Kinoshita Reiji sneered, waiting in line is for commoners. Itsuki's side had gone with Nento and his daughter to a stone bench under the shade of a tree to rest. He curiously held up the karma stone and gave it to Nento, recounting, this is from that moment. Nento wondered, you've seen a karma stone before? Itsuki did not hide it and admitted, yes. After defeating the calamity spirit beast in the stage, this thing dropped, it is exactly the same. He held up the karma stone to evaluate it, back then, it was blue. Uchiha was surprised to glance at the one in Itsuki's hand, an intermediate karma stone. For something like that to appear in a rookie's stage. Itsuki had been listening but was still vague, what exactly is a karma stone? Uchiha suddenly remembered, right, you're a newcomer. Let me explain. She provided the knowledge to Itsuki. Another name for a karma stone is an experience stone. In short, after a calamity spirit beast or an awakened falls in battle, an invisible substance called karma, or you could say experience points, is released from the corpse. When you absorb that, you level up. Karma stones are stones that contain karma within them. Using a karma stone to absorb karma is one of the ways to level up. Uchiha was puzzled, but it's strange, karma stones don't drop often. Why was it in this stage? Nento had the answer, it seems to be due to the influence of Itsuki's talent. The other two were surprised in unison, talent. He explained, normally, the karma of the defeated is absorbed by the victor. However, even after defeating two calamity spirit beasts, Itsuki did not level up. In other words, he did not absorb it. But karma, once manifested, does not simply disappear for no reason. If I am not mistaken, the karma from the monster that attacked the school was absorbed by the awakened present, meaning it was absorbed by us. On the other hand, a stage is an isolated space. Itsuki could not absorb the generated karma, and there was no other vessel for it. That's why it condensed into a solid mass and became a karma stone. Uchiha was curious, he really can't level up. If he doesn't level up, then how on earth did his stats increase? Itsuki hesitated, about that. Nento's attitude became somber as he reminded her, Uchiha, an awakened's talent is a secret. It must never be revealed to others. Have you forgotten? Uchiha knew she had committed a major taboo and quickly admitted her mistake, I'm sorry. Nento gave Itsuki full authority, I'll let you decide whether to sell that karma stone or keep it. I have a meeting with the Supreme Command of the 5 Great Continents, so I'll be leaving here for a while. In the meantime, Uchiha will take care of you. But before I go, there are a few things I want you to remember. Nento carefully instructed, first, keep our relationship a secret. Second, do not tell anyone about your talent. Third, until I return, conquer at least 6 high-level sub-dungeons. Fourth, if you think something is right, do your best. No matter what happens, I will always be behind you, supporting you. With his trust and support, Itsuki obediently replied, yes, master. In North District B, a struggle had broken out. Two sides were arguing loudly, we were here first, why won't you let us in? This sub-dungeon has been reserved by the son of the Kinoshita family. Go home. The opponent didn't care, so what? Just because he has a little money, does he think he can do whatever he wants? That guy isn't even here yet, you could at least let us in first. He kept rambling, unaware that danger was imminent. I don't know how rich that brat is, but if you don't let me in, I'll report you to the Awakened Association. No sooner had he finished speaking than the man was sent flying by a single punch. The person who struck was a tall young man with bulging muscles, Uga. Veins popped on his arms as his muscles flexed, and when a sharp thorn branch shot toward him, Uga simply leaned aside to dodge it. The one who had just attacked stood stunned. Impossible, my rank B skill, Earth Thorn, had no effect. Uga snarled with pure contempt, that didn't even itch. The attacker was terrified, thinking, Earth Thorn is a skill that can pierce through anything, this guy must be a monster. Uga quickly grabbed both of the man's hands and exerted force, crushing the opponent's wrists. Uga then slammed a punch into the man's face, causing blood to gush from his nose and mouth. The scene terrified the onlookers, who whispered, those two at levels 7 and 8 were taken out instantly without being able to do a thing. That big guy is way too powerful, while someone who knew his background noted, that's one of the 4 pillars under Kinoshita Reiji, a level 12 metal elementalist. Uga declared, I won't show mercy to anyone who dares enter a sub-dungeon without Reiji's permission. If you try to resist, you'll end up exactly like these two. His hand remained tightly gripped around the boy's neck as he added, these guys are going to rot right here, so don't even think about trying to help them. His accomplice reminded him, Uga, don't overdo it, the trash are watching us, if you beat a weak student to a pulp, I'll be the one getting told on to the teachers. Uga let go, dropping the boy to the ground. Itsuki happened to catch the boy just in time as he fell, covered in blood. Itsuki's presence made everyone curious, wondering, who is that guy? Didn't he hear that he shouldn't help them? He's a level 0, he's dead meat, while a beautiful woman beside him felt as if she had seen him somewhere before. Uga's face darkened as he warned, hey rookie, I told you no one goes through here without Reiji's permission, if you don't want to end up like those two, go home like a good boy. Itsuki remarked, I see, so I have to defeat you to enter the sub-dungeon. Itsuki refused, saying, no need, my master told me that if I think something is right, I have to give it my all. He handed the injured boy over to her and said, please take care of them. The murderous intent radiating from Itsuki made others wary, wondering who on earth he was, while his information remained hidden. Itsuki, human level fixed 0, class, eraser, talent, private high grade, skill, private, stats, private. Uga was surprised that a level 0 would face him without fear and wondered if it was because of a rare class, but then felt a strange pressure despite being 12 levels higher, noting the stats of the metal elementalist Uga, attack 110, speed 100, defense 250, mana 145, total 605. Uga stood stunned at his opponent's actions. His eyes reflected a shock that was hard to hide. In his pupils, the image of Itsuki charging forward was mirrored. A punch landed squarely on him, both powerful and precise. The sight horrified the witnesses, who exclaimed, so fast. Is he really level 0? Even at level 8, I'm not sure I could keep up. Itsuki's fist smoked because the man's face had turned into metal. He was surprised to see the blow had been blocked by metallization. Uga's metal-coated arms clanked together as he remarked, fast, indeed. 2 fists striking down, but they lack power, he said as Itsuki dodged backward. Itsuki realized that to successfully ambush an enemy over level 10, he would truly have to increase his speed with Thunder Shockwave, and as his stats updated to a total of 1000, Super Mimicry was triggered for the rank C skill, Metallization. Itsuki was surprised that a skill was threatening enough to trigger Super Mimicry and decided he had to get serious. Itsuki charged once more, knowing a normal attack couldn't break through Metallization and deciding to aim for the flesh instead. Uga planted his feet firmly into the ground to steady himself. His body fully metallized as he looked on with contempt, calling Itsuki a weakling without strength or speed. Itsuki's plan partially succeeded. While Uga grew complacent thinking that was Itsuki's top speed, Itsuki accelerated with Thunder Shockwave, lightning enveloping his body. He raised his fist and asked, how do you like the new skill? While a shocked Uga realized it was lightning element and Itsuki vowed not to give him another chance to metallize. With mimicry at 59%, Itsuki unleashed a flurry of punches upon him. Onlookers were stunned that he could use a skill from a different class and were amazed at his speed, wondering if a level 0 could actually defeat Uga. Uga grit his teeth against the pain, realizing he couldn't find an opening to metallize and fearing that despite the level difference, he might lose. Uga needed help, cursed that he couldn't even speak, and silently begged his group not to just stand there but to save him. Left with no choice, he decided to attempt his ultimate move. A powerful source of energy erupted from his entire body, and his body was completely metallized, making Itsuki note that the analysis for the rank C skill was at 88% while Uga thanked him for pushing him to succeed in full-body metallization for the first time. He smiled at his success, noting that a metallized part increases defense by 50%, and his talent added another 50% when stationary, meaning his defense had surpassed 500. He said he had planned to cut Itsuki in half, but as a reward for helping him master the skill, he would let him die a peaceful death. Onlookers discussed how no one at the same level could break a defense over 500 and concluded Uga was a monster and that the level 0 would lose. Itsuki smiled calmly and asked if full-body metallization consumed a massive amount of mana, noting that if Uga put all points into defense, his mana couldn't be that high, while the progress reached 99%. Uga snapped, "What are you babbling about?" but had to admit Itsuki's intuition was sharp. Enveloped in the lotus, Itsuki reassured him that he wouldn't use a tedious strategy to drain Uga's mana to 0 but would end it immediately as the analysis reached 100%. Uchiha looked at the flower and realized Itsuki was about to become even stronger. Those around them were confused by the lotus bud, wondering how a level 0 could defeat Uga with something that didn't even look like an attack. The system notification announced the analysis of metallization was complete and he had obtained the skill Perfect Piercing Sphere level 1, which ignores all defense but moves at only 1 meter per second, making Itsuki realize the timing of the strike was crucial since even an ordinary person could dodge it unless they were a stationary target. He declared that he would crush the absolute defense Uga was so proud of into pieces. The system noted he had obtained the skill, all stats increased by 10, and he was fully healed, bringing his total stats to 1040. Itsuki pointed at the perfect piercing sphere floating inside the flower and told Uga to try dodging it as he activated the skill. Onlookers buzzed about the mysterious eraser class and wondered if a level 0 could pierce the defense of a level 12 expert, noting Itsuki's confident expression. The perfect piercing sphere glowed, radiating an aura. It hovered in midair as the others went silent, seeing no reaction from Uga. Someone asked if that tiny ball was it and expressed disappointment. Uga mocked Itsuki, asking if he thought he could make him move and deactivate his talent with such a small sphere, calling it naive. He walked toward the perfect piercing sphere and confidently declared that if this was Itsuki's trump card, then Itsuki was about to die a miserable death. But he went silent as he saw the sphere pass right through his body. In an instant, fresh blood gushed violently from the wound. Itsuki reminded him coldly that he had told him to dodge and that because he was human, he only took the right arm, whereas he would have aimed for the neck if Uga were a spirit beast. Uga collapsed in agony, clutching his severed arm and screaming. Itsuki glanced at the people behind him and told them to stop standing around and get Uga to a hospital. Seeing they didn't act, Itsuki repeated with a cold voice, "I said get lost." They silently carried Uga away from the scene. Those remaining cheered for Itsuki's victory. 2 people immediately approached to invite him to their teams, arguing over whether a team of 3 or 2 would be better for sharing experience points. Another person interrupted, asking if they really planned to challenge the Flame Rock execution grounds where the monster's defense was equal to Uga's, while another suggested that with a spearman, they could restore Itsuki's mana to fire the sphere infinitely. Itsuki was surprised and thought it was perfect since the sphere's speed increases when defeating enemies with higher defense than his own, and he could increase its speed in that sub-dungeon. Both groups looked at Itsuki expectantly, asking which side he would choose. He refused both, being used to acting alone, and said he would go by himself. Some behind him couldn't believe he would challenge a level 15 high-level sub-dungeon alone and thought he had become arrogant. Those refused expressed disappointment, calling him self-indulgent, and left to find someone else. Choha kindly reminded him that the spirit beasts there had defense equal to Uga and questioned if he could maintain his mana consumption, but Itsuki calmly told her not to worry. She blushed and snapped that she wasn't worried but only asked because her father would blame her if Itsuki died, then she left to tend to the wounded. Still uneasy, Choha added that the stone tribe lacked intelligence but moved in groups, so he should be careful with his mana. Itsuki agreed, and upon reaching the sub-dungeon gate, his request was accepted via his bracelet. Entering the sub-dungeon, he saw they were indeed more numerous than he thought. The interior was an arid desert filled with gravel. Itsuki noted it was a high-level sub-dungeon with higher stats and levels, observing a level 9 stone statue with a total stat of 460. The system noted the stone statue's talent was converting all mana into defense. He used perfect piercing sphere on the first one to see if it met the internal criteria of the skill. The skill activated like a blooming flower. The sphere shot toward the stone statue and pierced through it. The notification showed the statue was defeated and the sphere's speed increased by 100%. Itsuki was relieved it worked and continued using the sphere to sweep through the enemies. Two more giant stone statues charged aggressively. Itsuki handled them calmly, noting they were slow and perfect fodder for his skill. After they fell, the notification confirmed the defeat and noted his mana was at 110-260. Itsuki calculated he had enough mana for 2 more shots, while the boss had yet to appear. There were 3 left. He decided he had to take out 2 at once with a single perfect piercing sphere. Itsuki leaped high and aimed at a stone statue below, diving down to throw the sphere forward. His eyes flashed with a dangerous red light. Receiving the blooming flower containing the perfect piercing sphere, lightning erupted from it, carrying the enlarged sphere as it plummeted down. In no time, the remaining stone statue was obliterated. The notification displayed, defeated level 9 stone statue. Perfect piercing sphere speed increased by 100%. Itsuki collapsed in exhaustion, panting heavily as sweat poured down like rain, feeling utterly drained just as his mana hit rock bottom. That was grueling. I hope I can obtain a recovery skill someday. After resting enough, Itsuki sat up to check the system. Its velocity had reached 5 meters per second now. It could even catch up to those trying to run away. While he was absent-mindedly checking the information, a colossus was launching an ambush right above his head. One of its strikes slammed down, causing the ground to quake violently. It had activated the rank B skill, Gigantification. The information about it displayed, Stone Colossus 28, Stone Tribe, level 15. Second grade talent, converts all mana into defense. Stats, Attack 239, Speed 60, Defense 478, Mana 0, Total 777. The sheer size of the Colossus stunned Itsuki. It was enormous. He immediately activated Thunder Shockwave, adding 50% to his speed. In a flash, Itsuki climbed onto the Colossus. He felt a seed of doubt in his heart. Could a single perfect piercing sphere really take down a thing like this? That was why he had to aim for its weak point. Perhaps if he targeted the head. Taking advantage of the moment the Colossus wasn't paying attention, Itsuki hurled the perfect piercing sphere at the opening in its head. Seeing the Colossus turn toward him, he quickly retreated. This is bad. The perfect piercing sphere is too small. Even if it pierces through, it won't deal enough damage. Its fist was closing in, nearly touching Itsuki's body. He grew tense. This isn't good. I can't dodge while I'm midair. To block this strike, Itsuki activated his black ice wall. The collision caused a massive explosion to erupt at the impact site. He was sent flying into the cliff behind him, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He grit his teeth and gasped, "This brute is tougher than I thought." New notification update, detected skill, Gigantification. Super mimicry activated, analysis progress, 1%. This news made Itsuki rejoice, so it was only this big because of a skill. That made things much easier. Meanwhile, Reiji's bodyguard, Tenki, received a phone call. He was shocked. What? Reiji frowned, irritably reminding him, "I told you not to make a fuss in my presence." He bowed his head in apology, "Forgive me. This is a completely unexpected situation." Reiji followed up, "What is it?" Tenki reported, "It seems someone defeated Uga and forced their way into the sub-dungeon." The wine glass in Reiji's hand was crushed, his voice rising in anger. He did what? He always boasted that no one under level 30 could break through his defense. Could it be that an awakened over level 30 had arrived? Tenki replied, "The number of falling stone pillars has increased sharply recently, so all awakened over level 30 are busy dealing with them. They don't have time to come here. Besides, the main challengers at the Flame Rock execution grounds are all rookies around level 10. He countered, "It's impossible for a level 0 to defeat Uga." Tenki pleaded, "That's true. Of course, if you give me more time, I will investigate more thoroughly." Reiji stood up and said calmly, "That won't be necessary. Even if the opponent is level 30, you're still here, aren't you? The Flame Rock execution grounds is famous for its stubborn calamity spirit beasts and conquering it is extremely time-consuming. Even if we set out now, we'll still make it in time, right? Tanky hesitated, but without knowing the opponent's identity, we should still proceed with caution. He grew displeased, irritably reminding him, I said we are going now. Don't make me say it twice. That aura made Tanky break into a cold sweat as he obeyed. Yes, sir. Reiji vowed bitterly while changing clothes, I will make them regret ever crossing the Kinoshita family. Inside the sub-dungeon, when the progress reached 100%, Itsuki knew it was time for revenge. I finally don't have to run around like a mouse anymore. The lotus flower enveloped his body into a tight bud without a single gap. Notification displayed, analysis of rank B skill, gigantification complete. Itsuki was surprised, he didn't get a new skill. Had perfect piercing sphere reached level 2? Let's see if it had any new effects. System reminder, perfect piercing sphere level 2. Active effect, fires a perfect sphere with a fixed trajectory. The sphere travels at 5 meters per second, pierces all enemies in its path, and ignores all defense stats. New point after activation, the user can adjust the size of the sphere by consuming additional mana. Passive effect, every time an enemy with higher defense than the user is defeated by this sphere, its flight speed increases by 200%. Maximum flight speed can increase up to 500%. He realized the passive effect had jumped from 100% to 200%. Best of all, he could now adjust the size of the perfect piercing sphere with mana. Itsuki was eager, let's test this out right now. New information update, obtained perfect piercing sphere level 2. All stats plus 20. Removes all negative effects and restores all wounds. Stats, attack, 280, plus 20, speed, 280, plus 20, defense, 280, plus 20, mana, 280, plus 20, total, 1120, plus 80. The lotus flower Itsuki poured energy into had become massive, nurturing the largest perfect piercing sphere he could currently create by consuming all of his mana. The flower bud gradually bloomed, bringing forth a powerful surge of energy. The energy pillar pierced right through the body of the colossus, tearing it into fragments of stone. Itsuki marveled, maybe I went a little overboard. Mana is currently at 0/280. After the colossus was defeated, a new notification appeared, defeated level 15 stone colossus. Perfect piercing sphere speed increased by 200%. Itsuki was beyond shocked, consuming all my mana, I didn't expect to release such a huge perfect piercing sphere. He estimated, the flight speed of the perfect piercing sphere was now 7 meters per second. If he completed this sub-dungeon 2 more times, it would be as fast as a car. System display, perfect piercing sphere level 2. Active effect, fires a perfect sphere on a fixed trajectory. The sphere travels at 5 meters per second, pierces all enemies in its path, and ignores their defense. After activation, the user can adjust the size of the sphere by consuming more mana. Passive effect, every time the perfect piercing sphere defeats an enemy with higher defense than the user, its flight speed increases by 200%. Current flight speed has increased by 700%. Itsuki discovered, wait, the active effect is actually quite useful, isn't it? The passive of Lotus Burst expands the range of all skills, so that means the flight distance of the perfect piercing sphere will also increase. Information about Lotus Burst displayed, passive effect, every time a living creature of level 1 or higher is killed by Lotus Burst, the range of all personal skills increases by 1%. Itsuki deduced, so if I keep increasing the passive effect of Lotus Burst, one day I'll be able to destroy Calamity Spirit beasts from thousands, or even tens of thousands of meters away. Outside the sub-dungeon portal, the notification board had turned green, challenge successful. Sub-dungeon level 15. Challenger, Itsuki. Time, 3 minutes 1 second. Clear record updated. Everyone present was stunned, 3 minutes 1 second. No way. Even a 5-person team takes over 10 minutes. Did he kill the spirit beast in one hit? I can't believe he broke Kazunari Satsumi's record of 3 minutes 19 seconds. What kind of monster is he? He's coming out. Seeing Itsuki still at the same level, they were even more shocked. Why is he still level 0? Is the notification window glitched? He's not even injured, his clothes are only a little dirty. There's no way he conquered it. Uchiha secretly praised, he completed it this time without a scratch either. I didn't think he'd break Jin's record. She pulled back her expression, assuming a stern look and reminding him, that was far too fast. Itsuki had no choice but to explain, it's quite weak compared to mid-sized spirit beasts, so its defense is very thin. I managed to defeat it. He noticed the green butterfly flying beside her. What is this butterfly? She introduced, its name is Bitch Deep. My awakened class is a Shikigami summoner. This child is my Shikigami. Itsuki was surprised, Bitch Deep. This is the first time I've seen a Shikigami. It's beautiful. He couldn't help but ask, I've always wondered, just how many types of awakened classes are there? Uchiha was quite surprised, you don't know. That's common knowledge. She held up 3 fingers, classes are divided into 4 types. I assume you've seen 3 already. Once again, Uchiha educated Itsuki. First is the elementalist. They possess the power to control the 7 elements, fire, water, wood, metal, earth, wind, and lightning. Elementalists are the most common profession among the awakened. This is also the class with the highest basic combat power. She mentioned Hikaru Oishi. That guy from earlier belongs to that type too. Second is the Shikigami summoner. They can summon Shikigami that obey them absolutely. Information about the butterfly displayed, Bitch Deep, rank B, level 15. Skills, hidden. Stats, hidden. Beside it was information about her, Uchiha, human level 6. Class, Shikigami summoner. Second grade talent, hidden. Shikigami, hidden. Stats, hidden. She revealed, a Shikigami is always by its master's side. Shikigami summoners, from the moment they are born. After speaking, Uchiha asked, any other questions? Itsuki understood, her level was lower than her Shikigami's. Was she actually a veteran awakened? She sighed, this person really doesn't know the meaning of subtlety. Uchiha admitted, that's right. Shikigami absorb experience and level up, so they essentially have a higher level than their master. Itsuki deduced, in that case, when fighting a Shikigami summoner, it's best to target the master. Uchiha thought in fear, that dark aura is surging out again. What the hell? Itsuki needed more information, what about the other classes? You've only introduced 2. She replied, the third is the mystic class, with very little information available at present. Uchiha revealed, your class, the eraser. She added, the reason it's mystical is because every eraser has a different ability. But your Blue Lotus, others can control their body size at will or create infinite clones. There are even erasers who can stretch their bodies like rubber. Ordinary class skills are divided into 4 ranks from C to S. However, erasers only possess Z-rank skills, which lie outside that standard classification system. The reason erasers are considered special is because they possess unique skills. If an enemy knows your skill, an eraser loses their greatest weapon. That's why my father scolded me for asking about your skills. Even so, you are an anomaly even among erasers. As far as I've confirmed, you can use at least 3 skills, and 2 of them are things only elementalists can use. Itsuki thought to himself, my master isn't here. It's not good if she keeps talking about me like this. He followed the topic, what about the final class? I've never seen it once. Uchiha pondered, the last class is, I'll let you know after you've seen it. That's a punishment because you won't give me any information about yourself. Itsuki didn't press her further, fair enough. Uchiha suddenly remembered, right. The student you saved is fine now. By the way, what do you plan to do after this? He revealed, I plan to conquer this sub-dungeon a few more times. She reminded him, do you really not know anything? Sub-dungeons have a cooldown period. This place takes a long time to reset, so you can re-enter in 2 days at the earliest. Now Itsuki realized, there's a cooldown. No wonder Kinoshita Reiji monopolized this sub-dungeon. If I can't enhance the passive of Perfect Piercing Sphere, I'll level up Lotus Burst. He asked, is there a sub-dungeon with a massive number of spirit beasts? Uchiha brought good news, a sub-dungeon with many spirit beasts. There is one. The level of spirit beasts in that sub-dungeon isn't very high, but the quantity is enormous. Even by the lowest estimate, there are up to 100 locust-type spirit beasts. Many awakened have shrunk back upon seeing that number. She was curious, what do you plan to do without an AoE skill? AoE stands for Area of Effect Attack. He replied, I'll go, of course. Thinking to himself, come to think of it, I still haven't used Lotus Burst in front of her. Does she not know I have a wide-range skill? Uchiha was out of options. Seriously, it will be very difficult for someone without an AoE skill like you know. Itsuki remained calm. It's fine, don't worry. The people behind them were frightened by this news. That guy, is he planning to go to the Locust Wilderness? Does he not know fear? Forget it, if Kinoshita Reiji finds out about this, he'll definitely come. They decided, let's get out of here before we get caught in the crossfire. When Reiji arrived, the place was empty. Is no one here? Tenki confirmed, yes, it seems the target has moved elsewhere. Reiji's face darkened. It's only been 30 minutes since then and he's already conquered the Flame Rock execution grounds. He was worried. It's hard to believe, but it seems so. What do we do now? Reiji could only curse, damn it, making a fool out of me. He ordered, if he used a skill, he must have left magic traces. Contact the bloodhounds and track him down. From this moment on, I hold a grudge. We must capture him alive. I'll give him a taste of hell on earth. In a deserted alley, Charles was hiding there, thinking, I've never heard that Kinoshita Reiji had such a strong guy by his side. Damn it, I shouldn't have accepted this assassination request. He panted, leaning against the wall, if I didn't have the earth escape technique, he would have killed me. Charles tried to peek out, since I've come this far, it should be safe. Right behind him, a death dog with a hideous maw lunged. It bit Charles's neck and wouldn't let go. Behind it, the owner of the death dog, Sak Lai, stepped forward, ordering, it seems you have something to say. Death dog, let go a little. Charles rasped, how did you find me? Sak Lai revealed the secret so he could die in peace. My nose is very sharp. The scent of death that you people radiate. I can smell it. Charles pleaded in fear, please, don't kill me. Sak Lai refused, I can't. Lord Kinoshita will take his anger out on me. Besides, the death dog hasn't eaten human flesh in a long time, you know. He ordered the death dog, eat. It's dinner time. It opened its mouth and lunged at tonight's feast. After eating, the death dog broke through. Sak Lai happily stroked its thick fur, finally leveled up. The system notification, Death Dog, Rank B, Level 16. Skills, Death Chi Rank C, senses all magic traces in the area to identify and track the source of the magic. Death Wish Rank B, after the Shikigami dies, the resurrection time is significantly reduced. Stats, Attack 250, Speed 250, Defense 150, Mana 150. Then he made a phone call to report, everything is done on this end. Sak Lai received new news, severely injured. That stubbornuga. Someone hit his weak point. Understood, I'm on my way. He left, let's go, Death. A new prey has appeared. Itsuki was currently in the Locust territory. He looked at the golden wheat field in front of him and asked curiously, is this the place? Do these vast wheat fields as far as the eye can see really have that many locusts? Uchiha explained, spirit beasts tend to choose the environment they prefer when invading this world. Therefore, deducing the type of spirit beast based on the environment is an essential skill for an awakened. He confirmed, understood. Itsuki looked around, there's not even a reception desk here. She revealed helplessly, that's right. The danger level of this sub-dungeon is too high, so they are even considering dismantling it. He was confused, it has a lower rank than the Flame Rock execution grounds. Why go as far as dismantling the reception desk? Uchiha answered, in a normal sub-dungeon, if you can't win, you can run away. But here, the Calamity Spirit beasts are very aggressive and unusually numerous. If you're even slightly careless, you'll be surrounded by countless locusts and eaten alive. She delivered the final word, down to the marrow. Itsuki was focused on one thing, so there really are many spirit beasts here. Excellent. Uchiha was shocked, what? Do you want to die that badly? He was serious, I'm not so desperate that I'd let myself be eaten alive by insects and die. She watched Itsuki enter the sub-dungeon, thinking, based on his attitude, he should be fine. Uchiha cast her eyes down and said sadly, he entered the sub-dungeon of his own accord after I gave my best warnings. If anything happens, he takes full responsibility. She suddenly remembered an important point. Wait, what should I do? I forgot to tell him that the locusts keep appearing continuously until he defeats the boss. I have to go inside and warn Itsuki. Suddenly she felt someone approaching from behind. Charles and his death dog had come here looking. He smirked and asked the girl, I'm looking for someone. Inside the sub-dungeon, Itsuki looked at the vast, silent wheat field before him and evaluated. It's quite deserted here. He clapped his hands to make noise. Wake up, you vermin. I'm here to destroy you. The locust swarm heard the noise and flew out. Itsuki was relaxed. The level of these creatures is surprisingly low. They meet the conditions for Lotus Burst, so it doesn't matter. A dense swarm of locusts flew toward him. They were demon locusts, insect tribe, stats hidden, no talent. Itsuki marveled, there really are a lot of them. He created a Lotus Burst of fire, but that's even better. If they gather up, it's less trouble for me. Once they enter the range of Lotus Burst, I'll crush them all at once. Waiting until the locust swarm was thick enough, Itsuki decided, now, activate Lotus Burst. A flash of light erupted in the dark space. A series of notifications popped up as the explosion incinerated them. Defeated level 1 demon locust with Lotus Burst. Range of all skills plus 1%. Itsuki stood amidst the thick smoke and dust, having wiped out the first wave without breaking a sweat. Notification update, Lotus Burst level 2. Active effect. Consumes mana to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 10.5 m diameter. Power scales with mana consumption. Passive effect, each time a living creature of level 1 or higher is defeated with Lotus Burst, the range of all skills increases by 1%. He deduced, current total is 110%, which means I just wiped out 110 of them at once. For spirit beasts at this level, trading 10% mana for a 10% boost in firepower is a solid deal. Considering his remaining mana and combat recovery speed, he figured he could manage about 10 more shots. Even if each blast only took out 100 enemies, he could boost his total skill range by 1000%. Checking his upgraded mana notification, Itsuki noted his current pool sat at 252/280. If this sub-dungeon didn't have a cooldown, everything would be going a lot smoother. He looked at the bracelet on his wrist with curiosity, noting that the challenge successful notification still hadn't appeared. Reminder notification, detected rank C skill, Mother's Intent. Super Mimicry activated, analysis progress, 1%. Itsuki turned back warily, wondering if there were still enemies left. Even larger locusts swarmed in, surrounding him from all sides. Itsuki quickly activated his black ice wall to protect himself, thinking in shock, is Mother's Intent the skill of the boss here? I let my guard down, I didn't think there was a boss in this place. He remained alert, realizing how lucky it was that he could increase his range with Lotus Burst again, but the real problem was that he had no idea where the boss was hiding. Itsuki activated Lotus Burst, declaring, if that's the case, I'll just keep slaughtering these small fries until the boss shows its face. A second explosion erupted as the locust swarm was hit. Notification update, defeated level 1 demon locust with Lotus Burst. All skill ranges plus 1%. Current total, plus 220%. Itsuki rejoiced inwardly, noting that the range of Lotus Burst had now reached 16 meters, the effect was truly magnificent. He continued reading the notification, Lotus Burst Level 2. Active effect, consumes mana to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 16 m diameter. Power is proportional to mana consumed. Itsuki grew impatient as he stared at the sea of locusts before him, wondering why the boss still hadn't appeared even after he had wiped out 110 minions. Yet another dense swarm of locusts came swarming in. Itsuki watched them fly up from the cracks in the ground, noting they just kept coming. Notification update, analysis progress 27%. He realized he could only use Lotus Burst 9 more times, noting his current mana sat at 232/280. Itsuki used Lotus Burst again, vowing that no matter how many times they appeared, he would erase every single one of them. Fierce firepower flared up, radiating heat everywhere. After the third strike, he reaped a series of cumulative rewards. Defeated level 1 Demon Locust with Lotus Burst, all skill ranges plus 1%. Itsuki multiplied his Lotus Burst sevenfold for the attack, the flames incinerating and sweeping through the entire area. New information update, active effect, consumes mana to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 54.5 m diameter. Power is proportional to mana consumption. Passive effect, each time a living creature of level 1 or higher is defeated with Lotus Burst, the range of all skills increases by 1%. Current total, plus 990%. Itsuki was curious. He had defeated the swarm 9 times so far and boosted his range by 990%, but he only had enough mana for one last Lotus Burst, leaving him to wonder why his mana was down to 50 out of 280. Watching the locusts swarm in like a storm, he gasped, "There's really no end to them." And the boss still shows no sign of appearing. There was the option to retreat from the sub-dungeon and try again after the analysis was complete. But Itsuki frowned with contempt, thinking that only losers would do something like that. He created another Lotus Burst, vowing to destroy them all regardless of their numbers. Intense firepower erupted from the massive lotus placed right at the center. Itsuki was nearly exhausted of all his strength after that strike. Seeing them still swarming in like a black cloud, he panicked, wondering how there could still be more and why their numbers weren't decreasing. When the progress hit 91%, Itsuki realized something strange. From the very first wave, every spirit beast that appeared was level 1, and their bodies were small as if they were newborns. It clicked for him, he understood now, the boss's ability was infinite reproduction. The information for the mother locust appeared, Locust Queen 0279, Insect Tribe, level 13. First grade talent, lays a massive amount of demon locust eggs. Skill, Mother's Intent rank C, remotely controls the hatched demon locusts, maximum 110 units. Itsuki understood the principle, if it could reproduce infinitely, all his efforts would be futile unless he killed the boss, but he was completely out of mana. But as the progress ticked from 98% to 99%, Itsuki felt confident that the analysis would be finished soon. When it hit 100%, the lotus created a sphere surrounding him. New information update, analysis of Mother's Intent complete. Obtained mana sensing level 1. Active effect, continuously consumes mana to sense mana flows within a 100 m diameter. Effective range expanded to 1100 m due to the passive effect of Lotus Burst. Passive effect, when a hostile unit is detected, restores 10% of personal mana. Itsuki was stunned, it was a scouting skill that utilized Lotus Burst's passive. The effective range was now over 1000 meters, and better yet, he could restore mana every time he sensed an enemy. He couldn't hide the joy surging within him, thinking this was the perfect passive effect for this sub-dungeon. It wouldn't even be bad to just ignore the boss and keep hunting the small fries. But since he was keeping a Jiha waiting, he decided it was time to end this sub-dungeon. System reminder, obtained mana sensing level 1. All stats increased. Removes all negative effects and restores all wounds. New stats, attack 290, plus 10, speed 290, plus 10, defense 290, plus 10, mana 290, plus 10, total 1160, plus 40. Itsuki placed a hand on his forehead, and the lotus turned red as he used mana sensing to find the boss's location. Sensing waves radiated outward in concentric circles. Finally, the Locust Queen's location was revealed. Itsuki's eyes snapped open as he muttered, "There you are." He created a perfect piercing sphere to finish it. A sphere radiating dark energy emerged as Itsuki noted nonchalantly that it was trying to use its own offspring as a shield. Lotus Burst released a massive surge of lightning toward the target, and he was certain it would be useless to resist. With Lotus Burst's passive applied to the perfect piercing sphere, the flight distance would definitely reach it. Reminder notification, perfect piercing sphere range, 120 m. The sphere shot straight down into the earth. The Locust Queen frantically scrambled out of its hiding spot. Itsuki lunged from behind, giving it no chance to escape. He gave a cold smile and said, "Checkmate." A single strike pierced through the Locust Queen, sending green slime splattering everywhere. The minion locusts flew about aimlessly like puppets with their strings cut, and Itsuki realized that losing their queen had sent them into total chaos. He activated his black ice wall, flames erupting on his arm as he told them not to worry because he was sending them to join their mother soon. After a complete sweep, Itsuki estimated that with all skill ranges increased by 1,210%, the explosion radius of Lotus Burst was now 65.5 m and the flight distance of the perfect piercing sphere had also increased to 131 m. Reward Update Notification: Lotus Burst Level 2, Active Effect, consumes mana to deal explosive damage within a 65.5 m diameter. Passive Effect: each time a level 1+ creature is defeated with Lotus Burst, all skill ranges plus 1%. Current total, plus 1,210%. Perfect piercing sphere range, 131 m. Itsuki picked up a Karma Stone, thinking this was truly a bountiful harvest and that once the cooldown was over, he would challenge it again to push Lotus Burst's passive into 5 digits. The notification outside the gate displayed, new record achieved. Challenge time, 17 minutes 7 seconds. Itsuki was surprised it took 17 minutes and figured Uchiha must be worried. He thought she might act cold toward him upon his safe return, but he knew she was actually kind and thoughtful, and he found her, Sundra, nature quite endearing. He walked out of the portal cheerfully, saying, "I'm back. Sorry for making you worry." Itsuki went dead silent, a murderous glint in his eyes as he took in the scene before him. Uchiha was currently being held up by the neck in Charles's iron grip. The man asked with interest. Itsuki entered alone and came out of this sub-dungeon safe. "You're the one Kinoshita Reiji is hunting, aren't you?" He continued. "Perfect timing, I was just about to make her talk, but even in this state, she hasn't said a word. She's tougher than most men." Itsuki demanded in a cold voice, "Take your filthy hand off her. If you do it now, I'll just beat you up and let you go." Charles let out a mocking laugh, telling the level 0 rookie not to be so full of himself. Itsuki lunged at him with incredible speed, his fist raised. Charles frantically ordered his beast, "He's fast. Death Dog, move. Use your head to block his punch." System notification: detected rank B Shikigami, Death Dog. Super Mimicry activated, analysis progress, 1%. From that, Itsuki deduced that the dog was a Shikigami, which meant the man in the hat was a Shikigami summoner. Charles realized he was in trouble. The boy had no wasted movements and was terrifyingly fast, which explained Uga's defeat. The big man likely didn't even have time to use his metallization. He said nonchalantly, "But I have the Death Dog in a hostage," as he tightened his grip on Uchiha's throat, making her groan in pain. Itsuki, worried for her safety, yelled her name. Meanwhile, the analysis progress reached 34%. The Death Dog broke free of Itsuki's control and lunged ferociously. Charles was confident that the dog's bite force could crush any defense under 300, and figured the best the boy could hope for was losing an arm. But the reality was far from his expectations, leaving Charles to gasp in shock. Itsuki had activated Black Ice Wall to cover one arm while creating a perfect piercing sphere with the other. He placed the Lotus Burst right under the Death Dog's throat and sent the perfect piercing sphere straight through its head. He recalled the saying that without their Shikigami, a summoner is essentially weak. Analysis progress reached 77%. Charles wondered if the rookie didn't know that Shikigami could be resurrected. His beast possessed the rank B skill Death Wish, which could significantly shorten its revival time. Seeing the Death Dog lunging from behind again, he gloated, "Just be careless and become its food." Itsuki had activated mana sensing, the waves spreading out as the progress hit 89%. He figured that keeping mana sensing active since he got it was definitely the right choice. Progress climbed to 91%. Itsuki spun around and delivered a powerful kick to the Death Dog. He glanced at Charles, thinking the analysis was almost done, and that if the Blue Lotus appeared for super mimicry, the man might get suspicious. His strength and speed surpassed the dog's, and the man wondered if the boy had a scouting skill as well, realizing he couldn't even pull off an ambush. The man used Uchiha as a threat, saying if he resisted any further, the woman was finished. Itsuki's plan was to finish the analysis without letting the Blue Lotus appear. Reminder notification: analysis progress 100%. Analysis of Death Dog complete. Obtained Shikigami Devour Level 2. Active effect: by directly touching a Shikigami of rank H or below, you can make it your own. Passive effect: number of Shikigami usable, 0/2. Itsuki was amazed. It turned out he could actually steal Shikigami, and he had finished the analysis without the Blue Lotus showing up. System reminder: obtained Shikigami Devour Level 2. All stats plus 20. Since super mimicry wasn't fully activated, the debuff removal and healing effects did not occur. New stats: Attack, 310, plus 20, Speed, 310, plus 20, Defense, 310, plus 20, Mana, 310, plus 20. He deduced there was a price for skipping the Lotus and losing the healing effect, but since he had already recovered in the sub-dungeon, he could still go nearly all out. It seemed he could now steal other people's Shikigami. Watching the dog lunge with its jaws open, Itsuki formed a new plan. The lotus flower bloomed in the palm of his hand. If that's the case, Itsuki slammed the flower onto the death dog's head, declaring, "I'm taking your dog." The entire Shikigami was brought under a powerful controlling force. He tilted his body and delivered a massive kick to the beast. The kick sent the death dog crashing into the ground. Charles cursed at his useless dog, wondering what all that experience he fed it was for. He tightened his grip on Ajiha's neck, warning that if he resisted any more, he would slit her throat. Ajiha didn't want to be a burden and whispered for him not to worry about her. Itsuki raised both hands in surrender, telling him to leave her alone. Charles noted that if he had behaved like that from the start, the woman wouldn't have had to suffer. Itsuki asked coldly why he was being targeted, noting he didn't remember having a grudge against him. The man replied that the boy was still trying to dig for info but figured he could tell him since he'd meet the man soon anyway. Kinoshita Reiji was furious that he entered North District B without permission, and he introduced himself as Charles, here to capture him on Reiji's orders. Itsuki held on to the grudge, thinking of Kinoshita Reiji and deciding he had to meet the man personally to settle this. Charles reminded him they'd meet soon, right after his body was bitten to pieces. He claimed the dog was about to rip his legs off, and warned him not to use that strange ice armor if he valued the woman's life. He ordered the beast to bite the boy's legs off. Itsuki gave his own command, telling the dog to prove it was worthy of being his Shikigami. The death dog immediately bit down hard on the arm squeezing Ajiha's neck. Itsuki lunged forward and caught the gasping woman in his arms. Charles screamed in pain, wondering why his own Shikigami was attacking him. A lotus-shaped mark appeared on the death dog's forehead. Itsuki patted it and said, "Good boy." He officially declared that he would return the pain Ajiha suffered 100-fold, no, 1,000-fold. Charles, now terrified, started stammering for him to listen and explaining he was just following Reiji's orders. He begged to form a team and promised to lure Reiji out for him. Itsuki noted that it was an interesting proposal. The man rejoiced inwardly at having bought some time, thinking he had tricked the boy. Charles fired a sharp projectile at his opponent, yelling for him to die. Itsuki leaned aside to dodge, remarking that he'd much rather kill Kinoshita Reiji himself. He ordered the beast to make the man feel the same pain Ajiha had suffered. Charles was terrified to the point of tears, apologizing and begging for another chance. The death dog bared its fangs and slowly closed in on the man. Charles desperately tried to wake it. "Death, have you forgotten? I'm your master. I've fed you so much." The death dog opened its massive maw toward him. Once it had finished off Charles, Itsuki asked in a somber voice, "You've been tracking me ever since I left the sub-dungeon, haven't you?" Itsuki turned his head to look behind him. "How long are you planning to hide? Why don't you show yourself?" In that direction, a person had been carefully concealing themselves. Iberia stepped out shyly and asked, "You detected me?" Itsuki's voice remained as cold as ever. "Are you an ally of that guy from earlier?" He was startled by the misunderstanding. "No, I'm not an enemy. Please, let me explain." Itsuki didn't even care anymore. "Fine. I don't have time to talk to you. Death, follow me when you're done eating." Seeing the death dog obey Itsuki so submissively, Iberia held on to a shred of hope. He even made a mad dog like that follow orders. This person might be able to save me. He followed Itsuki out, walking beside him and introducing himself. "My name is Iberia. And you, that fight just now was amazing, even with a few close calls." Itsuki didn't respond. Iberia continued, "You're the mysterious guy who took down Uga, right?" He made a request. "Could you do me a favor? I'll compensate you if you want. I can even pay you in mana stones or weapons, how about that?" But Itsuki didn't pay any attention and kept walking, leaving Iberia surprised. What the hell? Shouldn't people be happy when offered fair pay? Did that old man lie to me? Back then, his father had said, just like in the middle of a desert, a simple glass of water is more valuable than a treasure. Rewards require finesse. Give a sword to one who thirsts for revenge, give medicine to one who is injured. To them, that is a worthy reward. This logic made Iberia realize, I get it now. He followed behind and called out, you walked here, right? You can't move fast while carrying an injured person. Plus, the nearest hospital is dozens of miles away. If you keep taking your time like this, that woman is going to die. Iberia pulled out a roll of bandages. I also have a recovery scroll. Seeing Itsuki stop, he knew he was halfway there and added, I can save her. Itsuki turned back and asked urgently, really? He replied, I can't fully heal her, but I can save her life. Itsuki laid a jiha on the ground for Iberia to bandage. He worriedly asked, is it okay to use that over her clothes? To which Iberia explained, this isn't an ordinary bandage. It's a rare artifact made from the ribbons of the Shadow tribe and the hide of the Kodama tribe. Itsuki didn't understand, what's an artifact? Iberia realized he was using terms that were too technical. At your level, you must have just awakened, so it makes sense you wouldn't know. He introduced the concept, modern weapons have no effect on spirit beasts, which is why we can't use conventional firepower against them. But blacksmiths can create special artifacts to fight spirit beasts using parts from the beasts themselves. Artifacts are divided into 4 tiers depending on the blacksmith's skill and materials: common, rare, epic, and unique. Common artifacts, not much different from regular weapons, except they can deal damage to spirit beasts and the awakened. Rare artifacts, enhance certain stats for the owner. For example, the rare sea sword increases mana speed. Epic artifacts, not only raise stats but also possess special abilities. For example, the epic blood sword increases attack power and has a special effect. It absorbs blood to increase blade temperature and reduces the enemy's self-healing by 50%. Unique artifacts, the ultimate goal every blacksmith craves. They grant a massive stat boost and powerful effects. Currently, there are only 102 unique artifacts. For example, the unique Holy Sword increases attack power and speed. Its unique effect provides infinite mana storage, allowing for unlimited skill use. Blacksmiths themselves don't have much combat power and there aren't many of them, but because they can forge artifacts, they are respected by all the awakened. Itsuki asked curiously, so your father is a blacksmith? Iberia replied proudly, not just any blacksmith. There are many who go their whole lives without making a single unique artifact. Currently, there are only 10 such items across the 5 continents, and my old man made 3 of them. That's why people call him the blacksmith king of the northern continent. Seeing Itsuki turn away, Iberia asked, are you even listening? Hey, I put my heart into that explanation, don't ignore me. Itsuki was pulling something out. This is the crossbow that guy named Charles used. Iberia stepped closer to observe, thinking, he's not surprised at all by my father's name. Any other awakened would be clinging to me by now. Itsuki thought, with this, I can reduce the frequency of using the perfect piercing sphere and lower the risk of showing my hand. Iberia evaluated the item in Itsuki's hand. It's a rare artifact. Itsuki said dejectedly, too bad, it doesn't have any bolts. Iberia revealed, but a ranged weapon like this can assimilate ordinary projectiles into artifact ammo, so you don't need to worry about arrows. The info displayed, Hunter's crossbow, rare tier, speed plus 50. Seeing it vanish from his hand, Itsuki was surprised, it disappeared. Iberia saw the doubt and explained, that's another function of an artifact. Once it binds to its owner, it's stored away, and you can summon it back whenever you need it. Itsuki said politely, quite convenient. Thanks for treating her. If you need anything, let me know. Once I'm done here, I have to find Kinoshita. Iberia gossiped, hearing that name right now, I thought I misheard. You've got guts to pick a fight with Kinoshita Reiji in North District B. Itsuki sighed and asked, what? You want me to give up? Iberia denied it, no. If it's Kinoshita Reiji, then we have a common goal. Itsuki asked curiously, you pissed him off too? He beat around the bush and mentioned something else, not exactly. But I want you to team up with me to enter the Salvation Alliance National Tournament's qualifiers the day after tomorrow. Itsuki thought in surprise, the qualifiers? He mentioned that. I heard only the top 10 get into the official tournament. I've been too busy these past few days to prepare for it. He asked suspiciously, what do the qualifiers have to do with Kinoshita Reiji? Iberia confirmed, the qualifiers are held by continent, and the venue for the Northern Continent is here in North District B. As the son of the regional administrator, Kinoshita Reiji is clearly aiming for the main tournament. Actually, his brother is already a savior, so if he doesn't make the top 10, it'll be a disgrace to the Kinoshita name. That's why he's monopolizing all the sub-dungeons in North District B to level up. Itsuki didn't understand, why team up with someone like me? He explained simply, because you're strong. My instinct says that if we team up, we'll definitely pass the qualifiers. Itsuki reminded him, you're younger than me, right? You'll have plenty of chances in the future. So why does it have to be this year? He hesitated. Why? Iberia recounted, since I was little, I watched my old man forge artifacts. Every finished piece was like a perfect work of art, and my admiration for him just kept growing. So I've always dreamed that one day I would become an awakened and fight spirit beasts using gear crafted by my own father. Then a month ago, I finally awakened, excited. I asked my father to forge an artifact for me, but he refused, saying only saviors are allowed to use his work. He continued, even so, I kept begging. Finally, he gave me a condition: if you pass the qualifiers this year, I'll give you a masterpiece. That's why I absolutely must win the qualifiers this year. Itsuki asked curiously, with a great father like that, there should be plenty of people wanting to team up. You don't need to team up with a level 0 like me. Iberia replied, my father thought so too. That's the reason. Before I left, he said, listen, pass the qualifiers on your own. If you rely on powerful teammates, I won't give it to you. Itsuki admired him, your father is really strict. He helplessly added, based on my intel, most of the top candidates have already been bribed by Kinoshita. The rest are loners who don't like teaming up or already have teams, so there's no one else to ask. But 2 days ago, I heard about someone who defeated one of the 4 pillars and broke a record. I searched for info, and that's how I found you. Itsuki interrupted, all right. I don't care about the team, but first I want to get her to a hospital. Iberia understood, I'll go with you. From now on, we're teammates. He babbled on about the name, we should think of a team name too. You're Itsuki and I'm Iberia. So, Ibutan? No, sounds like a store name. eBay? Not great either. Maybe Tenria. Itsuki picked up a jiha, thinking wearily, good grief, this guy talks even more than Rimu. He just noticed, speaking of which, I wonder how Rimu and Seo are doing. They both became awakened, right? Are they entering the qualifiers? In the back, Iberia was still going strong, since both our names have an I, how about double I? The person he remembered was currently training. Seo, on the opposite side, frowned and asked, are you sick? Rimu denied it, no. Maybe someone is talking about me. Probably Itsuki. Seo worriedly said, Itsuki, how long has it been since that attack? I didn't think we'd be apart this long. I wonder if he's okay. Rimu sidled up and teased her, making her face turn bright red, you're so weird. If you're that worried about Itsuki, why didn't you go see him after he defeated the spirit beast? Seo was so embarrassed she suddenly launched an ambush on him. Rimu protested, an ambush is playing dirty. Seo didn't care, we're in combat training, aren't we? It's your fault for being careless, right? Someone walked up. They greeted him happily, Master. He strictly reminded them, the national tournament qualifiers start the day after tomorrow. There's no time for playing around. Seo rejoiced, finally, another awakened to spar with. I'm so sick of fighting Rimu. Her info, Seo Hisaragi, human level 11, class, water elementalist, tier 1 talent, hidden. Rimu replied, I've never been to North District B. I hear it's a bustling city. I'm excited to see it for myself. His info, Harino Rimu, human level 10, class, elementalist, tier 2 talent, hidden. Over at Reiji's side, he was checking a briefcase full of karma stones, then casually asked, where's that bloodhound? It's not like him to be this late. Tenki worriedly noted, could something have happened? Reiji was furious at the news, again. Those useless subordinates. He crushed a karma stone in his hand, absorbing the experience. The subordinate waited for orders. Should we send someone to look for him? He replied, forget him. The qualifiers are top priority. If I lose, the old man will lock me in the isolation room. By the way, how's the thing I requested? Tanky reported, out of the 3,113 candidates in the northern continent, we persuaded 887. As requested, they are all level 5 or higher. He praised, excellent. You truly are a reliable subordinate. Tanky watched Reiji absorb the power of the Karma Stone and said, this is the last Mana Stone. He was in the process of leveling up, lightning flaring around his body. Reiji said confidently, to crush the commoners, this is more than enough. Info, Kinoshita Reiji, Human Level 12, Class, Lightning Elementalist, Tier 2 Talent, Hidden, Total Stats, 603. Back with Itsuki, right after he went outside, he performed a teleportation. When he met Nento, Itsuki felt guilty, I'm sorry, Master, for letting Uchiha face such danger. He replied, there's nothing we could have done. I can eliminate him if you want. He refused the offer, no, let me handle it. Nento was satisfied to see Itsuki being so independent, very well. Tell me the whole story later. Iberia, watching from the side, thought happily, so the Supreme Commander of the Northern Continent is his master. No wonder he wasn't surprised when I mentioned my dad. Nento is a mystery. I should ask for his autograph later. They were now in a hospital room. Uchiha had been treated and was resting in bed. Itsuki announced, and that's why I decided to enter the Salvation Alliance National Tournament qualifiers with Iberia, so I didn't stop him. Nento asked about her health, I see. How are you feeling, Uchiha? She glanced at the butterfly on her finger, Bitch Deep has healed me, so I've recovered. This is thanks to Iberia treating me with a rare artifact. Nento turned in surprise and asked, you possess the Wood Spirit Bandage artifact made by Aiden. So you're his son, right? Iberia thought in surprise, he doesn't just know about artifacts, he knows my dad. I should act appropriately as the eldest son of the Blacksmith King. He proudly pointed to himself and introduced, that's right, I'm Aiden's father. Itsuki reminded him, you got it backwards. Iberia blushed with embarrassment and quickly corrected, sorry. Aiden is my father. Nento ignored the slip-up and cleared his throat, anyway, thank you for saving my daughter. After the qualifiers end, I'll have Itsuki come and greet Aiden with you. You two must have to prepare for the tournament, right? You may go. Uchiha and I will be watching tomorrow. Itsuki replied, yes. Iberia vowed, please rest assured. I will definitely show everyone that we can pass the qualifiers. Uchiha saw that her father really liked Itsuki. Back when it was Kazunari and her, he always took her to meetings. He explained the reason. Itsuki has a strong self-destructive urge when facing spirit beasts due to childhood trauma. But that urge only weakens when there are people he wants to protect by his side. That's why I put you next to him. Uchiha pondered this, become his best friend, become his weakness, and then become the person he wants to protect. The person Itsuki wants to protect. Before leaving, Nento reminded him, by the way, regarding the spirit beast attack at school. It's been determined it wasn't an accident but a planned setup. What did you say? The number of traitors siding with the spirit beasts is growing. Although the scale varies, there have been attacks targeting commanders on other continents. As it stands, the future of humanity looks bleak. He believed firmly that, Itsuki will surely destroy it and become the light of hope. The next day, at North District B, the Salvation Alliance National Tournament qualifiers began. Itsuki entered the arena, looking at the dense crowd in surprise. There are more people than I thought. Iberia replied, I heard that as soon as the news spread that Nento would be watching, people who weren't going to join suddenly changed their minds. The number jumped from 300 to nearly 5,000. Reiji's face darkened at the news. Nento, that old man, he brought too many variables. Tanky reassured him, don't worry. They're just a rabble who joined at the last minute. They won't have time to team up, so we still have the numerical advantage. Tell our recruits to wear a red armband on their right arm so we know they're on our side. Coincidentally, Rimuru and Seo were also there. Rimuru asked, are red armbands in style? Should I wear one too? Since Nento is watching. Seo added, maybe Itsuki is too. Suryu Fujiwara, the announcer for the qualifiers, stood up to announce, "Everyone, I will explain the rules before we begin the qualifiers." He went over the rules. The qualifier venue is divided into two zones, the inner sector and the outer sector. In the first stage, you will start from the four main directions of the outer sector. First, you will compete based on the time it takes to enter the inner sector. The moment you enter the inner sector, your ranking will be recorded on your bracelet, and only the top 300 will proceed to the second round. Rimuru looked at his wrist in surprise. The bracelet has that function? Seo thought anxiously. To have thousands of people eliminated in the first round is brutal. Suryu Fujiwara continued, "You are allowed to bring 2 artifacts, team up with anyone, and use whatever you like. Only the result matters. After round 1 ends, the rankings and the rules for round 2 will be announced." Iberia suddenly shouted, "Itsuki, look!" He and his gang were attracting everyone's attention. It was Kinoshita Reiji. He ordered, "Understand? Anyone who runs in front of me or blocks my way dies." Iberia whispered, "The ones next to him are probably the candidates he bribed. For now, let's just get to the inner sector as fast as possible. Once Kinoshita enters and drops his guard, we'll ambush him." He stared wide-eyed in shock at Itsuki's next move. He walked over to them and reminded them, "I heard all of that." 2 members of the team said, "Who are you? Watch out. This guy isn't wearing a red armband." Suryu Fujiwara declared, "So, round 1 begins." The number of young people wanting to join the Salvation Alliance is growing, which is heartening. But quantity is meaningless without quality. Hiten Akira discussed from the side, "In our time, there were quite few candidates over level 15. He added, "Very few." Info, Hiten Akira, Scarlet Heaven Star Stone, other info hidden. Suryu Fujiwara recalled, "The year you participated, there were only 2, right?" He replied, "That's why I said it would be boring without rookies like Kazunari Satsumi. I hope there are." The man said nonchalantly, "Don't be ridiculous. A once-in-100 years genius like that doesn't just appear out of nowhere." Hiten Akira turned to Nento and asked, "I heard that in the northern continent, there's a student who defeated a level 8 bone soldier right after awakening and became your disciple, is that true?" Suryu Fujiwara was stunned, defeated a level 8 right after awakening? Impossible. Yet Nento confirmed, "It is indeed true." He asked with interest, "Is that person among them too?" Suryu Fujiwara thought, the second disciple recognized by Nento after Kazunari Satsumi. He must have heaven-defying talent. He looked at the screen thoughtfully and asked, "Which one is he?" He then paid attention to each person. Rimuru, level 10, Golden Elementalist, ordinary second-tier talent, not him. Seo, level 11, has a first-tier talent, but she's a water elementalist focused on support, probably not her either. It must be this girl, Habane Hana, a wood elementalist. But she has an unusually high level of 16. Seeing Nento remain motionless, Suryu Fujiwara doubted, "No. But Hana is the highest level candidate." Hiten Akira was surprised, "There's a level 0 candidate this time." He added, "Every year there are people who join out of curiosity but get crushed immediately and withdraw." Reiji's side was mocking, "A level 0 candidate? Really?" Tenki asked contemptuously, "Are you lost, kid?" He took out the man's weapon and put it on his arm. Reiji's smile became strained, "That's Charles's." "Who the hell are you?" Itsuki asked solemnly, "You're looking for me, right?" He realized, "Is this low-level trash the one who defeated Uga? Are you kidding me? I get it. You came here on someone's orders to annoy me, right?" Reiji ordered his subordinates, "Kick him out." Tenki obeyed, "Leave it to us. We'll make him regret insulting you." They surrounded Itsuki in the middle, intending to bully him with numbers. But he teleported away, "I don't have time to talk to trash like you." He then landed in front of Hiten Akira, thinking to himself, 2 level SXS and 2 level 7s, I don't even need to look to know the result. If you beg for your lives now, you might survive. Iberia prepared himself, "I can take down 1, but no matter how strong Itsuki is, taking down 4 at once." He touched the box on his hip, "That means I have no choice but to use that." Honda stepped in front of him and said contemptuously, "I thought there would be some tough opponents waiting, but it's just a level 0 piece of trash." Itsuki stepped forward somberly and ordered him, get out of the way. At first, the man was stunned because it was the first time someone had treated him like that. Then Honda laughed, and the others joined in. Hiten Akira rejoiced, good. I like that attitude. He declared, if you're about to die, I'll save you. Honda's side reached for his head, I'll crush your head to see what's inside. A straight punch to the face knocked out several of his teeth. Itsuki repeated for the last time, I said get out of the way. Hiten Akira was stunned, an opponent with a higher level than himself, and he took him down in an instant. His accomplices were shocked. Honda is level 7, how did that rookie? The one next to him reassured, he's condensing a fireball in his hand. Don't panic, he only caught him off guard. He activated the rank B skill full power ignition, declaring, I'll burn you to ashes. Seeing the fire approaching, Iberia was terrified, too fast, I don't even have time to use an artifact. Someone on their side worried, isn't this a bit much for a level 0? Tamu didn't care, people always die in the qualifiers. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for acting tough despite being level 0. When the flames in his hand died down, someone spoke up, hey, something's not right. The others were shocked. In the brilliant fire, his black ice wall had shattered the flames into pieces. They were shocked, what is that? Iberia was a mix of surprise and joy, no way, did he just block that entire wide-range fire attack? That's incredible. Itsuki warned them in a cold voice, get away from me. System notification, black ice wall successfully defended against a rank B fire type skill, defense increased by 10%. Attack 310, speed 310, defense 341, mana 310, total 1240, plus 31. He thought to himself, defense increased by 33. I need to confirm whether the passive effect of Black Ice Wall still triggers when defending against the same skill from the same target more than once. Tamu was terrified to see Itsuki completely unharmed, was that his ice-type skill? There isn't even a water elementalist here. How can he use an ice-type skill like that? He challenged his opponent, try that move again. I won't block it this time. The man continued to manifest a fireball, are you insulting me? A real man never goes back on his word. Itsuki replied nonchalantly, yeah, I promise. He unleashed an even stronger move, rank B skill, overheat fire cannon. This time I'll definitely finish you off with my most powerful strike. A rolling wave of fire crashed down toward where he stood, radiating intense heat that made Itsuki realize the firepower was stronger than before, yet it was still a fire-type skill. Within that blazing fire, his figure vanished. An accomplice warned, you overdid it. Tamu was confident in his firepower, that hit could take down a level 8. He thought with regret, I spent all my mana on that. It was the finishing blow. A bit of a waste on a level 0 opponent, but this show is over. Before he could bask in his pride for long, Tamu recoiled in fear. What? He appeared right in front of the man, so, if it's the same skill from the same person, the passive effect of Black Ice Wall doesn't trigger again. I see, Itsuki stated leisurely, confirmation complete. It's time to end this. Tamu slumped to the ground in terror, he blocked my ultimate skill that easily. It's impossible. Sama, behind him, was generating fire to resist. Yeah, that ice skill is strong, but I've already found its weakness. He poured his strength into increasing the firepower to stop Itsuki. This guy's rank B skill is continuous fire. When attacked by multiple fireballs, Itsuki realized, trying to overwhelm me with numbers. Activate Black Ice Wall. Where he stood, the firepower erupted into a violent explosion. Sama believed, even if he has a powerful skill, a level 0's mana capacity must have a limit. If we can drain his mana until he can't create that ice shield anymore, we'll win. However, Itsuki's hand clamped tightly onto his, making the flames die out. Sama broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe it. What? He closed the gap in an instant. Enveloping his body in the Black Ice Wall, he reminded him, even after defending against so many fireballs, the passive effect only triggers once. Every muscle on the man's body tensed up. If your advantage is speed, then ours is power. Itsuki asked contemptuously, are you actually using any strength right now? First, he gifted Sama an uppercut straight to the throat. You look like you're suffering, so I'll make this easy for you. As the man collapsed, Itsuki calculated, defense increased by 33 points, not 234. So it's calculated based on the base defense value before the enhancement. System update. Black Ice Wall defended against a rank B fire-type skill, defense plus 10%. Defense 310 plus 62 from Black Ice Wall. Itsuki glanced at the remaining two elementalists left. Come at me, I'll use you to boost the passive effect of Thunder Shockwave. They assumed the other two were down, leaving no room for doubt. This guy is faking his stats. Let's get out of here. He mocked them. You think I'll just let you go? The two of them charged at once. Damn it, then I'll take you down. This isn't a fire attribute, don't think that trick will work. They used the rank C skill, Silver Snake, and electricity surged forth. System update. Absorbed rank C lightning type skill with Thunder Shockwave, speed increased by 5%. Attack 310, speed 341, defense 372, mana 310, total 1333. He-10 Akira was stunned, he's taking down Awakened with higher levels than his own as if it's a joke. He pondered, who exactly is he? Itsuki thought to himself, so the passive effect of Thunder Shockwave is the same as the Black Ice Wall. It doesn't stack for skills from the same target. Iberia looked at the people collapsed on the ground and stammered, they're all down. He admired, I thought this would be a tough fight, I didn't expect Itsuki to be this strong. What kind of power are you using? Tamu, in the back, asked suspiciously, who the hell are you? You can't be a level 0. Iberia laughed coldly, you're asking who we are. Itsuki asked in surprise, we. He introduced them solemnly, we are the E-Duo. Remember that name, because one day we will be the strongest pair in the northern continent. He grabbed Iberia by the neck and dragged him away, forget that. Let's chase Kinoshita. He cried out, but we were just getting into the groove. Tamu was speechless at the name, the E-Duo, that's so lame. Reiji's side thought, it's quite noisy. That level 0 must have been beaten down by now. But that crossbow definitely belongs to Charles. I'll have to investigate it later. No one in the northern continent could catch Charles except a savior. He was lost in thought, the veins on his face bulging with rage when he saw someone streak past. Ken had just overtaken him. Reiji thought smugly, past another one. Unlike those muscle brains, I've shifted my focus to speed. Just as he was gloating, his entire body was attacked by lightning. Ken fell to the ground, struggling to look up, attacking us at maximum speed. Who the hell? Reiji landed right on his head at that exact moment. He announced arrogantly, that's what happens when you run in front of me. Reiji turned to remind the group behind him, get your acts together. I need to conserve stamina for the second round. Don't waste my time with trash like this. Nento observed the situation and asked, is that the son of the North District B Administrator, Kinoshita Reiji? Suryu Fujiwara judged, truly arrogant. I wonder how he was raised. He was out of options, but he hasn't broken any rules, so we can't do anything. Reiji's side was recovering strength, thanks to them handling all the trouble. My stamina is almost restored. The crowd standing behind didn't dare to step forward. Reiji looked at the building ahead, thinking confidently, with this, I can breeze through the second round. So the inner sector is up ahead. This is too easy. Behind his back, thunder rumbled down. Someone called, Kinoshita. He startled and glanced back, not expecting a variable in such a critical moment. Reiji turned to the crowd behind him and asked, who dares to call my name like that? They were terrified, not me. Don't look at me like that, I didn't do anything. Someone in the back realized, it's him. The level 0 rookie. They formed two lines to make way for him to walk through. Reiji had a bad premonition, level 0. Don't tell me. Seeing him approach, he had the answer, it really is him. Reiji was annoyed with his subordinate's competence. Seriously, did he take them all down? Impossible. A level 6 and a level 7 couldn't handle him. He assumed, I see, he probably bribed them. Reiji spoke up, how long have you been following me? You level 0 piece of trash. Itsuki went straight to the point, you're staying here until we're done. Iberia felt lucky, basically, Itsuki had carried him here, and every opponent they faced was defeated instantly. Without Itsuki, he would have been eliminated halfway. He turned away without giving him a second glance. I'm busy, I don't have time to mess with you. But I've prepared a few opponents for you. He ordered his subordinates, you guys handle him. They were contemptuous. What? Just for a level 0 brat? Calling Kinoshida's name? Wake up, we'll teach you some manners. Don't worry, I'll show these two what hell looks like. Iberia counted under his breath, 80. 78, 79. There are more than 100 of them, what should we do? Itsuki grabbed him by the neck and pulled him close, instructing, cover your head. With that, he instantly teleported away from the spot. Itsuki also grabbed Reiji's collar from behind, throwing the man outward while Iberia was thrown inward. Reiji was caught by his subordinates, while Iberia was utterly stunned. He faced the man. It seems you didn't understand my words. Let me say it again, until we are done, you aren't allowed to go anywhere. Over on the other side, Seo and Rimuru entered the inner sector exhausted. The notification displayed, she's ranked 4th, and he's 5th. Rimuru slumped down to rest. Those guys with the red armbands were part of this too. They still haven't learned their lesson and are still trying to block our path. Seo added, if we hadn't stuck together, we probably would have been taken down before reaching this place. He was disappointed, but I thought we were the fastest. I didn't expect someone to be even faster than us. Kikuj, ranked 3rd, thought unhappily, I didn't expect to only be 3rd. Shion Akagami, ranked 2nd, teased his opponent, are you hungry already? You just ate. She directed her gaze toward the first place. Above all, look at the winner, Kana Hanyu, she's level 16. Seo thought to herself, Itsuki must be acting alone, and if he was obstructed like we were. Rimuru's mouth hung open in shock. Look, someone is flying this way. Hearing that, she narrowed her eyes and looked over. He landed on the ground with a thud. System notification, Iberia has reached the inner sector, ranked 6th. At that moment, Iberia called out the name worriedly, Itsuki. Rimuru was stunned, did he just say Itsuki? Seo confirmed, yeah, I heard it too. They looked into the distance and saw his heroic silhouette facing 100 people. Rimuru thought, that back is unmistakable, it's Itsuki. In the pouring rain, he repeated, I told you, until we are done, I'm not letting you go anywhere. Suryu Fujiwara was curious, that rookie is just one step away from the inner sector. Why does he keep pestering Kinoshita Reiji? Uchiha cast her eyes down sadly upon seeing his situation. He suggested to Hiten Akira, help him if he gets into trouble. He thought to himself, Itsuki just burst out with incredible speed. I wonder if I could have done that at his age. Over there, Reiji said gloomily, you keep getting in my way, over and over. Get ready. What's about to begin isn't just a battle, it's a total humiliation for you. In other words, this was a 100-on-1 gang fight. Itsuki didn't care about the round's ranking, past the qualifier later. Right now, avenging Uchiha is my top priority. Reiji shouted the command, kill him for me. Everyone, activate your abilities. The aura surged toward him, while Itsuki stood there calmly, the wind and rain making his coat flutter. A fire-type user lunged, I won't let anyone else take the credit, I'm taking your head. Rank C skill, Fire Fist. Seeing Itsuki block his strike with just one hand, he was stunned. What? He countered, slamming a punch straight into the opponent's face. The fire-type man slammed into the ground, his teeth and lips mangled together. The crowd that was charging in stopped, he took him down with one punch. Someone reassured them, don't panic, we have the numbers. We can't lose to a lowly level 0. They regained their spirit, that's right. Everyone, charge together. Itsuki said nonchalantly, the more, the merrier. Black Ice Wall defended against a rank B fire-type skill, defense increased by 10%. He created area of effect damage with Fire Lotus Burst, let's end this show quickly. Activate Lotus Burst. Intense heat radiated as spirals of fire coiled around Itsuki's arm. A blast was fired toward the crowd, blowing them back in an explosion. Rimuru, who hadn't seen him in a long time, was stunned, that's Itsuki's skill. Seo and Iberia were speechless. Kikuj noticed the commotion over there, what the hell was that explosion? Shion stroked the cat in her lap, unbothered, an explosion of that scale is just a mosquito bite to me. Kana hugged her sword in a corner alone, seemingly lost in thought. Suryu Fujiwara looked at the tremors there in horror, was that explosion cast by a level 0 boy? Firepower aside, how can he use a skill that doesn't belong to his class? Hiten Akira went silent at the shocking sight. Uchiha thought to herself, I didn't expect Itsuki to have an AoE skill. That's why he was so confident in the Locust Land. How many trump cards is he hiding? Itsuki was calculating, 30% firepower should be enough. My opponents are human, so I have to restrain myself so they don't die. Reiji stared blankly at the devastation before him, my side is wiped out, and the enemy is untouched. He coldly turned to settle the score with him, it's your turn next. Reiji staggered, there were over 100 of us and you took them all down in an instant. What are you? Why are you obsessed with me? Itsuki found it truly ridiculous, obsessed. You're the one who targeted me first and seriously injured my friend. Today, I'm returning the pain you caused her. The man unleashed his power, I am a son of the prestigious Kinoshita family of North District B. Every sub-dungeon around here belongs to me. I don't have to struggle against spirit beasts. By using the karma stones my family provides, I can easily reach levels that commoners never dare to dream of. Our foundation is different. I will kill you, I will definitely win. Rank B skill, Purple Lightning Cannon activated. System notification, detected rank B skill, Purple Lightning Cannon. Super Mimicry activated, analysis progress, 1%. He lunged directly at Reiji, ramming into him. Reiji clutched his stomach, trembling in pain, thinking, he dodged it. This speed, is he really level 0? I can't win this match. He needed backup, what are you doing? Help me. Tenki understood, the rules are broken, but I don't need to care about face anymore. He was confident, Tenki is a level 35 awakened. Prepare to go to hell. Nento's side was prepared. Hiten Akira cracked his knuckles to warm up, understood. He felt someone approaching from behind, magic resistance, my mana sensing is reacting. Someone is approaching at high speed. System notification, analysis progress, 19%. Naturally, Itsuki could see it wasn't just one person. A significant tremor came from in front of him. Itsuki calmly glanced at the situation there. He had Tenki pinned down under him in no time. Reminder, keep going. Itsuki continued what he was doing earlier, a murderous aura enveloping his body. He looked at Reiji under his foot, it seems your subordinate couldn't make it. The man said fearfully, revealing his background, wait, my father is the administrator of North District B and my brother is a member of the Salvation Alliance. Do you know the consequences of touching me? He didn't care, who cares who your father and brother are? He knocked Reiji unconscious with a single punch. Itsuki felt relieved, with this, Uchiha is avenged. She knew everything he did today was for her, and her face turned red with emotion. Tsuruyu Fujiwara was stunned, that boy actually defeated Kinoshita Reiji. Why is he looking this way? Itsuki calculated, if I stop the analysis at 99% now, I can recover my stamina when entering the second round if the mimicry reaches 99%. System notification, analysis stop. A call from Seo came from behind him, Itsuki. He was surprised to hear that voice. Itsuki turned around and saw Seo. She had been standing there waiting for him. Hurry up and get inside, you're going to be eliminated. Seo's voice was incredibly gentle. He stepped inside and greeted her, long time no see. System notification, Itsuki has entered the inner sector, ranked 7. Iberia and Remora lunged at him, hugging him, Itsuki, I missed you. You bastard, I'm so glad you're okay. The two of them looked at each other, sparks flying. Remora asked unhappily, who are you? Why are you crying over Itsuki? He said nonchalantly, me. He introduced himself proudly, I am Itsuki's teammate, Iberia. Remora turned to Itsuki and barked, I never heard you were forming a team with anyone else. You traitor. Seo was amazed, it's rare for Itsuki to make friends. Iberia countered, Itsuki is a traitor. Are you two a couple or what? What's your team name? The other replied, team name? Who cares about that? We're not kids, you have one. Iberia asked smugly, of course. The other coaxed, tell me then. Itsuki had to stop them, stop before things get worse. But it was too late. Iberia revealed with a very proud attitude, it's the E-duo. We really agonized over that name. Oh, that name made Remora laugh uncontrollably, Team E, that's so bland. He snapped, what are you laughing at, it's a great name. Suryu Fujiwara announced, the number of people in the inner sector has reached 500. Those who haven't arrived are eliminated. Round 2 will begin soon. In round 2, you will fight spirit beasts alone in the test zone for 1 hour. Rimuru was taken aback, by himself, while Iberia turned serious, noting, finally, we've reached the second round. Hiten Akira had been waiting specifically for this moment, it's finally here. I've been anticipating this since the start. He truly looked forward to it, wanting to see if these boys had anything special to show. They moved to the venue for the second round, where the area around the arena was already packed with people. Rimuru asked curiously, so the second round takes place right here, right? Iberia couldn't control his trembling, muttering that it was far too dark and terrifying inside, while Rimuru teased Itsuki about still being level 0 and if his level was actually fixed, which Itsuki admitted was true. He wondered if Itsuki's stats didn't increase either and how he got so strong, while Iberia chimed in with his own curiosity, only for Itsuki to reply that his master had forbidden him from telling anyone. Seo intervened, explaining they were taught that an eraser's skills are at the level of national security, then she turned to Itsuki and told him he didn't need to pay them any mind. Suryu Fujiwara appeared and asked, is everyone ready? Iberia was stunned to see the man walking toward them. The group of people marveled at the figures standing above them, recognizing Suryu Fujiwara who organized the national tournament every year, Hiten Akira, a veteran of the river crossing war with the strongest physique, and wondering if the masked man was the legendary Nento, calling it a meeting of legends. He spoke up, listen closely, I will now explain the rules for the second round. Many calamity spirit beasts would appear in the challenge area, with kill points based on difficulty, basic grade 100, common grade 500, difficult grade 1000, and nightmare grade 5000. Suryu Fujiwara continued the rules, stating there was a 1-minute rest after defeating a beast before being forced to the next difficulty, showing 56 seconds of rest remaining. Kikuj said confidently that he would climb straight to the nightmare grade. His info showed he was a level 13 Earth Elementalist with hidden stats. Itsuki suddenly spoke up, I have something I want to ask. The others buzzed with contempt, wondering how a level 0 made it through the first round and assuming he was carried, speculating if he was getting cold feet now that the second round was solo. Suryu Fujiwara gave him permission, what is it? Ask whatever you like. He didn't beat around the bush, is nightmare grade really the highest difficulty? Hiten Akira let out a laugh upon hearing that, while the announcer stood stunned with his mouth agape. The others immediately looked down on him, mocking the level 0 for boasting when he wouldn't stand a chance against a nightmare grade beast, with Kikuj calling him a piece of trash who only knew how to show off. Suryu seriously informed him, theoretically, the difficulty of the calamity spirit beasts has no limit. You'll understand once you actually try to defeat a nightmare grade beast. Itsuki replied, no limit, huh? While Rimuru reminded him it was useless to think about it since nightmare grade was at least level 10 and they'd be lucky just to beat a difficult grade. Suryu continued, points accumulated in the qualifiers can be added to the official national tournament. In other words, whether you can join the Salvation Alliance later depends heavily on today's performance. Rimuru was delighted that the points counted for the main tournament, while Itsuki silently decided he had to use that to surpass Kazunari Satsumi's record of 115,000 points. He decided to take this opportunity to surpass him. The reminder notification rang out, everyone, enter the challenge area. The second qualifier begins. As he entered, he realized the challenge area wasn't much different from a normal sub-dungeon. Countless glowing red eyes stared at Itsuki from the darkness. They stepped out, the system noted 10 level 1 calamity hounds, basic grade, worth 100 points, and Itsuki was glad to finally be fighting spirit beasts. System notification, activated black ice wall. He intended to win quickly, thinking he couldn't raise his stats with these things so he should just finish it fast. Itsuki's image was broadcast on the large screen, and Suryu asked Hiten Akira if he was watching the boy again, while the latter replied he also wanted to see Konohanya fight. Hiten Akira noted, this young man is more interesting. His eyes didn't leave the screen as he noted something was coming, while the other man wondered if there was really anything surprising. Inside, Itsuki killed the entire pack of calamity hounds in one go. The system displayed a time of 1 second and 100 points earned. Suryu was shocked, 1 second. It usually takes a few minutes, and the other man replied happily, I told you, didn't I? Hiten Akira remarked, this boy is more interesting. I don't think a level 8 fire dragon is a threat either. Nento stepped up to ask about the other candidates, he apologized for being too focused and switched to a multi-screen mode to observe the top 10 candidates simultaneously, while Uchiha realized her father was trying to divert attention from Itsuki. Suryu observed that most of the other candidates were still fighting at the basic grade. Seo used her water ability to attack, while Gakuj fought in close quarters, smashing each beast with his mace. Kana used her wood ability to strangle the spirit beasts, and Surya noted that Kanahanyu was the only one keeping up with Itsuki. Uchiha cried out in worry that Itsuki was about to be incinerated by the fire dragon's flames. Suryu prepared to step in, thinking the boy had exhausted his stamina on the hounds and had no strength to dodge, noting he'd be severely injured if he took that fire directly. Hiten Akira stopped him, telling him to watch a bit longer and insisting that with the boy's previous speed, dodging such an attack should be a piece of cake. System notification, activated black ice wall. His entire body was encased in the black ice wall, and he suffered no damage at all. A single slash cut the fire dragon's body in half. As it fell, the system updated. Time 5 seconds, 500 points earned. Suryu was shocked that the ice armor covered his whole body and wondered why he took the hit on purpose when he could have killed it instantly. System notification, black ice wall defended against a rank C fire type skill, defense plus 10%. Itsuki calculated that he had to seize every chance to raise his stats. He looked at his stats, his defense was now 434, and his total stats had reached 1395 across his various Z and high-tier skills. The screen showed 58 seconds of rest left, but he hit yes to skip it, wanting to test his defense against the next Calamity Spirit Beast. Hiten Akira knew that this difficulty level would test the candidate's speed and combat senses. Suryu confirmed that when a Thunder Rhino attacks, it conducts electricity through its horn for a dual physical and lightning strike. He noted that if he took that hit, his body would be pierced due to lack of defense and he'd be paralyzed by the lack of lightning resistance. To defeat the Thunder Rhino, he must use his speed to dodge and then attack when it's exhausted. Seeing Itsuki's next move, he gasped in shock, "Wait, what is he doing?" Itsuki was currently touching the Thunder Rhino's horn. He tapped it lightly, checking it and thinking the horn was perfect for testing his defense. Lightning radiated around the horn as the Thunder Rhino's veins bulged and it snorted smoke. It used its horn to hurl Itsuki backward, sending him flying into the air. Uchiha called out his name in worry. Hiten Akira couldn't predict his moves, noting the young man was unpredictable and always produced results beyond imagination. The spot where he was floating suddenly exploded. The system announced he had defended against a rank C lightning skill, increasing his speed by 5%. He realized the test was over. Apparently, attacks from level 10 beasts or lower couldn't hurt him. Itsuki lost interest in playing around, saying, "It's time to end this." He activated Thunder Shockwave for a 50% speed boost and blurred toward the rhino. It held its head high, arrogantly preparing to receive the enemy. Itsuki plummeted from above like a fired arrow, slamming an ice-armored fist into the rhino's head. The system recorded a 7-second finish and 1,000 points. Hiten Akira smiled, noting his total time was under 15 seconds, making him faster than Hiten himself in his youth, and sensing he wasn't even at full power. Suryu was worried because next were lightning-fast movements and sharp claws that could shred enemies in an instant, a massive mouth spitting iron chains to swallow everything, and a bulky body covered in armor-hard shell. It possessed all those traits, the strongest and most ferocious beast in the qualifiers, the ultimate goal for all candidates. Itsuki was facing the Nightmare Grade Spirit Beast, Purgatory Colossus level 15, worth 5,000 points. Itsuki activated the Perfect Piercing Sphere, and it pierced right through its head. System update, defeated level 15 Purgatory Colossus, Perfect Piercing Sphere speed plus 200%. The spectators were left speechless by the sight. He read the info, sphere speed 9 meters per second, total increase 900%. Itsuki was eager for the next one, while Suryu had to change his view of the boy, seeing him kill a nightmare-grade beast in seconds. The system showed 3 seconds and 5,000 points. Shifting to Seo's position, the beast opened its mouth to fire an energy blast. Seo activated her rank C water bullet, calculating she needed to kill 2 more to pass the common grade. Her progress was at 80%. Gakuj confidently thought that since he skipped the rest, he'd be the first to reach the common grade. His board showed 0% for that grade. She thought about recovering her spent mana before continuing until her common grade progress hit 100%. The notification rang out, Nightmare grade conquered in 21 seconds. Rank 1. Seo cheered, knowing it had to be Itsuki, while Gakuj was shocked that someone was faster than him, wondering if it was Kana, who remained silent at the result. Itsuki finished off the beast and prepared for the next level. Suryu Fujiwara still couldn't believe his eyes, wondering how he killed the Colossus instantly and what that armor-piercing dark sphere was. Hiten Akira ordered the difficulty to be raised to see how far the kid could go. Notification: Nightmare Grade Stage 2, 2 Level 15 Purgatory Colossi worth 10,000 points. Itsuki was disappointed, wondering if they were only going to increase the numbers. The ferocious beasts roared, sending out shockwaves of sound. Itsuki calculated that while they were roaring, he'd take one out. He activated the perfect piercing sphere. The sphere pierced one's head. The system recorded another defeat and a speed boost to 11 meters per second, 1,100% increase. Suryu wondered if there were no limits to using that sphere. Hiten Akira noted that while it was strong, the skill had a fatal weakness, leaving Suryu confused. Itsuki was currently facing the final spirit beast. He frowned and compared the speeds. This one was faster than any beast he had ever faced. Outside, Hiten Akira explained that people often mistakenly thought they were slow because of their massive size. Suryu asked what he meant. Inside, Itsuki was condensing the sphere. System notification: activated perfect piercing sphere. Compared to the beast's size, the sphere was tiny. Hiten Akira continued that as a racial trait, they lacked mana but had vastly enhanced stats. Despite its size, it was actually a speed type. Just as predicted, it dodged the perfect piercing sphere. The info showed the level 15 Purgatory Colossus 1008 had a 25% stat boost due to its inability to use magic, with 300 speed and 320 attack/defense. Only now did Itsuki realize the situation had turned dangerous. It dodged. Hiten Akira admitted, it's true that Dark Sphere deals massive damage, but its flight speed isn't particularly fast. He's taking advantage of the monster's habit of roaring before launching an attack to strike preemptively. That brat, his combat intuition is incredible. But if he can't increase the flight speed of that black sphere, he probably won't be able to clear this stage. A single punch from the spirit beast sent Itsuki flying into the distance. He was slammed into the rocky cliff behind him, causing a shockwave as thick dust rose and the cliff face buckled inward. Itsuki struggled to drag his aching body. It can dodge at mid-range. Outside, Surya speculated, he knows it won't hit, yet he still tries to use it. That means he must be hiding another trump card. Akira thought to himself, is that really it? They noticed a strange expression on Itsuki's face. Why was he smiling? It was because he now had a solution. Too fast. If that's the case, I'll close the distance. Immediately, Itsuki activated Thunder Shockwave. And in an instant, he was no longer where he stood, blurring toward the spirit beast. It aggressively raised a massive fist, preparing to crush him. The punch sent a shockwave across the area, cracking the ground for dozens of meters. Uchiha covered her mouth in terror, truly worried for him. Suryu frantically picked up his phone. This attack is completely different from the Thunder Rhinos. If he takes a direct hit, even he won't come out in one piece. Call the medical team, hurry. This time, Nento stopped him. Wait. Hiten Akira had also seen it. True, the power of that punch is terrifying. But it's meaningless if it doesn't land. As the spirit beast lifted its fist, a thick cloud of smoke obscured the situation. When the smoke finally cleared, it looked down in panic at the deep crater in the ground, but the human was nowhere to be found. Itsuki's voice echoed from behind, over here. It hurriedly spun around instinctively. A perfect piercing sphere shot straight through the spirit beast's head. Itsuki had launched a surprise attack from behind to deliver this blow. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. System notification: defeated level 15 Purgatory Colossus. Perfect piercing sphere speed plus 200%. Perfect piercing sphere speed, 13 meters per second, flight speed value increase, 1,300%. Elapsed time, 12 seconds. Points earned, 10,000. Suryu teased Uchiha. It's rare to see Uchiha become so heated. She shyly avoided the subject. I was just praying for everyone's safety. Listen, if a young person carrying the future of humanity dies, it would be a huge loss for us. His family would also be very sad. I just want everyone to be safe, that's all. I absolutely don't think Itsuki looked cool defeating the Purgatory Colossi or anything. Itsuki would react the same way, so don't misunderstand. It's not like that at all. Suryu reminded her, Uchiha, you've become much more talkative since the last time we met. Nento was speechless hearing him remark on his daughter. Surya turned to ask Hiten Akira, by the way, how did you know Itsuki dodged that attack? Hiten Akira replied, that brat, his speed isn't much different from the Purgatory Colossus. But when that electricity ran through his body, his speed increased significantly. When that happens, the Purgatory Colossus can't hit him. He wondered, he succeeded in defeating 2 of them, but there were some dangerous moments. With his current score, he's definitely secured first place. If it were me, I'd stop here. But Itsuki was setting his sights higher. If I want to surpass Kazunari Satsumi, the strongest human, I have to keep attacking. I can't rest for even a second. System updated the info on the spirit beasts attacking Itsuki. Nightmare grade phase 3 level 15 Purgatory Colossi. Kill points, 15,000. As usual, he activated the perfect piercing sphere, and 1 beast was decapitated. Itsuki counted silently, 1 dead. Hiten Akira praised, he chose to continue. Truly the one I have my eye on. Suryo Fujiwara suddenly remembered, speaking of which, you went straight to phase 3 too, didn't you? The other replied, so did you. He compared them, even for you, the one with the strongest body, phase 3 was the limit. I wonder how Itsuki will handle this. Inside, Itsuki was facing the ferocious spirit beasts. A fist reached out to grab him, but Itsuki vanished. He teleported above its head. I'll boost my speed with thunder shockwave and close the gap when I jump behind it. As the perfect piercing sphere fired, Itsuki counted, that's the second one. System update, defeated level 15 Purgatory Colossus. Perfect piercing sphere speed plus 200%. Perfect piercing sphere speed, 17 meters per second, flight speed value increase, 1700%. Itsuki moved to handle the next beast. The third one was, he was currently inside its mouth. Sharp teeth were about to bite down. The spirit beast's mouth slammed shut without a gap, but its head was gone in an instant. Itsuki was settling the score from inside, let's see me pull your guts out. Activate full power Lotus Burst. The spirit beast's mouth began to glow with fire. Fire power erupted from within, and its body exploded into fragments. System notification. Defeated level 15 Purgatory Colossus with Lotus Burst. All skill ranges plus 1%, current total, plus 1101%. Elapsed time, 13 seconds. Points earned, 15,000. Suryo Fujiwara couldn't believe his eyes, that was the skill that blew away all those candidates in phase 1. Itsuki thought to himself as he saw the notification, mana at 310. My mana has completely hit rock bottom. But as long as the Calamity Spirit Beasts keep appearing, the passive effect of mana sensing will replenish my mana. System display, mana sensing level 1. Passive effect, when a hostile unit is detected, restore 10% mana. Facing Itsuki were high-level spirit beasts, Nightmare grade phase 4, for level 15 Purgatory Colossi. Kill points, 20,000. Current mana, 124/310. Detected 4 hostile units, restoring 40% mana. Suryo Fujiwara commented, Phase 4 has begun. If he clears this, he'll surpass you in the past. Hiten Akira admitted, true. Only Kazunari has cleared Phase 4, no one else has. I want to see how far this kid can go. Inside the qualifier, he was somersaulting to dodge the beast strikes. Each time the flight speed of the perfect piercing sphere increased, Itsuki noticed a pattern, accuracy increased as well. If I can push the speed just a bit higher, I'll be able to hit them without closing the distance. My mana is limited, so I can't afford to waste a single perfect piercing sphere. These spirit beasts were linked together by iron chains. He frowned upon discovering this, iron chains. The spirit beast tilted its head and pulled the chain, which meant the perfect piercing sphere thrown at the other one's head missed. Its hand reached out and caught Itsuki. Once caught, he thought, no, I can't find any leverage in this position. The spirit beast's hand squeezed tight, intending to crush Itsuki. His bones were crushed, the pain making him cough up blood as cracks appeared in his skeletal structure. Done with him, it hurled Itsuki into the distance. Covered in blood, he slammed into the ground. Suryo Fujiwara worriedly yelled, Akira, go help him. He was stunned, unable to believe it. Is this as far as he goes? Hiten Akira recalled his own past appearance, just like me back then. Just as you were about to move, I'll go save him. Nento stopped him once again. Wait, he had absolute faith. Itsuki hasn't given up yet. Suryu Fujiwara spoke up indignantly. Nento, this isn't the time to talk about whether he's given up. Uchiha added, exactly. If we don't intervene, Itsuki will die. Hiten Akira joined in, he's in a hopeless situation. Nento stood calmly against the criticism, but I know he still has a trump card. Suryu Fujiwara was shocked, a trump card? How could you know? He emphasized, that's not the look of someone who has accepted his fate. Itsuki doesn't give up easily. To kill it, I have done everything possible to train myself. System display, activate super mimicry, continue analysis. He remembered the battle with Kinoshita Reiji. Super mimicry had activated on his skill, but he decided to cancel it at the last second. Analysis progress, 99%. Canceling the analysis then was to be ready for a situation just like this. When progress hit 100%, the system reminded, analysis of rank B skill, purple lightning cannon complete. Obtained lightning rupture level 2. Uchiha cheered happily, look, the blue lotus. Suryu Fujiwara, seeing this for the first time, couldn't help but be curious, is that another one of his skills? But how does that lotus help in this situation? Hiten Akira suspiciously glanced at her expression. Uchiha was very happy. Did she know something? Itsuki's notification updated, lightning rupture level 2. Active effect, can absorb lightning type attacks of rank B and below. When releasing absorbed lightning energy, personal speed increases by 100%. Absorption capacity, 0/5. Passive effect, each time a rank B lightning attack is absorbed, speed increases by 10%. Current total, plus 15%. His hand was covered in black armor, he clenched his fist and began absorbing the power. System notification, obtained lightning rupture level 2. All stats plus 20. Removes all negative effects and restores all wounds. The spirit beast's descending fist was blocked by the blue lotus. Itsuki had no time to play with it anymore, that was enough of a warm-up. From now on, I'm going all out. His stat info refreshed, attack, 330, plus 20, speed, 330, plus 20, defense, 330, plus 20, mana, 330, plus 20. Total, 1320, plus 80. Suryu Fujiwara was stunned, he was beaten to near death but fully recovered in seconds. That healing power, it's better than a spearman's. From that crazy AoE move to this, just how many broken skills does he have? As the perfect piercing sphere tore through its head, the system reminded, defeated level 15 Purgatory Colossus. Perfect piercing sphere speed plus 200%. As another was destroyed, the same notification repeated. System display, successfully cleared Nightmare Grade Phase 4. Elapsed time, 31 seconds. Kill points, 20,000. Watching their corpses fall behind him, Itsuki felt confident in his current power, no matter how many Purgatory Colossi appear, I will still win. Itsuki charged into a Colossus massacre. System notification, defeated level 15 Purgatory Colossus. Perfect piercing sphere speed plus 200%. The next perfect piercing sphere flew through a Colossus's head, perfect piercing sphere speed, 27 meters per second value increase, 2700%. The next one was pierced through the chest, successfully cleared Nightmare Grade Phase 5. Elapsed time, 57 seconds. Kill points, 25,000. The next was pierced vertically from below, successfully cleared Nightmare Grade Phase 6. Elapsed time, 1 minute 34 seconds. Kill points, 30,000. This scene was enough to terrify those watching through the screens. Looking at the pile of colossi stacked high, someone couldn't help but exclaim, this place is a wasteland. I'm starting to wonder who the real monster is, Itsuki or the Purgatory Colossi. Itsuki noticed, where is the next phase? Hey, the Purgatory Colossi aren't appearing. Suryu Fujiwara hadn't regained his composure, unbelievable. I can't believe what I'm seeing. He pressed the red control button at his side, then spoke into the mic to announce, Itsuki, it's over. You've defeated all the Purgatory Colossi we prepared. Looking at the small mountain of corpses, Suryu Fujiwara repeated, you've cleared all the purgatory colossi we prepared. Itsuki couldn't believe it, I killed them all. I thought there was no limit to the difficulty. He walked over the heap of giants' bodies. I don't remember how many I killed or how many points I earned. Since I hit the limit, the gap between me and Kazunari Satsumi probably isn't that large. Moreover, I achieved the other goal of increasing the flight speed of the perfect piercing sphere, so that's not bad. System notification, you defeated 11 level 15 purgatory colossi. Perfect piercing sphere speed plus 1100%. Perfect piercing sphere speed, 38 meters per second value increase, 3800%. Itsuki compared it, 38 meters per second is faster than a normal car. Suddenly, strange surges of energy appeared behind him. Itsuki quickly glanced back, on high alert. Finding no danger, he exhaled, I thought there was another one. Right, I completely forgot. Since I can't level up, the experience from the spirit beasts killed here will turn into karma stones. Behind him was a massive karma stone, as big as a person. Suryu Fujiwara was startled, is that a karma stone? Why would it appear in the assessment area? If it's blue, it contains at least 10,000 experience points. Nento revealed, Itsuki cannot absorb experience points, so any experience released will turn into a karma stone like that. Hiten Akira realized, I thought his fixed level was because he was hiding his stats, but it turns out he really can't level up. Suryu Fujiwara understood, if Itsuki teams up with someone and enters a sub-dungeon, that teammate could absorb all the experience. I'm glad that kid is human. If he were a spirit beast, I wouldn't dare imagine it. He took the karma stone, and it shrunk to the size of a palm. Itsuki walked toward the gate, I've done what I needed to do. Time to head out. The heavy gate slowly creaked open. Suryu Fujiwara cheered, he's coming out. As Itsuki stepped out, the system displayed, Itsuki has completed qualifier round 2. Points earned, 106,600. Elapsed time, 3 minutes 55 seconds. Rank, 1. He walked toward him and proposed, Itsuki, I watched your performance. You truly have potential. Want to come with me? I guarantee I'll recommend a mentor worthy of you. Itsuki refused without hesitation, I appreciate the offer, but I already have a master, so it's not necessary. Suryu Fujiwara asked suspiciously, don't you understand? So what if you have a master? No ordinary person can guide a young talent like you. It would be much better to follow me. I have the connections and resources. Hiten Akira reminded him, he said he doesn't need it. If you keep forcing it, you'll make him hate you. The other man was stubborn, do you think I'll give up that easily? Are you going to let Itsuki's talent be ruined by someone else? Itsuki had an impression of him, you dealt with Kinoshida's subordinates back then. Hiten Akira said casually, don't worry about that. I only handled the rule breakers. Besides, he is Nento's disciple, there's no reason to try and persuade him anymore. Right? Suryu Fujiwara was shocked, what did you say? Whose disciple? Itsuki spoke to him politely, thank you for that time. The man still couldn't believe his ears, Itsuki is Nento's disciple. Nento confirmed it from behind, yes, that's right. He froze, it turned out the monster that suddenly appeared was Nento's disciple. Itsuki finally had time to greet Nento, master. He was very satisfied with today's performance, well done. I watched your performance very closely. You aren't injured anywhere, are you? If you are, I'll have Ajiha heal you. Ajiha blurted out unhappily, he was even planning to challenge stage 7. You'd better not bring any wounds back here. Itsuki explained, I'm not injured, just running low on stamina. A bit of rest and I'll be fine. Suryu Fujiwara felt more psychologically balanced after hearing that, if he's Nento's disciple, then it makes sense. Another disciple of his also wiped out all the calamity spirit beasts we prepared. Do you know who that person is? Itsuki asked. Did Kazunari Satsumi reach phase 6 too? Suryu Fujiwara denied it, no. Back then, phase 4 was the highest, so we raised it to phase 6 afterward. But if that's still not enough, I suppose we'll have to raise it to phase 8. He calmly requested, just sit down and watch with the other candidates. Round 2 is just beginning for them. Inside the qualifier, Rimoro's progress at the difficult grade hit 100%. His hands trembled with fatigue from fighting the Thunder Rhino. I can't even lift my arms anymore. It seems Nightmare grade is just too far out of reach. System notification, Harino Rimoro ends the round 2 challenge. Elapsed time, 17 minutes 17 seconds. Points earned, 1600. On Seo's side, her strength was also depleting as her difficult grade progress reached 100%. She wearily held up a Thunder Rhino encased in water. I don't have high damage skills, so I'm just trying to suffocate it by trapping it in a seamless water sphere. But this takes too long and my mana is nearly dry. The next difficulty is impossible. When her energy ran out, system notification, Seo ends the round 2 challenge. Elapsed time, 19 minutes 1 second. Points earned, 1600. Itsuki was surprised. Rimoro and Seo are giving up at the difficult grade. I thought they could keep going. Suryu reminded him, don't think everyone is as strong as you. Most candidates can't even clear the common grade. Those two defeated the Thunder Rhino so quickly, they'll definitely be in the top 10. He wondered, they've technically failed to continue, so why haven't they come out yet? The man replied, unless they're severely injured or there are special circumstances, candidates cannot leave the test zone. You, however, were an exception. Hiten Akira looked at the screen with interest. It seems another candidate has climbed to the Nightmare grade. He predicted, with his rare ritual artifact, Kikuj will probably take down at least one Purgatory Colossus. The Shikigami summoner Shion Akagami has also made it this far. Their prowess is quite impressive. As the Colossus near Shion prepared to attack her, it suddenly froze in place. In an instant, Shion's cat dragged the remaining Colossus over, redirecting it toward the one currently attacking her. The two beasts proceeded to slaughter each other. Itsuki asked doubtfully, a Shikigami can change its form? Can a Jiha's bitch deep do that too? Ajiha denied it, no. This is the first time I've seen one with transformation abilities. Shikigami have many types, their powers are truly full of mysteries. Be especially careful if you ever encounter another Shikigami summoner from now on. He thought of the death dog. Up close, Shikigami look quite powerful. I've been ignoring the death dog I stole from Charles all this time. From now on, I'll dump all the experience stones that drop into it. He thought to himself, Seo and Rimoro have given up. There's no need to stay here, let's go. But Itsuki had to change his mind when he saw something. Iberia's battle was still not over. Looking at the mysterious armor, Itsuki asked in surprise, Iberia, what is that armor? Is it from your father? The boy thought to himself, this is the strongest epic artifact the old man ever made for me. System information displayed, epic grade dragon armor. Attack and speed increase by 100. Epic effect, after 1 minute of being equipped, attack and speed increase by an additional 20. Maximum stack limit reached at 15 minutes. Iberia understood well, this artifact is sentient and chooses its own master. I had to go through a lot of trouble to get it. It adds 20 to attack and speed for every minute equipped. But wearing it for more than 15 minutes triggers insane penalties. I have to finish this within 15 minutes. The notification displayed, stats increased, current bonus, attack plus 120, speed plus 120. He deduced that the notification about the Nightmare grade clear earlier meant Itsuki-san had worked even harder, so he shouldn't be a hindrance. His friend's victory added to Iberia's strength. He blurred toward the Colossus and slammed a foot into its face, determined not to embarrass Itsuki. We are the E-duo, after all. Seeing this from the outside, Itsuki smiled and remarked, he's really going all out, isn't he? The mechanical announcement voice rang out, round 2 has ended. Suryu Fujiwara declared, only the top 10 scorers will proceed to the national tournament finals. Additionally, the top 2 will receive special rewards during the final round. Kikuj lay flat on the ground to rest, feeling utterly confident. Besides Kana, no one has more points than me. That special reward is definitely mine. Suryu Fujiwara reminded them, now, announcing the top 10. The information board displayed, first, Itsuki with 3 minutes 55 seconds, total points over 100,000. Second, Kana with 23 minutes 43 seconds, nearly 17,000 points. Third, Kikuj with 24 minutes 15 seconds, total nearly 7,000 points. Fourth, Iberia with 27 minutes 59 seconds, total points tied with Kikuj. Then followed Cheyenne Akagami, Rimuru, and Seo. The others were stunned, over 100,000 points. Even the top pro only had about 60,000. With a score like that, he'll easily take the national first place, right? Each Purgatory Colossus is 5,000 points, how many did he kill to get 100,000? Kikuj was shocked reading the rankings. What? I'm third. Who is this Itsuki guy? I've never even heard of him. Kana blurted out, Itsuki. I really want to cross swords with him. Seo said sadly, the gap between me and Itsuki is so huge. I guess I'm not suited for a close combat class after all. Tsuruyu Fujiwara shouted joyfully, the regional qualifiers have ended. The national rankings are in. Itsuki is leading in first place, surpassing second place by a staggering 65,000 points. Ajiha glanced at the masked Nento, regretting she couldn't see his face but sensing her father was very happy. The new sun of humanity was shining brighter and brighter. Iberia was ecstatic at the news, over 100,000 points. I knew Itsuki would be first, but I put on a performance worthy of the Iduo name. Beside him lay the corpse of a colossus. Itsuki stepped up to praise him, yeah, you did great. You really surprised me. Iberia's eyes were spinning with exhaustion, but he still smiled and asked, right? In the arena, Tsuruyu Fujiwara officially announced, the 21st Salvation Alliance National Tournament qualifiers have concluded. Itsuki carried an unconscious Iberia out of the qualifier zone. At that moment, in a luxurious room at the Southern Continent Army Base 1, an old man sat motionless with his eyes closed. Cory asked unhappily, we were dragged out here at the crack of dawn just to watch an old man meditate. The person next to her warned her to mind her tongue, that is the Supreme Commander of the Southern Continent. He has the ability to foresee the future, he is a prophet. The person they were waiting for was the Southern Continent's Supreme Commander, Bulgar. Cory was confused, then why is the barrier always erected before the announcement is made? If he can really predict the future, tell us where the points will drop before it happens. He explained, it's true that Elder Bulgar can only foresee a small part of the future, but he is still a monumental figure for humanity, the only one who can stand on equal footing with the Northern Continent's Supreme Commander, Nento. Suddenly, Bulgar's eyes snapped open, sweat pouring like rain down his aged face. He shouted, it's him. Because his prophecies were 100% accurate. Bulgar collapsed to his knees, mumbling, the Northern Continent. Two disciples rushed to support him. Elder Bulgar, are you all right? Bulgar rasped, the Northern Continent is in danger. He gasped in terror, a massive spirit beast invasion is about to hit the Northern Continent, including several over level 100. Night fell, and outside was a picture of peace. He checked his stats, finally, my total stats have surpassed 1500. Itsuki's updated info, Itsuki, human level fixed 0, class, eraser, talent, high grade nirvana. Skills, rank C super mimicry, level 2 lightning rupture / thunder shockwave, level 2 black ice wall, level 2 lotus burst, level 2 perfect piercing sphere, level 1 mana sensing, level 1 shikigami devour. Stats, attack 330, speed 380, plus 35%, defense 462, plus 40%, mana 330. Total, 1502. Itsuki remembered, I heard that every time you level up, you get 50 stat points. System reminder, level up, received 50 stat points. Please decide where to allocate them. He calculated, 1,500 is roughly equivalent to level 30 for a normal awakened. Speed and defense can increase infinitely through skill passives. When the notification updated, speed plus 10%, defense plus 10%. Itsuki thought about mana, my mana also recovers infinitely thanks to mana sensing's passive, but attack is the only thing I have no way to increase. No way at all. A voice called from behind, cooking's done. He turned his head to look. Rimuru, wearing an apron, called out, Itsuki, I made many of your favorite dishes. Beside him was Seo. He felt secretly happy, this is enough for now. Super mimicry might eventually snag a skill that raises the attack stat. They gathered around a lavish meal, with Nento sitting at the head of the table. Itsuki remarked, "It's been a long time since I've had Rimura's home-cooked food." Itsuki glanced around. "Where's Iberia?" "Still sleeping." Ajiha reported the situation. "I treated him earlier and all his wounds are gone. But it seems he pushed himself to the absolute limit, so he's still in a deep sleep." Rimuru added, "Even so, I'm still amazed. A nightmare grade that even Seo and I couldn't clear, and a level 0 like him conquered it." Seo snorted, "He's misunderstood. Is my cooking so good it made you emotional enough to make a sound?" she teased. A person with a gloomy aura appeared behind him. Rimuru looked back. "Is something behind me?" He saw the person was famished. "Food, give me food." Rimuru fell off his chair in a fright. Seeing Iberia eating like a ravenous beast, he scolded with hands on his hips, "You scared the life out of me. Sneaking up like that is bad for my heart. And why are you eating in someone else's seat?" The boy finished a large bowl of rice, his head still bowed. Rimuru was spooked a second time. "What's wrong? Are you mad at me?" He looked like a child as he licked his lips and said happily, "Delicious." The other exhaled, "Back to normal. You should be grateful for my cooking skills." Iberia asked with a bright smile, "You cooked this? Why don't you quit being an awakened and become a chef? You have more talent in cooking." Rimuru got annoyed again. "Is that a compliment?" Nento suddenly spoke up, "You two also want to become saviors, right? Then I want to ask you something." He posed a question to the two of them. "What is the thing you fear most?" Rimuru rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "The scariest thing is probably the opposite of what I'm looking forward to. My dream is to become a savior, save a lot of money, travel the world while I'm young, and enjoy delicious food. The opposite of that must be aging. Once you get old, you won't have the strength to travel anymore, and your sense of taste might even deteriorate to the point where you can't distinguish flavors." He shook his head vigorously and said with a grimace, "Just thinking about it gives me the creeps." Nento turned his attention to Seo. "And you?" She recounted, "Me? I was born into a family of doctors and grew up in a hospital. In my memory, ever since I was small, I saw many people suffer through illnesses large and small." She had seen patients die right in front of her as a young girl. She continued, "It became an obsession for me, so even a slight cold or fever makes me feel incredibly afraid." Itsuki understood the reason. "So that's why you ran away the other day." "Just because I sneezed a little." He remembered the event and her fearful expression. Nento said, "The awakened have a lifespan about twice as long as normal humans and almost never get sick. You can already say goodbye to the things you fear." Iberia panicked as the man glanced at him. "My turn." He hesitated. "What I used to fear most was not being able to pass the qualifiers. Now I'm afraid of not being able to stand by Itsuki's side anymore." Iberia asked curiously, "Itsuki, what do you fear most?" Itsuki replied, "Why are you suddenly asking me?" Seo looked at him and thought, "I wonder if he fears anything at all." The boy pressed him, "Tell us. You aren't fearless, are you?" Rimuru was also curious. He couldn't imagine Itsuki being afraid of anything. Itsuki opened up, "After my parents died, I was truly worried about how I would continue to live. Helplessness, anger, sadness, hunger, my body was possessed by those negative emotions until Seo and Rimuru appeared before me. Back then, they had approached the young Itsuki with concern. Why are you sitting here crying all alone? The sky is so beautiful, it's a waste to just keep looking down at the ground." Seo sat down to ask, "Do you have a cold? Should we go to the hospital?" While Rimuru held a lunchbox, "Eat something and all your worries will vanish." Itsuki said emotionally, "The warmth I received from those two pulled me out of that negative world. After that, I met my master, Ajiha, and Iberia too." Like having more teammates, everyone present looked at Itsuki gently. He compared them, "Or like my family from before. I haven't felt this sense of security in a long time. Sometimes I wish this moment could last forever more than anything else. I have always been afraid of having to live life all alone." Ajiha blushed and thought, "Itsuki's current atmosphere, it's very calm and peaceful. It's completely different from that spine-chilling feeling from before." Iberia hugged him emotionally. "Itsuki, I will absolutely never leave your side." Itsuki denied it. "No, that's not what I meant." Nento explained, "The reason I asked was to confirm whether, when you become saviors and face real danger, you will regret choosing this path. For a savior, regret is the one thing you must absolutely never allow to happen. Remember this well. A death without regrets is the goal of every savior. They agreed in unison, yes, I will etch that into my heart. He stood up, left them with one last word, and departed, then finish your meal quickly and go rest. Seo and Remora have to head back to District B tomorrow. The next morning, they saw their two friends off. Iberia waved, treat me to your home cooking again next time. Remora agreed immediately, sure, leave it to me. As long as you don't cause trouble for Itsuki. Seo waved goodbye, see you at the national tournament. Watching him sob beside him, Itsuki asked curiously, since when did you and Remora get so close? Nento turned back to urge them, we should head back too. He suddenly thought, speaking of which, there was something I wanted to ask Seo, I suppose I can ask during the national tournament. Itsuki was surprised to see someone running toward them from a distance, Ajiha. Why does she look so hurried? Nento asked, what is it? She panted, rushing to deliver the news, there is a top-secret report from the southern continent. He had a bad premonition, what kind of report? Ajiha couldn't speak freely there, this top-secret info has a very high security clearance. It can only be revealed to saviors over level 50 and continental commanders. Nento gave his permission, it's fine, go ahead. It's okay for these two to know. Continue. Ajiha got straight to the point, a new prophecy has just been delivered by the southern continent commander, Elder Bulgar. It appears that a large-scale attack by the Calamity Spirit Beasts will take place in the northern continent within the next 3 days. Itsuki was shocked, Elder Bulgar. Is that prophecy reliable? To which Iberia replied that as far as he knew, Elder Bulgar was the most renowned prophet across all 5 continents, and his prophecies were almost guaranteed to become reality. Ajiha suggested that her father should leave the northern continent immediately, but Nento surmised there must be a reason for such a massive offensive, noting it was highly likely that he, the Supreme Commander, was their target. Therefore, if I stay here, I will certainly serve as an excellent decoy. Ajiha disagreed, arguing that he wasn't a combat specialist and shouldn't take such a risk if he knew he was the target, suggesting they evacuate to the central continent first. Itsuki agreed, adding that if they were short on people, he would stay and fight. The old man refused to listen, stating his decision was final and telling Itsuki he had another task for him, which made the boy wonder what could be more important than protecting his master. Nento brought up Iberia's father, explaining that Aiden was the most outstanding blacksmith in all 5 continents and it would be disastrous if anything happened to him, so he wanted Itsuki and Iberia to take responsibility for his protection with support from other awakened. Iberia was surprised by the mobilization of a special task force just for his old man, while Itsuki wondered if his master was simply trying to keep him away from the main battlefield. Seeing his children were unhappy, Nento reminded Ajiha that he had 3 specific requests for her. He issued a series of commands. First, to notify the residents of the northern continent about the upcoming attack and have awakened below level 50 evacuate civilians to safety. Next, to put all awakened above level 50 on high alert to deal with the spirit beasts at any moment. Finally, have Hiten Akira come here. In this sparsely populated North District 1, we won't have to worry about civilian casualties during the fight, we will face them head-on right here. The next day, Ajiha reported that she had arranged everything as instructed and that Hiten Akira would arrive soon. Nento expressed his regret for all the trouble. Ajiha remained silent and sad, not wanting to talk. Nento read her mood and asked if she was worried, noting that even though Aiden already had experienced guards, his plan was for her to wipe out the small fries and lure out the boss. Ajiha admitted, as expected of you, father. You see through everything. He revealed the prophecy stated a spirit beast of level 100 or higher would appear, making it inevitable that they would have to reveal all their trump cards. Ajiha understood that if Itsuki fought such a beast with his current style, his power would be exposed and the enemy would prioritize eliminating him. Nento added another reason. Looking at his battles so far, it seemed Itsuki lacked raw attack power, and rumors said Aiden possessed an artifact that could boost it. If he can absorb that artifact, from attack and defense to mana, Nento predicted, a perfect awakened who possesses everything will be born. The first day of the prophecy, 8 p.m. In every district of the northern continent, the curtain rose on the invasion as stone pillars fell like rain. In North District B, Itsuki picked up his pace and asked Iberia how much further it was to his house, and the boy estimated it was about 100 kilometers away. Itsuki urged him on, saying it wouldn't be strange for a spirit beast to attack at any moment and they needed to reach Aiden urgently. Suddenly, Iberia pointed in terror and screamed, "Itsuki, look!" Itsuki stopped in his tracks as he saw a black cloud covering the sky, with bursts of firepower crashing down. Iberia yelled that the stone pillars were falling right into the urban areas. They could only watch as a pillar slammed into the high-rise buildings. Itsuki thought grimly that since the news was just released, people must still be evacuating. If spirit beasts arrived during such panic, massive casualties were unavoidable. A spirit beast was approaching, and someone screamed for people to run, cursing that the pillars had arrived even earlier than Elder Bulgar had predicted. Iberia was anxious, noting that the barrier was forming and that if they left the civilians, there would be many deaths, but helping them would hinder their mission. Itsuki pondered that Iberia was exhausted from the long trip yet hadn't asked for a rest once, clearly worried about his father. He assumed if he suggested saving the people, Iberia would refuse. To his surprise, Iberia requested, "Itsuki, please go support them. The spirit beasts inside the barrier are at least level 20. If no high-level awakened help, many people will die." Itsuki agreed, "Understood. Change of plans, we'll eliminate the spirit beasts inside the city first." In the city, a massive foot of a spirit beast slammed down with a loud boom. It was a fire puppet, level 21, its entire body engulfed in flames. Yama encouraged his team, noting they were level 15s and 16s and it would be hard, but they still stood a chance against a level 20 beast. Yama, possessing the rank C skill stone shield, tried to stay calm and told the others not to break formation, promising to block its attacks. As the firepower approached, he yelled for the others to find an opening and counterattack. A single punch from the beast sent Yama flying backward. The impact shattered the wall behind him. Yama rasped in disbelief. His teammates fell into despair, realizing that if their best defender was taken out instantly, they stood no chance. Someone fled, screaming that fighting such a thing was suicide, while another shouted a warning. Nam-Ki sneered coldly, telling the others they should be more worried about themselves. Only then did he feel the danger closing in from behind. Nam-Ki fired a blast at it while begging for his life. He used the rank C skill water cannon. Looking at the crater before him, Nam-Ki wondered when the thing had gotten behind him. Realizing he had blurted out pathetic words in fear, he tried to regain his composure, thinking that as a water elementalist, he was the natural enemy of fire spirit beasts. The others crept forward to check, thinking he had actually succeeded in offering to finish it off. Nam-Ki stopped them, insisting that since he defeated it alone, he should be the one to deal the killing blow. The spirit beast resurrected, flames surging from its body. A terrified Nam-Ki screamed at his teammates to kill it. Seeing the sea of fire approaching, they felt their end was near, wondering what that giant flame was. At the ultimate second, Itsuki appeared and used black ice wall to create a shield and block the firepower. Iberia stood behind him and announced they should leave this place to the Iduo. Itsuki instructed Iberia to evacuate the civilians while he handled the beast, and the boy replied with a bright, "Understood." System display, black ice wall, defense plus 10% for blocking a rank B fire skill. The onlookers buzzed about them blocking a massive flame so easily, asking if they were saviors. Itsuki replied that they weren't yet, but one day he would be stronger than Kazunari, which Nam-Ki dismissed as arrogant talk from a kid. Iberia criticized them for needing to be saved by a kid, while Nam-Ki stubbornly insisted he hadn't asked for help. A spectator was shocked, wondering if a common awakened could really face that beast and if the ice armor was an artifact. Itsuki thought back to his master's warning before they left. Nento had reminded him that while his black sphere caused massive damage, it took time to cast and wasn't very fast against truly strong beasts, warning that if he missed the first shot, the enemy would be on guard. Therefore, try to avoid using that move in future battles. Keep it as a trump card for when it truly matters. He evaluated the situation, realizing he couldn't use the perfect piercing sphere in front of a crowd. The people behind him continued to gossip about his armor and his rank. Itsuki lunged forward for close combat, deciding to defeat it with brute force. Lightning coiled around Itsuki's fist. System update, activated thunder shockwave. He teleported toward its head. The entire spirit beast was sent flying backward. It crashed to the ground, struggling to get back up. Itsuki gave it no chance. His entire body became massive as he was enveloped in black ice wall, leaping from above toward the beast's head. The stomp made the ground shake and shockwaves spread out. Everyone watching began to doubt reality, wondering how the spirit beast was being totally suppressed and speculating if it had been previously injured, noting Itsuki looked only 18. Someone broke into a cold sweat. They were in disbelief that a level 21 fire puppet couldn't even fight back, wondering who this boy was. Seeing Itsuki had disappeared from his sight, one asked where he went. Someone in the back recounted that he had left with the blonde boy immediately after winning. Nam-ki tried to take credit, claiming the boy only won because Nam-ki had already drained the beast's health. A level 15 teammate marveled that even he couldn't track Itsuki's speed or match his bare-handed power, noting that level 0 boy was comparable to a level 30. Itsuki was still unsatisfied with his performance, thinking that failing to finish it instantly was a problem and deciding he must increase his attack power at all costs. Day 1, 10:30 p.m., Iberia ran after Itsuki, excitedly marveling at his speed, but Itsuki simply remarked that speed was meaningless without power. Stopping at a safe place, a panting Iberia hesitantly admitted he had never thought about it like that. He said there was an effective way to raise his strength, and a curious Itsuki asked him to elaborate. Iberia guaranteed that his father's warehouse was full of artifacts and surely had some to boost attack power, suggesting Aiden would be willing to give one to Nento's disciple. He began to daydream with a creepy smile about Itsuki equipping an artifact, prompting Itsuki to ask what on earth he was imagining. Iberia told him they should leave and he would have his father prepare a suitable artifact. Itsuki pondered that even though he had held back his speed, Iberia was clearly struggling just to keep up. Itsuki suddenly picked Iberia up. The boy was startled and asked what he was doing, only for Itsuki to tell him not to push himself since he wouldn't have the strength to fight if they encountered a beast. With that, he leapt away with Iberia in his arms, while the boy complained that he wasn't ready. He remarked that he was too fast, but Itsuki didn't slow down, saying they had already delayed too much. Day 1 of the prophecy, 11:05 p.m., a wooden house stood in the deep forest under the moonlight. They arrived shortly, and Iberia stretched his sore limbs, complaining that his arms felt like they were falling off. Itsuki observed the house and asked why he lived so deep in the woods when the city was safer, and the boy replied that his father found the city too noisy to focus on crafting. He warned not to let the dilapidated look fool him as the defenses were top tier with dozens of traps. Itsuki realized that was why he had sensed faint mana fluctuations and activated his mana sensing. Iberia led the way, telling Itsuki he wouldn't trigger anything if he followed closely. Itsuki silently thought he could avoid them himself using mana sensing anyway. Iberia strode ahead confidently while Itsuki hesitantly tried to warn him about a specific spot, but the boy was too busy feeling proud about leading the way. A small switch was hidden under the leaves. Iberia stepped on it carelessly. Realizing he'd triggered a trap, he panicked, saying he'd forgotten about it in his excitement. Itsuki asked in disbelief if this was really his house. The ground began to shake violently. Iberia cursed that it was the most troublesome trap, while Itsuki noted the mana fluctuations were growing stronger. An epic-grade iron golem rose from the ground, attack 500, speed 300, defense 500, mana 200. Itsuki was stunned and blurted out, wondering if the man even possessed humanoid artifacts. The iron golem threw a punch at Iberia before he could react. Itsuki rushed over, shoved him aside, and faced the golem head-on. He used his fist to block its strike. He couldn't hold it for long and was blown back, skidding across the ground to a halt. He realized an artifact had a higher attack than him and he couldn't destroy it with his sphere since it was his friend's father's property. A tense Itsuki asked Iberia if there was a way to stop it, and the boy told him to aim for the core stone on its chest. He explained it was its power source and destroying it would stop the golem. Itsuki looked and immediately spotted the core stone. Itsuki activated Thunder Shockwave, his body covered in electricity as he told himself that even if he was weaker, he was faster. He suddenly fired a powerful current at the iron golem. He easily dodged as it repeatedly slammed its iron fists toward him, taking advantage of the golem's single-minded attack and lack of defense. Itsuki blurred behind it to confuse its reflexes and seized the opportunity to pluck the core stone from its chest. Without its power source, the iron golem went still as expected. As Itsuki held up the stone and asked Iberia if that was enough, a black silhouette appeared behind him with glowing red eyes, preparing a sword strike. Iberia screamed for Yosuke to stop. Sensing the anomaly, Itsuki turned just as the sword was swinging down. The man stopped just in time upon hearing Iberia. Itsuki stared at the blade nearly touching his face, wondering when the man had arrived. Yosuke explained to Iberia that he thought some bandits were breaking in. Itsuki stared at him, thinking that he hadn't sensed any mana fluctuations when he was being targeted. Yosuke looked back and asked who he was. Seeing the sword disappear in an instant, Itsuki was again surprised, thinking the blade had vanished. Iberia stepped in front of Itsuki and introduced him to Yosuke as his strong level 0 teammate, but Itsuki cut him off to ask where his father was. Iberia asked Yosuke where the old man was, and the man replied that the master was behind them but warned them to be careful. He said the master was in a bad mood, just as Aiden approached silently with a furious expression. Seeing him, Iberia immediately boasted that he had passed the qualifiers. He reminded him of their deal and how he had cleared the nightmare grade and ranked 4th, asking to choose an artifact. Without a word, Aiden slapped Iberia hard. With tears in his eyes, the boy clutched his face and asked why he'd been hit. Red-faced with rage, Aiden yelled for him to hand over the dragon armor, accusing him of stealing it. Iberia stubbornly yelled back that he only borrowed the epic artifact and asked if he really had to be hit. Aiden pointed a finger and warned that wearing it too long causes irreversible damage, threatening not to go easy next time. A huffy Iberia threw his bag down, snapped that he would never use his father's artifacts again, and stormed off. While Itsuki was staring blankly after Iberia, Aiden called his name, and he introduced himself as Tenma Itsuki. Itsuki went straight to the point, explaining the prophecy of the spirit beast invasion and that his master ordered him to escort Aiden. The man cut him off, saying he'd already heard about it. Aiden spoke with a hint of contempt, wondering why Nento, who rarely took disciples, would take such a normal-looking teenager. But then he suddenly froze, his eyes bulging in shock. He couldn't believe Itsuki's level was a fixed 0 and checked his information. Tenma Itsuki, human, level fixed 0, eraser class, stats and skills hidden. Aiden asked if he was using an artifact to hide his stats, but the boy said not exactly. He realized that must be why Nento wanted that specific artifact. Aiden approached, noting Itsuki's master always demanded something in return, but Itsuki said he was only told to escort him and hadn't heard about a reward. He was surprised to hear that Nento had contacted Aiden and demanded a specific artifact in exchange. Itsuki insisted he would protect him even without a reward. Aiden stopped him, curious why Nento would insist on a defective product when he had so many other items. Itsuki asked what he meant by defective. Aiden remembered creating the artifact as a masterpiece meant to push an Awaken's attack power to the absolute limit. Unique grade critical hit crystal, doubling attack on critical hits with a 99% crit rate. He recalled the moment a crack suddenly appeared in the artifact. He pulled the artifact out and explained further that its rank had become undetermined, and a mysterious effect had been added. Glitched critical crystal, rank, undetermined, effect, attack power is multiplied by 10 when landing a critical hit, critical rate, 0%, plus 1% every time an enemy with higher attack power than the user is defeated. Glitched effect. The critical rate resets to 0 every time the user levels up, so the critical rate 1 works so hard to build would vanish. With every level gain, it's completely useless for a normal awakened. Exactly. That's why I refused when he asked for this piece of junk, but looking at your stats, I understand why now. Itsuki held the artifact in his hands. He stared intently at the item in his hand while Aiden continued speaking. You're pretty special, aren't you? I don't know how you get stronger, but since you don't level up, this artifact is a perfect match for you. Power from the artifact exploded around Itsuki, but the outpouring of energy was so intense it made him let out a roar, veins bulging across his face. Since he kept defeating spirit beasts, his critical rate would gradually reach 100%, but in the future, with his attacks being multiplied by 10. World-destroying Iron Fist, equipment, glitched critical crystal, critical rate, 0%. As the power subsided, Itsuki gradually returned to normal and began to ponder his strategy. So the critical rate only increases when I defeat an opponent with higher attack stats. That's going to be a bit tough, but I'll come up with a strategy after we get through this sweep. Glitched critical crystal, rank, undetermined, effect, attack power is multiplied by 10 when landing a critical hit, critical rate, 0%, plus 1% every time an enemy with higher attack power than the user is defeated. Glitched effect, the critical rate resets to 0 every time the user levels up. Aiden looked at him seriously. It looks like it's been equipped properly. It really is compatible with you. To be honest, I've had a lot of trouble with my low attack power, so this helps a lot. Thanks, Aiden. After speaking, the man turned and walked away with a wave of his hand. I create the artifacts, and everyone else uses them to fight those calamitous spirit beasts. We're both doing this for the survival of humanity. There's no need for thanks. Unless someone knew my location beforehand, there's no way the beasts would attack such a remote place like this. For now, you should get some rest. But before he could take more than a few steps, a violent noise erupted behind Aiden, making him jump. A massive meteor plummeted straight toward the forest where they were taking shelter. It created a terrifying pressure, forcing everyone to shield their faces and back away. Iberia immediately ran out, shouting in a panic, "What was that? What's going on?" He turned pale, unable to believe his eyes. A barrier. A barrier appeared right in front of them. Why is there a barrier here? Aiden thought to himself grimly, only the commanders-in-chief of the 5 continents knew his location, so was a stone pillar falling here just a coincidence, or? Bakuto immediately went on high alert, spreading his arms to shield the others. "Get back. The spirit beasts are coming, they're heading right this way." Itsuki stared at the barrier with a sharp, cold gaze. "I can feel it, something is approaching at an incredible speed." From a distance, the heavy footsteps of spirit beasts echoed rapidly, 6 of them. They were rushing in at a terrifying speed. No, 8. As soon as they arrived, the beasts immediately lunged to attack. One-horned demon, 3088, swift-horned demon, level 14, they're here. But in a split second, he blocked the beast strike with a chilling look in his eyes. Itsuki immediately drove his blade through the spirit beast as blood splattered everywhere, activating Black Ice Wall. The beast was taken down instantly, but the others continued to swarm in for the attack. He nimbly dodged the spirit beast's onslaught. Against enemies of this level, no matter how many there are, I can wipe them all out in an instant with Lotus Burst. On the other side, Bakuto continued to fight the horde of beasts without rest. Yusuke could withstand the shockwave from Lotus Burst, but Itsuki glanced at the log cabin behind him, feeling worried. Aiden and Iberia are hiding in the house right back there, and if I use Lotus Burst carelessly, those 2 might be caught in the explosion. Then, he accelerated like a bolt of lightning, charging straight through the pack of spirit beasts ahead. In an instant, they were all cut down. I guess I really am just suited for solo play. Suddenly, Itsuki looked toward the forest and immediately grew alert. Another mana fluctuation, and this one is stronger than the previous ones. Higher-level spirit beasts were approaching. Dual-horned guardian beast 815, level 24 swift-horned demon. A hellish landscape unfolded with churning lava and monsters twisting within a glowing, fiery abyss. The Demon King sat on high, his darkness and overwhelming pressure filling the entire space. We have teleported the first vanguard, including the low-level slaves, to the human world. Which of the 8 Demon Kings should we task with leading the main force? A cold voice echoed through the chamber. Thanks to the eye I left behind during my last descent to the human realm, I have sensed the existence of someone important. Capture him. Another Demon King with a deformed face and 9 eyes appeared. This one had 9 eyes on his head and was truly terrifying. One of the 8 great Demon Kings, Enma Rakuyama. Should we entrust this task to one of the 8 Demon Kings as well? The Demon King sitting above gave a cold command, and Enma Raku immediately knelt to receive the order. A Demon King class might end up destroying the very eye I left behind. I shall entrust this task to a Demon General. As you command. Then he continued, his terrifying gaze scanning the area, and, I will grant full command of the main force to Enshokuma, the Eclipsed Beast. A massive Eclipsed Beast appeared. They usually eat stone, but it had been a long time since it had tasted live human flesh. I'm sure he's nearly starving by now. A scream rang out, startling Itsuki. It was Iberia's voice. Had a spirit beast broken into the house? A monster lunged straight at him, and Itsuki quickly brought both hands up in front of him as the system appeared. Dual-horned guardian beast 815, level 24 swift-horned demon. He furrowed his brows and told himself, if it's come to this, I have no choice but to use that move. The demon swung its arm to attack Itsuki, but he quickly ducked to dodge it. As he raised his hand to form an energy sphere, he thought, its attack power is likely higher than mine, so if I defeat it, I can increase my critical rate. The system appeared again. Glitched critical crystal, rank, undetermined, effect, attack power is multiplied by 10 when landing a critical hit, critical rate, 0%, plus 1% every time an enemy with higher attack power than the user is defeated. Glitched effect, the critical rate resets to 0 every time the user levels up. A beam of purple-black light shot straight into the sky, activating Azure Sphere, piercing orb. The system announced, critical rate plus 1%. Itsuki clenched his fist in thought, it actually increased, just as I thought. A monster slowly emerged behind him. An alert appeared, glitched critical crystal critical rate, 1%. Itsuki shouted, Yusuke. I'm going to take out the beast that broke into the house, I'm leaving the rest to you. He answered with a heavy slash toward a monster, "Leave it to me." Itsuki sprinted straight toward the log cabin. He shoved the door open with force. Inside, Iberia was covered in wounds, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. "It's useless. Without the dragon armor, I can't win." A claw swiped toward him, and Iberia muttered, "If it's come to this." The monster thrust its claws at him, and Iberia cried out at the top of his lungs, "Itsuki, save me." However, the person who appeared was Aiden, who swung his hammer straight into the monster's head. Iberia stared at him blankly, thinking that the old man was a non-combat class but seemed completely unafraid of spirit beasts. Aiden rested the hammer on his shoulder, looked at the monster, and said, "You're a tough one." The monster turned around in a rage to glare at Aiden. He stood there calmly, waiting for the monster's attack. "I'll leave the rest to you." He called out, "Tenma," and Itsuki appeared instantly before the monster's attack could touch Aiden. Itsuki grabbed the monster's wrist tightly. The system appeared, activating Black Ice Strike. A long blade emerged from Itsuki's hand, and he quickly used it to pierce through the monster's body. Itsuki stood up and said to Aiden, "Sorry I'm late, it took a bit of time to deal with the ones outside." The old man calmly asked, "How's the situation out there?" Itsuki looked up and sensed the area. "I can't feel any more mana fluctuations outside." He then replied, "I think Yusuke has wiped out the spirit beasts." Aiden and Iberia stepped outside, and when Iberia saw the monsters lying all over the ground, he shouted in shock, "Did Yusuke do all this by himself?" Yusuke looked up and warned everyone, "Don't get complacent yet. Unless we destroy that barrier, the spirit beasts will continue to spawn from within it indefinitely, and as time passes, they will only get stronger." He turned around and said to Itsuki, "I plan to go destroy that barrier while wiping out as many spirit beasts as possible along the way, but if even one gets past me, you're dead." Itsuki's face darkened and he snapped back angrily, "No, I'll be the one to clear the beasts inside the barrier. Yusuke, you stay here to protect Aiden and Iberia." Seeing this, Aiden was secretly amazed. That look in his eyes, there isn't a shred of fear, instead, he's absolutely brimming with a thirst for battle. He spoke up, "We'll leave the task of destroying the barrier to Tenma." Yusuke questioned him, "If that's a green barrier, the beasts inside will be at least level 25. Are you sure you're strong enough to handle this?" Itsuki, wrapped in a faint layer of white mana, stated firmly, "I'm certain." Then he bolted off, and in a flash of light, Itsuki's silhouette vanished. Itsuki thought to himself, "Finally, I can fight to my heart's content." Iberia stood there and shouted, "If Itsuki is going, then I'm going too. Alright, Yusuke, keep an eye on my old man for me." Aiden commanded coldly, "You're staying put." He immediately protested, "Why? We're a team." Aiden explained, "Quit that team nonsense, it's ridiculous. You and Tenma live in two completely different worlds." Iberia yelled, "We've come so far on this journey together. What do you mean by different worlds?" Aiden shouted back, "A team is meant to support one another and make up for each other's shortcomings." He sternly declared, "But you don't provide any support, you're a burden." At this rate, Aiden continued, making Iberia freeze in fear, "You're going to get Tenma killed." He walked past Iberia and said, "And of course, I'm not just talking about you. Tenma is special, no one in this generation can stand on the same level as him." He said coldly, "Did you see the look in his eyes when he faced the spirit beasts? That look is the look of someone drowned in hatred." On Itsuki's end, the system appeared, Mana Sense, detected 5 enemy units, restoring 50% of the user's mana. Itsuki smirked to himself, 5 spirit beasts, huh? They must have just crawled out of the barrier. Thanks to them, my mana is fully restored. 5 monsters lunged out to block Itsuki's path. Unfazed, he charged forward and shouted, "Get out of my way." An explosion erupted, smoke and fire billowing up. The system then announced, activating Lotus Burst, defeated 5 enemies with Lotus Burst, overall skill scale plus 5%, currently plus 1106%, critical rate 1%, glitched critical crystal critical rate 2%. Itsuki continued to wrap his body in mana, thinking as he ran, "The defense of the dual-horned guardian beast is way too high. It took 80% of my mana just to take it down with Lotus Burst, but I won't let a single one of them touch Iberia or the others." Iberia saw the explosion from a distance. Yusuke quickly stepped in front of him, blocking the shockwave while shouting in surprise, "Where did that explosion come from?" Iberia answered loudly, that's Itsuki's skill. He must have run into spirit beasts in the forest. Yusuke frowned in thought, an explosion of that scale isn't something a mere level 0 should be able to cast. Could the reason Tenma can't level up be a debuff from his talent? On Itsuki's side, he stood before a blue-green screen and thought, so this is the green barrier. It seems these spirit beasts are on a completely different level than the ones I've faced. The system announced, activating Mana Sense. Itsuki muttered, I didn't expect Mana Sense to be blocked. I can't measure the number or strength of the spirit beasts inside. He recalled, come to think of it, Master said you could guess the spirit beasts inside a barrier based on its color. Dark barrier, spirit beasts level 1 to 25, green barrier, spirit beasts level 26 to 50, blue barrier, spirit beasts level 51 to 75, purple barrier, spirit beasts level 76 to pink barrier, spirit beasts level 101 and up. Since it's green, the spirit beasts are between level 26 and 50. Itsuki looked at the mark on his hand and muttered, if I kill them all, they'll drop a ton of experience points. He raised his hand, and petals of light fell to the ground. The system appeared, summoning Shikigami, Shadow Hound. The black dog let out a long howl, and an info panel appeared, Shadow Hound, rank, B, level 16, 0%, skill, Death Scent, rank C, detects all traces of mana in the area to locate and track the source, Will of Death, rank B, significantly reduces respawn time after the Shikigami dies, attack 250, speed 250, defense 150, mana 150. Itsuki stroked it and said, I'll give all that experience to you. He continued inside with it, adding, but until I give the order, don't you dare touch them. He coldly declared, every spirit beast here is my prey. At a garden, Prophecy Day 1, 11:30 p.m., a girl announced, Father, the escort awakened has arrived. A blue-haired man with a long scar on his face bowed, Lord Izumi, from this moment on, First-Class Savior Kei Kurajima, will serve as your guard. He was a level 63 wind elementalist, First-Class Savior Kei Kurajima. The man immediately replied, thank you for coming. The girl wondered, besides him, 5 third-class saviors and 3 second-class saviors have also arrived. Has Akira Hiten not gotten here yet? He replied, I've assigned him to guard the surrounding area. The girl adjusted her glasses and reported, when we spoke on the phone 6 hours ago, he said he was on his way here. However, when I tried calling back 1 and 3 hours later, I couldn't reach him. She continued, massive stone pillars have been falling across the northern province since 8 p.m. tonight, so perhaps he ran into some trouble on the way. The man with a lantern on his head was Nento Izumi. He replied, an ordinary spirit beast wouldn't be able to threaten him. After all, he is one of the 6 pillars of the special class savior team. He said, keep trying to contact him. Only a special class savior can stand against the spirit beasts appearing here. The girl immediately answered, I understand. Kei suddenly spoke up, aren't you overestimating special class saviors a bit? No matter how strong Weijin T and Akira Hiten are, they're still human. He arrogantly declared, I don't believe there's such a massive gap between them and those of us at first class. We might struggle a bit, but there's no way we can't take down a spirit beast that they can. Hearing that, Nento said, confidence is good, but if you think you can stand on the same level as a special class. He continued, it seems it's because you've never fought a truly powerful spirit beast. Suddenly, a massive fireball appeared in the sky. Kei immediately gripped his sword and shouted, it's a stone pillar. A spirit beast is coming. Nento stood up and said calmly, it's finally here. The girl said loudly, it's no use, you can't compare to Hiten. Kei replied snidely, if even a special class can't do it, they aren't worth relying on. Don't worry, we'll wipe them out. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, now I'll prove that a first class is just as strong as a special class. On Itsuki's side, the green barrier glowed brighter and brighter. He entered with the Shadow Hound, observing his surroundings as he walked. The landscape inside the barrier wasn't much different from the outside. He looked into the distance and thought, but there's an aura here that makes me uncomfortable. The system announced, activating Mana Sense. Itsuki pondered, I can feel the mana fluctuations inside the barrier from here, but as expected, I can't get a clear read on the situation outside. It seems the inside and outside of the barrier are separate spaces. The system appeared again, Mana Sense, detected 5 enemy units, restoring 50% mana. Itsuki thought, alright, I've got the general location of the 5 enemy units I just found. He ordered the Shadow Hound, wait here. If you see any spirit beasts trying to run away, you can eat them. It immediately sat down obediently. Itsuki praised, good boy. A notification appeared, activating Thunder Break, Lightning Shockwave. He gave a faint smile and shouted, I should get moving too. Just then, 2 monsters came charging wildly toward him. A bolt of blue lightning struck directly at them. Itsuki appeared and quickly dispatched the monsters. A notification appeared, activating Black Wall, Black Ice Wall. Another bolt of lightning tore through another monster. Lightning bolts continuously tore the monsters' bodies apart. Itsuki charged straight at a massive monster that was baring its claws. He leaped high into the air, creating a purple-black sphere in his hand. The system announced, activating Azure Sphere, Piercing Orb. The sphere was immediately fired, flying straight through the monster's body. He landed on the ground, and a notification appeared, critical rate plus 1%, damaged critical crystal, critical rate, 3%. Itsuki pondered, his critical rate had increased again, now sitting at 3%, as he ran straight toward the light pillar at the center. He calculated that statistically, for every 100 hits, there would be about 3 critical strikes, so he might soon witness his first critical hit. Even so, this was the first time he had seen a stone pillar this close. He calculated silently that if he broke the stone pillar, the barrier would disappear, right, and surely 1 hit would be enough. The system suddenly appeared, detecting 1 enemy unit and restoring 10% of his mana. Itsuki immediately skidded to a halt, realizing there was still 1 more left. He stopped, and a bolt of lightning immediately enveloped his body. Black tentacles lashed out directly toward Itsuki. As they stabbed straight down, he quickly leaned his body to dodge the attack. Itsuki thought to himself that if he hadn't detected the mana fluctuation and remained alert until now, he would have been skewered just a moment ago. He looked toward the distant pillar of light and realized it had been hiding behind the stone pillar. This was it. A blurry figure emerged, and Itsuki silently assessed that it was a different type of spirit beast from the ones before. Meanwhile, outside the green barrier, Iberia stared with wide eyes, still unable to recover from the shock of the explosion. Yusuke advised him that even if Tenma couldn't stop all the spirit beasts, it was too dangerous outside, so he should wait indoors. He asked sadly, Yusuke, will I really cause Itsuki to lose his life one day? Yusuke immediately replied that the master was just exaggerating, so he shouldn't worry too much, but Iberia hesitated, reflecting that he truly seemed to be nothing but a burden. He looked toward the barrier and said that the level of spirit beasts inside a green barrier ranged from 20 to 50, then asked if he had the confidence to defeat a level 26 beast, to which Iberia sadly lowered his head and replied, I'm not sure. Yusuke patted his shoulder and said not to be too sad, as he wasn't calling him weak. When he was Iberia's age, he didn't even have the courage to enter a green barrier and fight spirit beasts. Iberia cried out in surprise, even you, Yusuke, and the man explained that the difference between spirit beasts in a dark barrier and a green barrier wasn't just about their levels. Iberia wondered what else there was, so Yusuke told him that spirit beasts inside a dark realm have no intelligence. They are merely creatures that repeat an endless cycle of slaughter and destruction. He recalled a giant tiger and said they were strong, but with a plan. There were many ways to kill them. However, inside a green barrier, just like us humans, there can exist spirit beasts with intelligence. Inside the barrier, a monster slowly walked toward Itsuki and spoke coldly, did I miss? It seems he has a sensory-type skill. As the system appeared, 4 Directions General 336, Level 34. On this side, Yusuke said that among the young people of Tenma's generation, only a few could stand against a spirit beast of that level, while Itsuki muttered grimly that as he thought, the beasts in this barrier were different from any he had faced before. Yusuke explained that the reason he was a burden to Tenma wasn't because he was immature, but simply because Tenma was far too strong. Itsuki spoke coldly, noting that it had seen through his skills in just a few seconds and, moreover, could speak human language. He had finally met one, an intelligent spirit beast like the ones he had heard about. The monster chuckled dismissively, asking what he was babbling about and if he was begging for his life. It looked at Itsuki and remarked that it thought he was strong, but he turned out to be just a level 0, a coward who could only tremble upon seeing it. He smiled and questioned it, saying he was just excited and had wanted to ask its race something for a long time. Since it could talk, why not give him an answer? It stepped forward and replied that fine, if that was his final wish, it would grant it to him. A flame erupted from Itsuki's body as his eyes flashed a bright red, and he asked loudly, "Do you know what pain feels like?" Hearing the declaration of war, the Four Directions general laughed mockingly, telling him not to be arrogant for a mere human thinking he could cause it pain. It powerfully declared that inflicting pain was their sole privilege. Next, the Four Directions general released tentacles as sharp as knives, sweeping through everything they touched. Meanwhile, Itsuki was looking for a way to get close to it. As fast as a flash, he struck with a surprise blow, forcing the Four Directions general back a distance. Itsuki silently asked himself if it was down yet, but no, its mana was erupting even more intensely. He keenly noticed that its tentacles were also becoming faster. However, Itsuki believed that when it came to speed, he still held the advantage. Taking advantage of a moment when his focus wavered, it quietly moved a tentacle behind Itsuki's back for a sneak attack. Fortunately, he dodged in time, cursing inwardly that his strength was too weak since he couldn't even cut off its head, and his attacks were doing almost no damage. The Four Directions general was quite surprised, noting that at his level, he shouldn't be that fast, and asked what his real level was. Despite that, it remained contemptuous, saying it didn't matter because no matter how fast he was still just an insect to it. While attacking, the Four Directions general continuously taunted him, saying that even if he hit it 100 times with that strength, it wouldn't even be enough to tickle, but if he took just one hit, he would die. Contrary to its leisure, Itsuki was struggling to dodge the constant attacks. Tentacles were attacking from multiple directions, including from behind. When he blocked one, he was hit from the side. Finally, he couldn't hold out anymore and was knocked down painfully. Itsuki was pinned firmly against the base of a tree by a tentacle. Even so, he managed to break free and challenged it, saying if it could do it, then just try. The Four Directions general immediately realized that the state he was in was just a speed-enhancing skill, and said it would see how long it took before he ran out of mana. After observing, Itsuki silently assessed that those tentacles weren't a skill but a part of its body, which was why super simulation wasn't activating. In his heart, he lamented, wondering how many hits that had been, the 18th, or maybe the 19th. It laughed mockingly, saying it was useless, as Itsuki's mana was now down to only 97 out of 330. Itsuki was in a dire situation. He had used his skills continuously and his mana was almost gone, his stamina was also depleted, and if this continued his speed would drop, so he decided to pour everything into an attack. Therefore, he calculated that by increasing his attack frequency, he would win if he could land even a single critical hit. Immediately after, Itsuki utilized the glitched critical crystal, rank, undetermined, effect. Attack power is multiplied by 10 when landing a critical hit, critical rate, 0%. Will add 1% when an enemy with higher attack power than the user is defeated, glitched effect. The critical rate will reset to 0 every time the user levels up. He told himself that he had to attack more, and to land a critical hit, he just had to keep swinging his fists. Then, Itsuki tried to take advantage of an opening to strike the Four Directions general directly. It also immediately retaliated by plunging a tentacle into his abdomen. Beside that, the Four Directions general mocked him, saying that continuously rushing at it like that made him a true fool. It even teased him, asking what was wrong and if he hadn't intended to make it feel pain. Seeing Itsuki still moving, the Four Directions general praised him, noting he was still alive and that his defense stats must be quite high. It seemed that was a trap he had set as he spoke. It's finally here, and at that moment, the system appeared with a notification from the glitched critical crystal that his next attack would be a critical hit. Sure enough, the destructive power of Itsuki's punch was now on a completely different level. A terrifying scream escaped from its mouth. Just one punch sent the Four Directions general flying far away. It couldn't believe what had just happened, wondering how he could suddenly punch so hard. He was equally surprised, noting it was even stronger than he had imagined. Not only that, but after the critical hit, all sorts of emotions were surging from deep within his chest: satisfaction, focus, and contentment. He had never felt like this before. Furthermore, even though blood was flowing from his stomach, he didn't feel any pain at all. Beyond that, Itsuki even felt that it was quite comfortable. Only then did he ask the Four Directions general if it felt pain after that blow. It couldn't accept it, wondering what was wrong with this guy, as humans were supposed to be low-level, fragile creatures. Clearly, it was over level 40, and showing fake stats was definitely cheating. Hey, what are you doing? This time it was Itsuki's turn to taunt, saying that until now spirit beasts had no intelligence, so even when they died they rarely screamed. He flashed a bizarre smile, saying that a scream from a spirit beast that could feel pain would surely sound very pleasant to the ears. The Four Directions general screamed in terror, "No way. Are you going to crush my head? You aren't human." As soon as he finished it off, 1% was immediately added to the critical rate. Itsuki breathed a sigh of relief that it was finally over. Glitched critical crystal, the critical rate had increased to 4%. Suddenly he felt different, as the danger passed, that special feeling was also disappearing, and the pain from his wounds was taking over. Simultaneously, the barrier had become transparent, which meant there were no more spirit beasts left inside. Itsuki thought to himself that if he smashed this thing, now only the stone pillar remained. Right after, he decisively threw a punch, noting it was softer than he had thought. A moment later, Itsuki gradually became exhausted and sat down. He told himself that before heading back, he needed to check one thing. Then Itsuki muttered a call, "Sure." Instantly, a beast appeared as soon as he finished speaking, "Come forth." Itsuki's jaw dropped in surprise, asking if it had gotten bigger than before. He was even more surprised, and Itsuki's mind was shaken to realize it had gone up 3 levels and 150 points. Specific info, Shadow Hound rank B, level 19, 14.8%, skill, Death Scent, rank C, detects all traces of magic in the area, locating and tracking their origin. Will of Death, rank B, significantly shortens respawn time after the Shikigami falls in battle, attack 250, speed 250, defense 150, mana 150, 150 points unallocated. His mood visibly brightened, realizing that when it leveled up, its body also grew. He wasn't hallucinating, which meant, Itsuki silently speculated that if it gained dozens more levels, how big would it grow? He was really looking forward to it. Scene changes to the Izumi estate, Prophecy Day 1, 11:35 p.m. Night shrouds the forest alongside a dense, dark aura. Iberia points to the sky, telling Yosuke in amazement, "The barrier, it's gone." Itsuki actually pulled it off. Yosuke quietly observes the shifting atmosphere. He destroyed that silver barrier in only about 10 minutes. Perhaps there weren't any intelligent monsters inside, but regardless, that speed is unbelievable. At the very least, Itsuki is much stronger than he was before. Back to Itsuki. He sits slumped against a cliff, his breath fading. After the long journey and consecutive battles, his body is nearly depleted of stamina. Having lost too much blood, he has truly reached his limit. Despite being severely injured, Itsuki still tries to cling to his Shikigami's shoulder. "Sure, you can track mana traces, right? Follow my mana flow and take me back to Iberia." The loyal black wolf lets out a roar, then dashes through the thick forest canopy under the silent night sky. At the same time, Yosuke stops on high alert when he hears a howl echoing toward them. The roar of a calamity spirit beast. The barrier was supposed to be destroyed, wasn't it? Why is? Sensing approaching danger, Yosuke immediately turns and shouts to protect his teammate, "Iberia, get back to your room now." Iberia stands frozen, his face etched with anxiety. He whispers, "This roar. I've heard it somewhere before." From the deep shadows, a massive dark figure with razor-sharp claws lunges forward at terrifying speed. Yosuke draws his greatsword, taking a stance full of killing intent in the darkness. It's getting closer. I don't know where it came from, but if it's a calamity beast, I'll hack its corpse to pieces. A clash erupts. Yosuke swings his sword forcefully at the beast as it pounces. Iberia suddenly gasps in shock. That's the wolf Itsuki turned into a Shikigami the other day. Seeing Yosuke about to deliver a finishing blow, he hurriedly screams to stop him, "Wait, Yosuke. That's Itsuki's Shikigami." The sharp blade tears through the air, narrowly missing the lunging black wolf. Yosuke freezes, staring in shock at Itsuki's unconscious body lying right next to the beast, his own Shikigami. Yosuke begins to think more deeply about the anomalies surrounding this young man. Only a Shikigami user can command them, right? His combat power far exceeds his peers, his level never increases, and he even possesses skills from multiple different classes. Iberia rushes over, tears welling up. "Are you okay?" Seeing the pool of blood on the ground, Iberia frantically lifts his friend's head. "What happened?" "There's so much blood, Itsuki." Itsuki's lips move slightly, his voice as faint as a whisper. "Let me rest for a bit." Itsuki's eyes closing causes Iberia to break down. He sobs loudly. "What should we do?" Itsuki, wah. Yosuke checks Itsuki's condition and speaks coldly yet reassuringly. He's not dead yet, so there's no need to cry like that. Iberia stops crying, looking up at Yosuke with eyes full of hope. Yosuke, he's still alive. Yosuke points to Itsuki's chest, which is rising and falling slightly. Look, he's still breathing normally. Iberia, you have Kodama bandages, don't you? These wounds need immediate treatment. Iberia replies, yes, I'll take care of it. In the quiet room, Itsuki lies motionless with bandages wrapped around his midsection. Iberia thinks with determination, it's true that I might never catch up to Itsuki in combat power, but I have something that only I can do. He remembers the nature of his own magic. His class is Wind Mage, one who controls the air and the currents of the wind. This is a versatile class, capable of both combat and support. But the stat window that appears reveals his special talent, rank 2 healing focus talent. Wind element attack damage is reduced by 50%, but the recovery speed of wind element healing skills is increased by 50%. A low-level rank 2 talent can only heal oneself or teammates. Iberia stares at his own hands, his eyes burning. I used to hate it, so I never used this skill even once. But for Itsuki's sake, I'll use it as many times as it takes. A burst of green mana explodes around Iberia. The system announces, activating rank C skill, healing window. A warm light envelopes Itsuki. Iberia silently prays, please recover quickly, for the sake of our duo. Itsuki. At the same time, in the area surrounding the estate, 11:35 p.m. A massive purple barrier deploys from the stone pillar that just fell. A powerful attack strikes down, shattering all layers of defensive protection. Kurajima lies defeated miserably in the gray smoke. Uchiha can only scream in despair. Kurajima. Uchiha rushes to use healing magic on Kurajima and urges, I'll treat you right away. What's the situation outside? Kurajima only mutters weakly, run. Kurajima's face is distorted with fear as he looks at the giant shadow behind him. Size, defense, power, speed, everything is on a different level. Even a special class savior couldn't stand against it. Humanity has no way to defeat a monster like that. An entity full of overwhelming pressure emerges. Warrior Unit Number 14, Minotaur Tribe, Level 81. In the midst of despair, Nento appears, standing as a shield to protect them. Kurajima screams, Uchiha, run. The monster growls upon seeing the new opponent, that peculiar outfit. You are Izumi Nento, aren't you? It laughs arrogantly as it prepares to attack, coming across the target like this. Talk about luck. At this rate, we won't even need to bother Enshokuma. Nento calmly replies, so your target really is me. That's a relief, then. Boom. A world-shaking collision occurs, white light blanketing the entire area. Uchiha screams in panic, Father. While Kurajima despairs, it's really over, everything is finished. The dust slowly clears. Nento stands tall, looking at the figure that just appeared. You're late. A male with glowing red eyes and skyrocketing killing intent reveals himself, Akira Hiten. Akira Hiten steps forward to shield Nento, sorry. Just leave this one to me. The monster laughs loudly with contempt. I don't know where you crawled out from, but you've got a big mouth. Kurajima tries to warn them in a panic, watch out. That thing is strong. Without a single wasted word, Akira Hiten concentrates his power into his fist. Whoosh! An attack tears through space. Black blood splatters everywhere as the monster is blown apart. Kurajima's eyes widen, completely stunned by the horrific scene. Looking at the back of the man who just acted, he gasps, so this is the power of a special class savior? Kurajima realizes the truth while trembling. I used to think special class was just human, but this isn't human anymore. A monster with power that defies common sense. Uchiha cheers, we did it. So we've overcome the crisis, right? Akira Hiten coldly replies, no. This is where everything actually begins. Immediately, the sky turns a threatening color. Prophecy Day 1, 11:40 p.m. The barrier near Izumi Nento's estate shifts from purple to red. A massive, hairy creature appears within the flames of the red barrier. How will Enshokuma torture humanity? A demon with flaming hair laughs savagely. I really want to see that scene right here. He is the Flame Demon King, level 37. A stark white monster roars behind him. He follows up, you agree with me, don't you? That one is the White Demon, level 49. An authoritative hidden figure commands, don't do anything unnecessary. Our mission is to capture that person. If we fail, you understand the consequences, don't you? The powerful leader reveals himself, Frost General Shepherd King, level 87. The Flame Demon asks curiously, why were we sent to the same barrier as Enshokuma instead of the target? The Frost General explains calmly, if all three of us were in one barrier, it would turn purple and attract too much attention. The red barrier Enshokuma creates will draw in the powerful humans nearby. That way, we can complete Ringa's mission without interference. One of the 8 great demon kings, Enshokuma. The demon kings look toward the estate. While Enshokuma draws attention, head straight for the destination. You know where the destination is, right? The demon king affirms, it's fine. Ringa will guide us through the evil eye left behind in the human realm. Of course, he can see the coordinates of the evil eye, and even eavesdrop on what it sees. And currently, that evil eye is in the same place as our target. The clock strikes prophecy day 1, 11:35 p.m. Itsuki lies motionless. In his subconscious, he sees his younger self standing before his mother. Mom, I finally found a calamity beast that can feel pain just like we do. Young Itsuki smiles brightly, full of innocence. I crushed its head. Now, your revenge will. His mother looks at him with sorrowful eyes. No, Itsuki, she teaches him gently, there are things more important than revenge. Itsuki is dazed. Something more important than wiping out every calamity spirit beast. His mother smiles softly. Power isn't meant for revenge, it's for protecting the people you love. Itsuki bows his head. Darkness envelopes the young boy. That is impossible. He screams in agony, I will never forgive the calamity beasts that killed father and mother. Young Itsuki's eyes suddenly turn a deep red with hatred. I will definitely wipe them all out. His mother quietly looks away, her face showing the pain of seeing the path of hatred her son has chosen. She smiles sadly and begins to fade away. It's time for me to go. Where are you going? I still have so many things I want to tell you. She reaches out to gently touch his cheek, giving one last piece of advice, Itsuki, please, don't let hatred consume you. Young Itsuki wails, reaching his small hands into the air. Mother. But those hands only manage to touch spots of light that vanish into the void. Itsuki's face is filled with shock, tears falling non-stop as he realizes his mother is truly gone. Suddenly, a mocking voice rings out from the darkness of his mind, crying for the dead. Truly the typical behavior of weak creatures. Itsuki grinds his teeth, his eyes flashing red with rage. You bastard! He screams with resentment at the shadow enveloping his soul. A powerful demon appears amidst a sea of blood. The destroyer demon snarls, finally awake. It seems you only turn into a child when you're around her. Itsuki braces himself, killing intent exploding around his body. You damn bastard! He lunges at the enemy in the illusion with a thunderous roar. I'll kill you. The mysterious figure easily deflects him. He whispers threateningly, calm down. I'll let you feel that again very soon. He delivers a fatal blow to Itsuki's mind. Absolute despair. Itsuki screams in desperation as he is blown away, Ringa, I'll kill you no matter what happens. Back to reality. Itsuki suddenly wakes up, drenched in sweat as if he just went through a battle. He looks around and sees Iberia slumped over the bed, thinking to himself, was it a dream? My eyes, they aren't even injured, but why do they hurt so much? At this point, Itsuki seems to realize something. Come to think of it, my wounds have healed. I was in critical condition. Did Iberia use the Kodama bandages to treat me? Is he sleeping in a place like this? Well, he did say he was going to get some rest. I should make sure doesn't bark so he can sleep. Thinking this, Itsuki turns to signal the wolf. However, seeing his master awake, Shur barks loudly in joy. This causes Itsuki's face to go dark. Damn it, he mutters to himself. And sure enough, this wakes Iberia up. In his subconscious, he shouts, a spirit beast. I have to protect Itsuki. Itsuki opens his eyes grorily, looking at the weak wind around them. A bit of wind like this won't even scare a calamity beast. Iberia cheers happily when he sees him move. You're awake, Itsuki. He rushes over to hug Itsuki tightly, making Itsuki think awkwardly. Thank heavens. It seems my healing actually worked. Still hugging me whenever he gets excited as usual. How long was I out? Iberia lets go and answers. Not long, probably about 3 hours. Itsuki calculates. 3 hours, so it's about 3 a.m. on the second day of the prophecy. Are Yosuke and Aiden safe? Iberia smiles brightly and reassures him. Yeah, no calamity beasts appeared after that. Itsuki is still dazed, remembering the voice from his dream. Don't be in a hurry, I'll let you feel it again soon. Even though it was just a dream, those words haunted him. It felt too real to be just a dream. The calamity beasts are definitely plotting something. The clock strikes prophecy day 2, 3:30 a.m. Itsuki recovers from his coma and stands up decisively. We can't let our guard down. Iberia looks at him with admiration. Great, you look like you've completely recovered. Itsuki walks quickly to the door, not forgetting to advise. Master said reinforcements would arrive soon. I'm going to check the situation with Yosuke. On the way, Iberia asks curiously about the black wolf. Itsuki, what's that dog Shikigami's name? Is it just Dead House? Iberia excitedly suggests. You don't know. Shikigami users can give them any name they want. Do you want me to give it a cool name? I'm really good at naming things. Itsuki replies flatly, I'm not a Shikigami user. Iberia's face falls in disappointment. Oh, that's too bad. I really wanted to name it. Itsuki breaks into a cold sweat, thinking, there's no way I'm letting him name it. Itsuki looks at the golem just outside the yard, silently assessing his healed wounds. Kodama bandages alone couldn't have healed me this completely so fast. It seems Iberia finally used his true power. Itsuki looks at Iberia with surprise. I thought you never used your skills. Turns out you're a healer. Iberia replies sheepishly, no, I can use attack skills too, it's just they're really weak. Turning to Yosuke standing by the charred monster corpse, Itsuki asks pensively, Yosuke, did any awakened come here after I passed out? Yosuke narrows his eyes at Itsuki searchingly. Why do you ask? Itsuki explains further. Master said they would send nearby awakened. A day has passed, they should be here by now. Before he can finish, the swordsman replies, but this place is deep in the forest. You wouldn't be able to get here this fast without a Jiha leading the way. Itsuki ponders, his sharp eyes full of worry. That makes sense, but I still have a very bad feeling. He looks deep into the murky darkness of the forest, where the black aura is slowly spreading, as if something evil is drawing closer. Meanwhile, not far away, a group of trainees is sprinting through the forest. One boy, out of breath as he runs, says, Kobayashi, how much further to the target? Kobayashi replies, only a few more kilometers. We're almost there. Another member says excitedly while running, complete this mission and I'll finally rank up from trainee to third-class savior. The brown-haired guy replies with a tired voice, but seriously, this place is so remote. Does the best blacksmith in the northern continent really live in a place like this? Suddenly, the pink-haired girl in the group leaps into the air, screaming, stop immediately. The group stops instantly, taking battle stances in the middle of the dark, ominous forest path. The brown-haired guy turns to ask his teammate alertly, what's wrong? Do you sense something strange? The girl replies, something is coming from ahead. From within the gloomy night, two towering shadows appear, blocking the way. They've detected us. The group of trainees draws their weapons simultaneously, shouting to steady themselves, calamity spirit beasts. Prepare for battle, fast. However, the one who appears is the Demon King with a mocking smile. Where are you all going in such a hurry? Don't tell me. He draws close with eerie red eyes, revealing sharp teeth. You're all heading to the same place we are, aren't you? The outcome of the rookies' encounter with the two bosses went exactly as expected. The group's swordsman was instantly engulfed in flames, torched alive by the fire demon. I can't believe a simple fireball did this much damage, the demon sneered. Humans truly are pathetic creatures. He turned to his companion. Hey, white demon, you done yet? Nearby, the white demon's fist had already crushed another member of the group into the dirt. Fresh blood from the victim still clung to his knuckles. Walking over, the fire demon clicked his tongue. You turned them into pancakes. You really are a sadistic bastard. Not far away, the only girl left in the group watched in horror, screaming, there isn't even a barrier nearby. Where the hell did you monsters come from? The fire demon grinned at her. Well, let's just say we traveled a very long way to get here. The pink-haired girl seemed to accept her fate. She bit her lip until it bled and squeezed her eyes shut, unable to look a second longer. Just then, the demon general spoke up from behind them. Vanguard, do not kill them. The fire demon immediately began to whine. It's been forever since I've had any fun. Don't ruin this for me. Before he could finish his complaint, a sudden, piercing chill flooded the air. In an instant, the fire demon's body was encased in solid ice, leaving him dazed and shivering. The general lowered his hand. If you ignore my orders again, the punishment won't be this merciful. The fire demon knew better than to push his luck. I get it, he pleaded, his voice dropping an octave. Please, just melt the spell before my body snaps. Without a word, the general let the ice thaw. The demon quickly flared his internal heat to shake off the frost. I thought I was actually going to freeze to death, he muttered. Watching them, a flicker of hope rose in the girl's chest. Are they going to let me live? The fire demon crossed his arms. We're only supposed to keep the target and the owner of the evil eye alive, right? Does this woman have some kind of special power too? The general shook his head. No. I just want to test a new power bestowed upon me by Lord Linga. The girl's face went pale as she heard those words. Before she could react, a stream of black smoke erupted from the general's palm, surging directly into her body. She let out a blood-curdling scream, but just as quickly as it started, it stopped. A few seconds later, her body went eerily still. The fire demon leaned in curiously. What happened? Is she dead after all? She is undergoing demonization, the general explained. Right on cue, her eyes snapped open, radiating a violent, overwhelming aura. Seeing the fire demon's confusion, the general continued, those who undergo demonization become absolute puppets of Lord Linga. In other words, this woman is now one of us. The process was complete. The pink-haired girl dropped to her knees immediately. Lord of Malice, please give me your orders. The general didn't hesitate. You will hide your identity and act as a sleeper agent within human society until the day Lord Linga descends. You are to report that your team was ambushed by spirit beasts in the forest, and that you are the sole survivor thanks to their sacrifice. If you understand, move out. After 2 seconds of silence, the girl seemed to snap back to her original state. She gasped in feigned panic, and scrambled away from the scene as if running for her life. The fire demon watched her disappear into the distance. I get making them our pawns, but what's the point of recruiting someone that weak? The general decided to let him in on the plan. It's not just her. 10,000 people have already been demonized, including other awakened. When Lord Linga unites this world, they will play a crucial role. Now, stop rambling and follow me. This mission is far more important. With that, they vanished into the trees. Time skipped forward to the second day of the prophecy, 3:05 a.m. Yosuke was explaining the mechanical soldier in front of them. The Iron Golem stats are equivalent to an awakened 30 levels higher, it should make up for our lack of manpower. Iberia nodded. I don't even think we'd need this thing if Itsuki and Yosuke were both here. Speaking of which, Yosuke noted, where did Itsuki go? Iberia smiled. He went to the forge. He said he wanted the old man to do something with his critical crystal. Inside the forge, Aiden looked at the protagonist. You're saying you landed a critical hit while fighting spirit beasts? What was your crit rate at the time? It started at 3%, Itsuki replied. But after I defeated that thing, it went up to 4%. Iberia was floored by the luck. You landed a crit with only 3%. That's insane luck, man. Itsuki nodded. Yeah, I thought so too, but after that hit, my focus went through the roof. I entered this strange state where I felt omnipotent. Was that an effect of the critical crystal too? The old blacksmith froze and spun around. A feeling where your senses were so sharp you could feel everything around you, yet you remained so calm you didn't even flinch. Itsuki rubbed his chin and nodded. Yeah, exactly like that. Aiden put down his tools and sighed in awe. Unbelievable. You entered the selfless state. It happens when you're 100% immersed in a single task. It's a state where your sense of time warps, and your focus and adrenaline reach their absolute peak. In short, it's a state of ultimate hyperfocus. It's like a painter who forgets to eat because they're lost in their canvas, or an athlete whose body moves on pure instinct as if it has a mind of its own, or a student who loses track of hours while solving a single impossible problem. Those are all signs of the selfless state. When an awakened enters this state, they don't just focus, their senses become razor-sharp. Their stats and skill effects jump to 120% of their original value. Itsuki was stunned. I've never heard a teacher or any other awakened talk about this. I've never even met anyone who's done it. Aiden scoffed at him. What do you think the selfless state is? Only a handful of people can ever pull it off. It requires top-tier skill, a perfectly clear mind, and a hell of a lot of luck. If you're missing even one of those, entering the flow is impossible. Itsuki lowered his head, not realizing the requirements were so grueling. Aiden continued the lesson. It's no exaggeration to say the selfless state is the line between a genius and a commoner. Among the awakened of the 5 continents, including Weijin T, not a single soul can enter it at will. I didn't reach it until 2 years after I awakened, and even that was considered fast. But you did it after only 1 month. It's unheard of. Suddenly, a sound outside cut the conversation short. Wait, did you hear that? Aiden asked. Itsuki's expression darkened. 3 entities with massive mana signatures are approaching. Aiden frowned. They must be the guards Nento Izumi sent for me. Itsuki felt the energy differently. No. This mana is too violent, too jagged. This feels like spirit beasts, not awakened. Without a second's hesitation, Itsuki barked, Aiden, get back to your room. He ran out to investigate, his mind racing. I cleared all the beasts in the barrier and there's no sign of a new stone pillar nearby. I hope I'm just imagining things, Outside, Iberia saw him and waved. Itsuki, finally. What's up? You look incredibly tense. I'm picking up mana waves, Itsuki said slowly. I think spirit beasts are here. The other 2 didn't buy it. No stone pillars have dropped lately, so that's unlikely. Besides, even if it is a beast, we've got the iron golem. We can take down any ordinary monster easily. As if to prove them wrong, the iron golem's massive frame was suddenly sent flying right past Itsuki. Its chest was caved in by a deep, brutal dent. The machine was disabled instantly. The golem was taken out before it could even react. Iberia screamed. Itsuki and Yosuke dropped into combat stances immediately. The demon general squad stepped into the clearing. The fire demon looked at the 3 of them and laughed. Only 3. This is going to be a piece of cake. From Itsuki's perspective, he could tell just by looking at them. These things were on a completely different level than the monsters inside the barriers. Especially their leader, he had never felt mana this suffocatingly powerful. Ignorant of Itsuki's thoughts, the general gave his orders. I'm taking the target. You 2 handle the rest. Just make sure you don't damage the evil eye. The fire demon smirked. Yeah, don't sweat it. This'll be easy. The humans were reeling as they watched the monsters talk to each other. Their target is Aiden. Since when can spirit beasts communicate? I won't let you pass, they yelled. In the blink of an eye, the general moved past all 3 of them before they could even register his movement. Yosuke spun around, eyes wide. When did he? Itsuki was equally shocked by the speed, but there was no time to think. They all lunged toward the general to block his path. Stop right there. You're not getting anywhere near Aiden. The general simply waved his hand. Instantly, a massive wall of ice erupted from the ground, cutting the group off. Yosuke was taken aback by the sudden barrier. He swung his sword at the ice, only to find it was unnaturally hard. While he was distracted, the white demon lunged from behind, fist cocked back. Yosuke, Behind you, a voice screamed. Yosuke flinched and spun around just in time, raising his sword to catch the white demon's punch. Even so, the sheer force of the blow sent him tumbling backward across the clearing. Itsuki's face etched with worry as he watched his comrade fall. But he had his own problems. The fire demon was already preparing to strike. You don't have time to worry about others. Crimson flame burst, the demon roared, launching an A-rank skill, a massive, searing fireball, straight at Itsuki. Itsuki threw up his black ice wall to absorb the impact. Iberia, get out of here now, he yelled. Knowing he was outmatched, Iberia didn't argue. He turned tail and ran like his life depended on it. Back at the fight, Itsuki managed to block the fireball, but his arms were scorched black. A system notification pinged, A-rank skill detected, crimson flame burst. Activating super simulation. Analysis, 1%. Itsuki's face went pale. An A-rank skill. I could have dodged it with lightning shockwave, but I was too confident in my black ice wall. The fire demon seemed to read his mind. You actually thought that thin sliver of ice could stop my flames? How stupid can you get? Despite his words, the demon was internally panicked. Wait, did I overdo it? If this kid is the evil eye. But then he noticed Itsuki's level was 0. A cruel smile returned to his face. Level 0. And he's just a human, a member of a lowly race. There's no way he's the evil eye. I can burn him to a crisp without a second thought. Itsuki summoned his shadow hound to even the odds. The fire demon let out a bark of laughter. You think summoning a pup makes this a fair fight? You could summon 10 more of those insects and you still wouldn't stand a chance. He launched another attack. Itsuki never intended for the hound to fight the demon. He whispered to his companion, protect Aiden. Go, now. The demon's attack exploded right where they stood, but both Itsuki and the hound managed to dive out of the way. The fire demon tracked the hound's movement. That Shikigami, is it heading for the target? Do you really think you can take me on alone? Itsuki felt a surge of relief. He's completely looking down on me. If I keep acting weak, he won't finish me off immediately. This buys me time to analyze, but I don't think I can keep playing the coward in front of a spirit beast much longer. He let a smirk play on his lips. That's right. Got a problem with that? You look pretty pathetic yourself. Itsuki's expression was pure, unadulterated arrogance. It worked. The fire demon snapped. You lowly human cockroach. I was going to play with you a bit longer, but I've changed my mind. I'm turning you into ash right now, he roared, unleashing an even more violent assault. Itsuki dodged with blistering speed. He's getting bigger, but he isn't getting faster. He's a long-range elementalist, he relies entirely on skills. If I can just close the distance, I've got this. Itsuki charged forward at his absolute top speed. The demon's heart skipped a beat. What? This speed, Itsuki closed the gap in a heartbeat. However, not good enough, the demon grinned. Just as Itsuki threw a kick, a red mana shield materialized, blocking the blow effortlessly. Itsuki's face went rigid. The demon cackled at his surprise. You thought I didn't know my own weaknesses? He followed up with a blast that sent Itsuki sailing through the air. Itsuki hit the ground hard but scrambled back into a stance. He scolded himself. Right. He's an intelligent beast. How could I have been so careless? The demon didn't hold back the praise. With that speed, you aren't really level 0, are you? You almost had me fooled. He watched as Itsuki struggled to stand. The monster sneered. Still want to fight? Wouldn't it be easier to just stay down and die? Itsuki's response was cold and calculated. Analyzing an A-rank skill really does take forever. According to the system, Itsuki looked up, his eyes sharp. Analysis is now at 81%. The second day of the prophecy, 3:14 a.m. The demon general successfully infiltrated the house and began interrogating Aiden. Aiden Hild, I hear you've crafted 3 unique artifacts, 16 epics, and countless rares. You are the most talented blacksmith among all of humanity. Not letting him continue, Aiden immediately cut him off, dismissing the praise. Summarizing my achievements like that, are you planning to murder me? The demon general attempted to reassure the old man, calm down. As long as you remain useful, I have no reason to dispose of you. Aiden spoke with a voice dripping with sarcasm. I see. Unfortunately, I'm not the type who likes to listen. As he spoke, he reached for a dagger on the table, and immediately turned it toward himself, intent on ending his own life. However, the demon general was not about to let him achieve his goals so easily. Before the blade could even touch Aiden's face, his entire body was frozen solid. This caused Aiden's plan to fail, and his eyes turned bloodshot with rage. He encased my body in ice in an instant. This has to be at least an A-rank skill. Opposite him, the demon general seemed to read Aiden's thoughts and reminded him coldly, give up. Whether you live or die is for me to decide. Hidden elsewhere, Iberia was so anxious he broke into a cold sweat. At this rate, father is going to be kidnapped. What should I do? Should I launch a surprise attack? While the young man was still debating his options, from the outside, the death dog summoned by Itsuki lunged forward to attack the demon general. As it closed the distance, it leapt up, jaws wide to strike, but unfortunately, the demon general had detected it long ago. In a mere second, the death dog's body was frozen midair, and fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Having done this, he even scolded his two accomplices outside. What are those two doing out there? Letting a Shikigami slip through like this. Aiden felt a glimmer of hope. A Shikigami? Have reinforcements arrived? Contrary to his father's hope, Iberia's face darkened with stress as he thought, if even a Shikigami that strong can't get near him, there's no way I can win. I should go to Itsuki. If I do that, then surely. At that moment, Aiden's shouting from a few days prior suddenly echoed in his head, you'll only end up hurting Itsuki. This reminder snapped him back to reality. That's right. Before coming here, Itsuki was already severely wounded. If he had any strength left, he would have come himself instead of sending a Shikigami. If I go to him now, I'll only put him in more danger. I can't let that happen. I have to save father myself. Then, as if struck by a sudden memory, his eyes widened like saucers. That's it. The dragon armor, with that, I'll actually have a chance to win. It must be hidden under father's bed. Hang on. Father, I'm coming to save you. From the demon general's perspective, his senses naturally picked up Iberia's presence, but he only felt contempt. It seemed someone was hiding, but he fled instead of helping. What a coward. On the other side, the old blacksmith felt a sense of relief upon hearing that. Iberia, well done. This opponent is someone even Itsuki and Yosuke couldn't defeat. Whatever you do, don't come back. Ignoring Aiden's thoughts, the demon general, having achieved his goal, prepared to depart. Now, I'm taking you. We'll leave the cleanup to those two outside. Back to the battle between Itsuki and the flame demon, the latter once again unleashed his crimson flame bullet skill. Meanwhile, Itsuki activated his black ice wall to block the attack. I'll use the black ice wall to encase my burnt leg. That should give me a bit of mobility. With that thought, as the giant fireball hurtled toward him, he also activated his thunder shockwave skill to agilely dodge to the side. However, the flame demon remarked coldly, still dodging with a crippled body like that? You are stubborn. But your speed has dropped significantly. Let's see how much longer you can keep this up. With that, he unleashed a rapid-fire volley of crimson flame bullets, sending countless fireballs screaming forward. The protagonist was slightly shocked as the demon used both hands to fire the skills simultaneously. The flame demon continued firing like a machine gun, without pausing for a single second. This rain of skills caused Itsuki's face to turn pale. Every fireball was locked dead on toward him, making it incredibly difficult for Itsuki to evade the onslaught. He thought to himself, there are too many projectiles to track. Normally I could dodge them all, but in this state. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a fireball struck Itsuki square in the chest, causing him to lose his balance. Seizing the opening, the rest of the fireballs began to converge, pelting the protagonist until he looked like a tattered ragdoll. Finally, his body was charred black, reduced nearly to cinders. In his blurred consciousness, Itsuki seemed to see the image of his mother burning, just like that time. Opposite him, the flame demon flashed a grin. He gathered another fireball with even greater power and fired it straight ahead. Die. Piercing crimson flame bullet, he laughed loudly. However, as if Itsuki's time had not yet come, at the ultimate moment of peril, the analysis reached 100%. His body suddenly emitted a brilliant blue light. The crimson flame bullet passed right through this light and exploded harmlessly behind him. This sudden anomaly caused the flame demon's expression to shift. "What is that?" he muttered. Meanwhile, having completed the analysis, Itsuki received several enhancements. Analysis complete. Crimson flame bullet. Obtained black ice wall level 3. Active effect. When activated, continuously generates ice on the body's surface by consuming mana, capable of blocking fire attribute skills A rank and below. Passive effect, defense plus 15%. When blocking fire attribute skills A rank and below, current stats plus 50%. All stats plus 50%. Removes all negative effects. Heals all wounds. Looking at the notification screen, Itsuki finally felt a sense of relief. Just as I thought. I didn't get a new skill, I just upgraded Black Ice Wall. My stats increased by 50% across the board. That's equivalent to gaining 4 levels compared to a normal awakened. It's impossible for him now. I don't have to fear his crimson flame bullets anymore. Once I close the gap, I win. Back to the flame demon, seeing his skill suddenly lose its effect, he snarled, "The crimson flame bullet didn't even scratch you? Is that a defense skill or what? Regardless, you can't maintain it for long in that condition." Immediately after, the lotus-shaped light surrounding Itsuki slowly began to open. Seeing this, the flame demon let out a cold laugh. "Just as I thought. That's enough playing around. Let's end this." The moment the words left his mouth, his expression did a total 180, and he began to sweat profusely. It was because Itsuki's body had fully recovered without a single wound. The flame demon could hardly believe his eyes. "What is this? Your body was falling apart a moment ago, yet now you're completely healed." Itsuki replied with a voice as cold as ice, "I was going to ignore you and go save Aiden, but your flames bring back some unpleasant memories. So, I've changed my mind. I'm going to crush you first." As he spoke those words, Itsuki's face was filled with pure murderous intent. The scene shifts to Yosuke's battle, where his body has just been sent flying by the white demon. "He's too strong. If I hadn't blocked that hit with my gear, I would have been toast a long time ago." Thinking this, he thrusts his sword deep into the ground to keep himself from sliding any further. Once he regains his stance, he thinks to himself, "Just how far did I get blown back? None of these guys are normal. I've got to get back there, fast." Just as that thought crosses his mind, a powerful figure suddenly touches down right in front of him. Yosuke narrows his eyes, warily observing the threat ahead. Did that guy from earlier really follow me all the way here? Actually, that's for the best. This should make things a lot easier for Itsuki to handle on his end. Itsuki can probably escape on his own, but the real problem is Master and Iberia. I'll stay here and settle this as quickly as possible, then head back to back them up. Please, just hold on until then. He offers a silent prayer in his heart. The scene shifts to Iberia's location, where he is still frantically searching for the dragon armor. "I know it's around here somewhere," he mutters, reaching under the bed to search. Very quickly, Iberia's hand brushes against a solid box. His eyes instantly light up with pure joy. He flings it open, and sure enough, a set of armor lies inside. There it is. The dragon armor. With this, I can actually fight. Information about the armor immediately flashes before Iberia's eyes. Attack plus 100, speed plus 100, epic effect. For every 1 minute equipped, speed and attack increase by an additional 20%. Time limit is 15 minutes. With no time to waste, Iberia throws the gear on and makes a promise to himself. "Itsuki, just focus on the opponent in front of you. I won't be a burden this time. My father warned me that wearing this for more than 15 minutes would trigger a disastrous side effect, but I can save him within those 15 minutes, no matter what happens." With that, he bolts out of the room like a race car. Back to the demon general, who is currently carrying Aiden away. During the trip, Aiden tries to engage him to fish for information. Is it really wise to be this relaxed? They'll catch up to you soon. In response, the demon general radiates absolute confidence in his own power. Among humans, only a special grade savior could actually pose a threat to me. And right now, he's a little too busy dealing with the demon king. Those words make the old man realize something. If even the demon king was deployed, they must have another objective. Should I bait him into talking? With that, the old man opens his mouth. You went through all this trouble just to kidnap me? His question almost makes the demon general burst out laughing. Don't think so highly of yourself. You aren't our only target. We have plenty of other objectives. Thanks to that slip of the tongue, Aiden confirms his suspicion was correct, so he continues to probe. Then you guys are also. Before he can finish, the demon general suddenly spins around, sensing something. He mutters, how annoying, these pests just keep coming. He has already detected Iberia's silhouette moving rapidly through the thickets. Naturally, old man Aiden has no way of knowing this yet and can only speculate, is it Yosuke or Itsuki? If I'm alone, there's almost zero chance of winning. Just as that thought concludes, Iberia's figure lunges forward to attack the general, screaming at the top of his lungs. Give my father back. A cold light glints in the demon general's eyes as he pauses for a moment of shock. Another brat. What the hell are they even trying to do? Back to Itsuki's battle. The flame demon is still in total shock, watching the protagonist recover as if nothing had happened, despite his entire body having been charred black. How the hell are you recovering like this? Fine, I don't care how many times you heal, the result stays the same. Crimson flame bullet rapid fire. He lets out a roar and unleashes a literal rain of skills aimed directly at Itsuki. Our protagonist activates his black ice wall skill to tank the incoming hits. Just like that, a barrage of projectiles slams into the ground. Seeing his attacks land, the flame demon let out a raspy laugh. You really dared to take that head-on without dodging? How stupid. I'll turn you into a pile of charcoal right here. Unfortunately for him, as the flames clear, Itsuki emerges without a single scratch. Fire at this level won't work on me anymore. Now, you're the one who's a sitting duck. As he speaks, he activates his thunder shockwave skill, blurring forward like a bolt of lightning to close the gap in a single second, leaving the demon trembling. The demon tries to reassure himself, his speed increased, but I still have my fire shield. Opposite him, Itsuki flashes a smile that looks purely demonic. First, I'm going to rip those scales off you. I'll peel them away, one by one. As he finishes speaking, he thrusts both hands forward with immense force. The flame demon naturally deploys his fire shield to block the skill, wondering to himself, this guy, did he forget I have a shield? However, the shield can no longer withstand Itsuki's raw power. His hands punch straight through the barrier, and proceed to shatter it into a million pieces. He starts laughing like a complete madman. It's time to cook. Itsuki screams at the top of his lungs. Realizing he can no longer win this fight, the flame demon starts planning his escape. I've got to get out of here. If he catches me, I'm dead for sure. With no time to think, he frantically turns and bolts. But in a stroke of terrible luck, he trips over a jagged rock, and faceplants hard into the dirt. Meanwhile, Itsuki slowly closes in from behind. Sensing that he can't run anymore, the flame demon spins around for a desperate counterattack. I can't believe a being like me is being overwhelmed by a lowly human. Itsuki simply tilts his head, easily dodging the desperate strike. The flame demon has officially fallen into despair. Compared to a level 0, you're a total monster. The protagonist gathers power into his fist. A system notification pops up, glitched notification from the critical hit crystal. The next attack has a 100% chance to deal a critical hit. The flame demon senses the sheer lethality behind the strike. He's so terrified he's practically about to wet himself. Without a second thought, Itsuki shouted, "You monster!" Then he landed a lightning punch on him. The punch shattered his face instantly. The fire demon's body collided with the ground, creating a sizable explosion. In the end, his head was completely smashed to pieces. Itsuki looked at the body, his voice cold. Why did a critical hit happen just now? I wanted to torture him a bit more. Now I've entered the selfless state again. It triggered right after that critical hit, just like last time. Could it be that landing a critical hit automatically triggers the selfless state? He observed the system screen for a moment and noticed his status was overclocked to 120%. Then he thought, between my weapons and passive skills, my total stats have already exceeded 2000. Just as he thought this, he suddenly saw a green light rising from the fire demon's body. Is this the pearl created from the karma of the dead spirit beast? Before Itsuki could even react, the green light suddenly split in two and flew off in different directions. The protagonist quickly guessed, it's flying toward the forest, that karma is heading for Yosuke, huh? He glanced in the other direction. is that house over there the forge? Because the Death Hound and Aiden are both there. The pearl was supposed to be split in two, so why is it still whole? As long as I don't cancel the summon, it'll be immortal as a Shikigami. Don't tell me Aiden has. Cut to Iberia's battle. Right at that moment, he threw a punch forward, but it was blocked by the Magic General's ice shield. This forced Iberia to pause for a second. He had to ask himself, can't even a full power strike enhanced by dragon armor pierce his defense? If one hit isn't enough, I'll keep pounding until it shatters. Opposite him, the Magic General's voice dripped with sarcasm. What a foolish child. You still can't close the gap in our power. Nearby, the old man Aiden quickly recognized the person wearing the armor. Iberia, you idiot. I don't need your help. Take off that dragon armor right now. I told you that wearing that armor would come with a steep price. If you don't take it off, I'm disowning you. In response to this, Iberia launched another attack and shouted, even if you cast me aside, I'll still save you, father. Saying this, he reminded himself, if Itsuki were here, he would definitely do the same. The old blacksmith wanted to scold his son a bit more, but his mouth was immediately frozen shut by the Magic General. He said in a cold voice, is this what you call love? What disgusting, sentimental mortals. I don't have time to play with you anymore. With that, he gently waved his hand in the air and easily froze Iberia mid-lunge. Then he turned and walked away, issuing a final warning, know your place, brat. Aiden looked back, trying to catch one last glimpse of his son with bloodshot eyes. At this point, the time Iberia had been wearing the dragon armor reached 3 minutes. Elsewhere. Thanks to Itsuki destroying the fire demon, the Death Hound benefited as well. It leveled up from 19 to 20 and immediately broke free from the ice that was holding it. At the same time, Itsuki had just arrived at the house. It leveled up again. It seems the Death Hound was the one that absorbed all that karma. Thinking about this, he turned his head and asked, what happened to Aiden and that spirit beast? The Death Hound just turned backward, as if signaling Itsuki to see the situation for himself. And with just one glance, his eyes went wide. What the hell happened here? This terrifying wave of magic power. I can't wait for Yosuke anymore. With no time to think, he immediately rushed toward the source of the magic power at top speed. Meanwhile, the swordsman Yosuke had just successfully severed the white demon's hand. But it didn't seem to feel any pain and counterattacked instantly, forcing Yosuke to raise his sword to block. Even so, his body was pushed back. Seizing the opportunity, the white demon's severed hand regenerated in just a few seconds. Yosuke's eyes narrowed, carefully observing the situation. The wound I just made has already healed. A spirit beast with such fast regeneration. This is definitely my worst matchup. Thinking this, he felt a wave of green energy spreading everywhere. Is that karma? Did Itsuki kill the other one already? Then I have to handle this myself. It can regenerate, but it constantly uses its hands to cover its head and neck. That must be its weak spot. Now I can take it down. Yosuke thought this as he swung his sword continuously. First, I'll cut off its hands. It takes at least a second for it to regenerate. That means in that 1 second, its weak spot is exposed. The moment he severed both of the monster's hands, Yosuke's eyes turned blood red. In a flash, he swung his sword with full force, slashing straight into it, causing the monster's head to fly off its neck. Blood spurted everywhere. Finally, its massive body collapsed to the ground. Yosuke scolded himself, can't believe a stupid spirit beast took this much effort. I need to rendezvous with Itsuki as fast as I can. The ice-controlling spirit beast is the real trouble. With that thought in mind, the swordsman dashed toward the forge. Cut to the Magic General's position. He realized Aiden seemed to want to say something and stopped. Looks like you've been wanting to say something for a while, huh? Fine, go ahead. He waved his hand, dispelling the ice over Aiden's mouth. The old man lowered his voice, negotiating, I'll accept any demand. Just please spare my son. In response to that request, the Magic General answered lightly, from this distance, I can no longer control the ice block. Besides, sooner or later, you'll have to listen to us anyway. Regardless, I knew it the moment I saw it. The armor that Brad is wearing, you forged it from the Demon Dragon clan, didn't you? The Demon Dragon clan possesses incredible vitality. Even when dead, a portion of their consciousness remains lingering within their flesh, blood, and scales. That residual will exist within any equipment crafted from them. So if the equipment is worn too long, the user's consciousness will gradually be devoured. In the end, the whole body will be taken over, and he will become a real dragon. As if to prove the magic general's words. Right now, the shape of Iberia's armor had completely changed. He had been completely consumed by the dragon armor. Flashback to 10 years ago, back to the day of prophecy. While Itsuki was going somewhere else, Iberia looked up at the sky, wishing only for Itsuki's safety. Beside him, Yosuke quietly observed that reaction and realized the intense admiration Iberia had for Itsuki. Iberia didn't deny it, he admitted he really wanted to become someone like Itsuki. Yosuke heard this and was a bit surprised, immediately asking back. He pointed out that Iberia had met many outstanding people. Aiden, Taiwan, Izumi Nento. Yosuke himself had more fame and combat experience than Itsuki. So why was Iberia so determined to become like Itsuki? Being asked suddenly, Iberia was completely caught off guard and didn't know how to answer. Seeing his awkward expression, Yosuke put a hand on Iberia's shoulder, laughing lightly and saying it was just a casual question, no need to be serious. Afterward, Iberia fell silent, deep in thought. He suddenly realized he had never really thought hard about why he admired Itsuki so much. The more he thought, the less he understood his own motivation. The scene rewinds further to 10 years ago. Iberia was overjoyed with the new wooden sword he had just received. His mother approached, smiling and asking if he liked his birthday present. Iberia nodded repeatedly, his eyes shining. He held the sword, admiring it for a moment, then solemnly gave it an imposing name, the unbeatable sword of justice hero. Mom paused for a bit, but nodded and praised the name. Iberia was extremely excited, raising the sword, imagining himself as an awakened warrior preparing to face catastrophe monsters. He shouted with excitement and ran outside, wanting to show the sword to everyone. Mom called out, "Be careful," before he disappeared. Back in the house, Iberia's father appeared beside his mother, asking in a deep voice, "Does he have any friends?" Outside in the yard, a group of kids had surrounded Iberia, their eyes fixed on the sword with envy and eagerness. One boy said jealously, asking to borrow the sword for a bit. Iberia immediately tightened his grip on the handle. He felt anxious under everyone's gaze. The kids pointed out that his dad was a famous blacksmith and could make as many swords as he wanted, so they were just borrowing it for a second. Iberia hesitated intensely inside. He knew the sword was his and really wanted to refuse, but he didn't dare say no decisively. When one kid continued to press, "You won't lend it to us." Iberia hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile and nodded. Even though he was extremely reluctant inside, he still handed the sword to them. As soon as he got the sword, one kid ran off, pretending to be an awakened warrior while shouting impressively. The others laughed and chased after him. Iberia stood frozen, biting his lip as he watched his beloved sword being taken away. He whispered a plea, "Give me back my sword," but his voice was too soft, and no one heard him. A long while later, he returned home empty-handed. Mom greeted him with a warm smile, asking if he had fun today. Iberia forced a strained smile, pretending everything was fine. Mom quickly noticed he wasn't holding the sword and asked about the wooden sword. Dad immediately understood, sighing, "Did those kids take it again?" Hearing this, Mom was about to go get it back, but Dad stopped her, saying that even if he got it back today, it would just be taken again tomorrow. Then he turned to scold Iberia for not knowing how to protect his precious things, for lacking the courage to say no, and for not daring to ask adults for help. Iberia trudged into a dark room, curling up on the floor. Tears fell silently as he wept and asked himself, why did he admire Itsuki so much? Why did he want to become someone like him? The scene cuts to a few months later. In the hospital, Iberia's father angrily grabbed the doctor by the collar when he heard there were no more treatment options. The doctor apologized, saying they had done their best, but Iberia's mother had always been frail. His father was nearly driven mad, yelling if they were just supposed to sit and wait for his wife to die. The doctor advised him to stay by her side for the time she had left. In the hospital room, Iberia's mother called for her son. Iberia ran over, holding her hand tightly. Even in pain, she still smiled gently. She softly said that even though Dad called him a coward, she knew well that he was a very kind child. However, she also reminded him, kindness without strength only causes harm. It makes you unable to protect the ones you love, and in the end, you'll be the one suffering. She asked him to promise to become strong and use that strength courageously. She believed that one day, Iberia would become an awakened warrior who was kind, brave, and strong. Then she placed her hand on his head, whispering, "Take care of your father." Then her hand went limp, her energy slowly fading away. Iberia wept until he choked, swearing in his heart that he would become the strongest, bravest, and kindest awakened warrior. The memory faded, and Iberia returned to the previous train of thought. He continued to ask himself why he wanted to become like Itsuki. He recalled the first meeting. He had only felt fear before Itsuki's terrifying power. Initially, he thought this alliance was just temporary. But the more he stayed, the more he changed. Itsuki wasn't just strong, he had absolute courage. Whether facing a crowd of awakened warriors, or dangerous catastrophe monsters, he never hesitated. Beneath that serious exterior was a heart that silently cared for his comrades. When he woke from his memories, Iberia finally found the answer. He said, "Itsuki is the perfect model of the awakened warrior he had always dreamed of becoming since childhood, someone strong, brave, and kind." Yosuke heard this and nodded in understanding, saying gently that if Itsuki heard these words, he would definitely be touched. Iberia smiled sadly, admitting he might never become like Itsuki because he still had too much fear and lacked talent. But just being able to stand by his side, to fight alongside him, was enough. The scene returns to the present, in the forest. Iberia's body had completely transformed into a giant monster under the influence of the dragon gear. His original form disappeared completely, leaving only the terrifying aura of the beast. Itsuki appeared, calling his name loudly. The monster Iberia slowly turned its head, staring at Itsuki for a moment. Immediately after, it reared its head and let out a terrifying roar, full of murderous intent aimed straight at Itsuki. The scene cuts to the second day of the Day of Prophecy, 3:31 a.m. Iberia was still roaring madly in front of Itsuki, the signs of losing control becoming clearer. Itsuki called out in a doubtful voice, asking why he wore the dragon gear again even though he was forbidden to use it. Observing more closely, he began to notice abnormal changes in Iberia's behavior and appearance. His reactions didn't look natural, and his physique was slightly different from last time. Under the influence of the dragon gear, Iberia continued to emit strange sounds, trying to speak but unable to articulate clearly. Itsuki tried to understand what he wanted to say, asking about Aiden's whereabouts. Instead of answering, Iberia let out a heavy roar and unleashed a shockwave straight toward Itsuki. Following that, his body flashed and vanished. Then Iberia immediately lunged from behind, intending to attack without warning. At the last second, Itsuki blocked the strike and grabbed Iberia's arm to hold him back. He shouted in frustration, demanding that Iberia regain control of himself immediately. Iberia quickly yanked himself away, landing some distance away. He continued to roar incessantly, a distorted sound like the cry of a monster. Clenching his claws, he prepared to launch his next strike. He activated his wind element ability and fired a sharp wind blade toward Itsuki. Recognizing the danger, Itsuki immediately activated his scanning ability to analyze the attack. He identified it as a wind element skill and reacted just in time. At the final moment, he dodged behind some nearby tree trunks. The wind blade cleanly sliced through the row of trees in front of him. Realizing he could no longer hesitate, Itsuki began to gather energy around his body. He pondered the cause of Iberia's condition. It could be a side effect of the dragon gear, or he was being controlled from the outside. Deciding to act quickly, he activated his lightning break ability and lunged straight at Iberia with the intent to subdue him. Upon approaching, he grabbed Iberia again to prevent the next strike. Iberia still growled angrily, struggling violently. While holding him tight, Itsuki sensed that the mana radiating from Iberia was entirely his own. Even so, he still didn't understand why Iberia was attacking him in this state. Frustration welled up, and his anger began to flare. Right then, Iberia finally managed to force out clear words, pleading desperately with Itsuki, "Kill me." Hearing Iberia's voice clearly, Itsuki was momentarily stunned. Taking advantage of that moment, Iberia unleashed another shockwave. Without a pause, Iberia followed up with an extremely powerful, sharp claw strike. Before the strike landed, Yosuke appeared between the two and blocked the claw with his sword. Itsuki warned Yosuke to be careful, but Yosuke immediately countered with a powerful punch to Iberia's chest. The horrific force sent Iberia flying backward through the air before he slammed hard onto the ground. Itsuki tried to explain Iberia's condition, but Yosuke already understood everything and realized the situation had reached its worst point. Suddenly, Iberia stood up again and moved at high speed, continuously circling the two of them. His speed was so great that both Itsuki and Yosuke had difficulty tracking his movements. Itsuki realized Iberia had fallen completely into a berserk state. Yosuke confirmed that the dragon gear had consumed him, which was its terrible side effect. Itsuki understood that the only way was to remove the dragon gear as quickly as possible. However, Yosuke said coldly that removal was no longer feasible, as the dragon gear had completely fused with Iberia's body. He recounted having witnessed another awakened warrior being taken over in a similar way. The dragon gear would not detach from the wearer unless they died. Those words left Itsuki reeling, but Yosuke firmly asserted that killing Iberia might be the only remaining option. Yosuke raised his sword, preparing to take responsibility himself, and advised Itsuki to leave if he couldn't stand it. Instead of backing away, Itsuki stepped forward and declared he would handle it himself. Yosuke was surprised, initially refusing as he didn't want Itsuki to carry this burden. Itsuki reminded him that Aiden had been taken by the ice-type disaster monster and suggested using the wolf to track Aiden's location so Yosuke could save him. Despite hesitating, Yosuke began to understand the reason. Itsuki stopped him from arguing further and said he still had things to say to Iberia. He raised his hand to summon the wolf. After a moment of hesitation, Yosuke agreed and handed the situation over to Itsuki. He warned, if Iberia escaped, his power and savage instincts would only get worse, so it had to end here. Just then, Iberia leaped onto a tree branch and immediately dove down to attack from above. Itsuki reacted by creating a black ice shield to block the strike. As the engagement continued, Yosuke began running in Aiden's direction, calling the wolf to follow. Unable to break the shield, Iberia retreated and continued to growl in rage. He activated his wind blade ability and launched a continuous barrage of attacks at Itsuki. Itsuki stood his ground, observing calmly. Although attacked relentlessly, his defensive ability did not trigger automatically, proving these strikes carried no true killing intent. A wind blade grazed his cheek, leaving a shallow cut. From that, Itsuki realized Iberia was not attacking with the true intent to kill. Iberia became increasingly agitated, growling incessantly. His anger surged, activating the thousand wind blades technique, unleashing countless attacks at once. This time, instead of dodging, Itsuki kept walking straight toward him. The wind blade struck his body from multiple directions, leaving numerous small cuts on his skin. Despite being hit repeatedly, he did not flinch and continued to advance steadily. Iberia grew even more frustrated when the attacks failed to stop Itsuki's progress. His roars grew louder, signs of emotional instability showing as he attacked while collapsing from within. The scene shifts to the monster kingdom in Morocco. Imaraku stood before his lord and reported the mission results. He confirmed that Aiden was successfully captured, but also reported that the Red Fire Demon King and the White Demon had been destroyed by humans. Linga listened calmly, saying there were many warriors in the world capable of defeating those at that level, and capturing Aiden alone was considered a success. Imaraku continued his report, mentioning that Sashikuma seemed to be struggling in battle. Linga replied that the situation was still within acceptable limits, as Sashikuma was not expected to destroy Izumi Nento. His mission was only to stall most of the special grade saviors. Imaraku added that currently, Sashikuma was only engaged with a single special grade opponent. Hearing this, Linga looked intrigued, noting that besides Izumi Nento, there seemed to be another human capable of stalling Sashikuma alone. He asked for the warrior's identity. Imaraku reported that according to their mole, that warrior was famous for having the strongest body among humans, named Hiten Akira. The scene shifts to the area near Izumi Nento's residence. Hiten is continuing his fierce battle with the Yeti-like disaster monster, Sashikuma. The attacks from both sides collided repeatedly, creating powerful shockwaves that sent dust and debris flying everywhere. The intensity of the battle left the nearby observers in shock. Kirishima witnessed the ongoing engagement with an expression of amazement. He realized that the battle, which began yesterday afternoon, had not yet ended. Although enough time had passed for his own wounds to nearly heal, the confrontation between the two remained undecided. Witnessing such a large-scale battle from such a close distance left him incredibly stunned. During the exchange, the disaster monster roared and launched a massive punch at Hiten. The force of the strike was enough to make the ground shake, causing the observers to worry. Ajiha was panicked by the horrific power of the blows. She realized that if Hiten fell, there might be no one left to stop this monster. Out of worry, she began moving toward the battlefield. But before she could get close, Izumi Nento placed a hand on her shoulder to stop her. He reassured her that Hiten was not weak enough to fall to attacks of that level. As the monster continued to punch down, the impacts created numerous deep cracks in the ground. Ruru witnessed the destruction and was terrified by the scale of the damage. Izumi Nento explained that all special-grade warriors stand at the pinnacle of human strength and must never be underestimated. Amidst the rubble, Hiten slowly stood up while still fending off the monster's attack. He used his terrifying strength to push back against the giant fist, preventing it from crushing him further. Unable to overpower him, the giant monster began to show signs of restlessness. Hiten stood tall, using only one hand to grip the monster's fist, taking complete control of the struggle. Witnessing this, Izumi Nento whispered that it had been a very long time since he last saw Hiten in his second form. Uchiha was surprised to hear about a second form. While still holding the monster's fist with one hand, Hiten began to radiate glowing red energy from all over his body. His eyes also lit up in the same red color, his aura changing noticeably even from a distance. Uchiha felt his presence was now completely different, as if he had transformed into another person. Izumi Nento explained that when entering this state, all of Hiten's abilities would skyrocket astonishingly. However, his personality also became extremely violent and ruthless. As the energy continued to surge, Hiten let out a horrific roar and powerfully pushed away the monster's giant hand, asserting complete dominance. Izumi Nento prepared to reveal the nickname associated with this transformation state. While filled with rage, Hiten soared into the air, his entire body radiating immense energy. With extreme speed, he dove straight at the giant monster and pierced its chest directly. The horrific force created a massive hole as he tore through the monster's body. After flying out the other side, he landed on the ground. The monster stood still for a moment before losing its balance and collapsing. Hiten slowly stood up and walked calmly in another direction. From afar, Uchiha watched him leave and appeared confused as to where he was heading. Izumi Nento explained that he was likely heading toward the stone pillar maintaining the barrier. Uchiha noticed his movements were still very controlled. She thought to herself that even in that state, he retained his reason. Izumi Nento said that if he lost control and attacked both allies and enemies, then even a massive increase in power would only cause destruction, and he could not become a true special-grade protector. Hiten finally reached the stone pillar and began punching it repeatedly. With continuous, powerful blows, he shattered the pillar's structure. When the pillar collapsed, the red light in his eyes also faded, and his condition stabilized. The violent state vanished, and he regained his composure. Clenching his fist, he wondered why he was there and whether the enemy had been dealt with. He realized that presence had appeared again during the transformation, sat on the ground, and admitted it was truly troublesome. When the stone pillar was destroyed, the red barrier surrounding the area also began to vanish. Uchiha watched the barrier disappear, wondering if everything was finally over. Izumi Nento shifted his attention to her previous action, pointing out that she had risked her life to heal Hiten despite knowing the danger to herself. He remarked that this action was quite different from her usual cautious personality. Normally she would suggest retreating rather than risking her life for a slim chance. He said she was starting to resemble Itsuki in the way she made decisions. She quietly denied it, but then her mind turned back to Itsuki, worrying about how he was doing in the forest. Despite having strong allies like Yosuke there, the result was still a question mark. The scene shifts back to the forest. Iberia, still possessed by the dragon gear, continued to attack while crying silently inside. He didn't understand why Itsuki was not dodging the incoming strikes. Itsuki continued to walk straight forward, making no attempt to dodge. He intentionally let the attacks hit him because he understood that physical pain could suppress hesitation and help him maintain focus. A barrage of wind blades continuously struck his body, leaving cuts all over his flesh. Blood flowed from the wounds, but he did not slow down despite being hit repeatedly. He kept advancing until he reached Iberia. When close enough, Itsuki gripped Iberia's neck, stopping his movement. He raised his hand, preparing to fire a penetrating sphere. Before unleashing it, he declared that this strike would end everything. Iberia roared and unleashed a final shockwave. Though still hesitant at heart, Itsuki fired the sphere. The attack pierced straight through Iberia's chest. The impact force caused Iberia's body to collapse. Itsuki immediately caught him before he fell completely to the ground. As Iberia's consciousness began to fade, the dragon gear also began to vanish from his body. His appearance returned to normal. Still held in Itsuki's arms, Iberia began to apologize, regretting that he had lost control, and fearing he had become a burden. Itsuki reassured him that he was never a burden. Iberia asked doubtfully, and Itsuki confirmed that everyone is good in their own way. With his strength fading, Iberia gripped Itsuki's hand and recounted the vague information he had heard earlier. The disaster monster did not want to kill his father, but wanted to control him. He expressed his belief that Itsuki would save his father. Itsuki accepted that responsibility and declared he would definitely defeat the monster that caused this tragedy. Iberia, enduring increasing pain, forced a final smile. With relief, he gave thanks for being able to speak his last words and entrusted the future to Itsuki. The scene shifts to the second day of the Day of Prophecy, 3:33 a.m., the moment Iberia passed away. The perspective shifts to the demon realm. The demon god acknowledges the result, realizing that things have progressed further than anticipated. However, he says this is just the beginning of a grander plan. With a twisted expression of satisfaction, he declares that he will systematically destroy the things Itsuki holds dear, promising to bring even more suffering in the future. The scene cuts to a group of warriors threading their way through a dark forest at night. One member of the group complains that even after such a grueling battle, they still have to escort Izumi Nento across the mountain range. He explains that Hiten is so exhausted he can barely stand after their last engagement. Just then, Ajiha in the group suddenly feels an intense and strange wave of emotion radiating from up ahead. She points into the darkness and says the source of this energy is right ahead. The blue-haired warrior immediately draws his sword, shouting loudly to ask who is hiding in the dark. But Ajiha recognizes the figure sitting there from behind and gasps in astonishment. She asks, "Is that Tenma?" and sees the young man clutching the body of his fallen friend. With a face full of bruises, Itsuki looks up to greet the masters who have just arrived. Ajiha is deeply shocked to see his wounds and rushes to ask what happened here. Right at that moment, another man appears with a giant wolf and says he will explain the entire situation. The whole group is surprised, wondering who else could be in this dark forest. The newcomer introduces himself as first-class savior, Bakudo Yosuke. Ajiha immediately asks him about the mission to protect the kidnapped blacksmith. Images of the three main villains appear, the ones the heroes faced on that tragic night. Yosuke bows his head, his voice heavy as he admits that they were completely overwhelmed by the enemy. He recounts that the battle ended in the worst possible way, with heavy losses on their side. Yosuke begins to explain, after Aiden was captured, he used his wolf to track the monster pack. But he and the wolf only found a few clones in the forest. The catastrophe monster is cunning, it deliberately left clones to distract us. Nento asks anxiously about Itsuki's current condition. She replies that it's just a few scratches and the bleeding has stopped, but he adamantly refuses treatment. Ajiha says fearfully that she can feel a fire of rage burning more fiercely than ever in Itsuki's heart, and fears that if this continues, her friend's heart will be completely consumed by hatred. Alone in the room, Itsuki quietly looks at the photo of Iberia's family on the table. In the photo, the blonde boy is smiling happily beside his parents on a sunny day. Looking at the photo, he remembers the first time he met Iberia, the boy who introduced himself with such excitement. He also remembers the day he carried his exhausted friend on his back after a long journey. Other memories flood back, the blonde friend saying he would never leave his side, not even for a step. Itsuki remembers clearly the moment his friend excitedly insisted on naming his wolf Shikigami. Back to the present, the expression on Itsuki's face is a mix of sorrow and silent rage. He stands up, calling the wolf in a low, murderous voice, "We have to go." The wolf roars in response. Its level 20 stats appear along with terrifying attack and speed ratings. Itsuki turns to his companion and declares he will hunt down the catastrophe monster that caused all this tragedy. His eyes glow red, swearing he will crush the enemy with all his power. Itsuki leaves the room, the wolf following behind. But his path is blocked by someone. Master Izumi Nento stands right at the doorway, exuding a solemn and gloomy aura. Itsuki looks at the group and asks what is going on, why the atmosphere is so heavy. Everyone is gathered in the room, looking at him with grave and worried eyes. Kirishima thinks to himself that this is his second disciple, and recalls the boy's great achievements. He concludes that Itsuki is very strong, but also so cold that he had to personally finish off his own friend. Izumi Nento asks bluntly where he intends to go. Itsuki replies he is going to rescue the kidnapped blacksmith. The master simply says, "No." Itsuki gets angry, asking for the reason behind the interference. Master Nento explains that the Alliance has classified this incident as special danger level. To participate in the rescue mission, one must be a second-class savior or higher. Finally, he says Itsuki is currently not qualified. His eyes glow red with indignation. Itsuki explodes, shouting that he promised to save Aiden and he must keep that promise. Everyone is shocked. Uchiha begs her father not to be too harsh on him right now. Izumi Nento asks bluntly, "Can you accept it if someone has to die because of you?" Itsuki is stunned, speechless. The master continues, saying he understands how he feels, and blames himself for being negligent in protecting Aiden. He also says that the enemy won't easily kill the blacksmith, and chasing after them right now is just a stupid move. Itsuki remains tense and extremely frustrated, clenching his fists until his knuckles turn white. But the master comforts him, saying Itsuki's potential is limitless and he can completely surpass the special level. He promises that when he is strong enough, he will urge the Alliance to assign the rescue mission to him. With a firm gaze, Itsuki asks what to do to surpass the special level. At this, Master Nento reveals, the best way is to join the Apex camp. Itsuki repeats the name with confusion, not understanding what it is. The master explains that the top 10 of the national tournament qualifiers will be invited to join. Those who survive the training camp will become humanity's key forces. And the next Apex camp starts in 3 days. Scene continues, Izumi Nento speaks in a steady voice, if you pass the challenges there, not only will you rank high in the tournament, but you can also become a special class savior much faster. That is the shortcut. Itsuki nods immediately, his voice filled with determination. Fine. I'll join Apex camp. Master Nento nods, adding that first, his body, currently covered in wounds, needs to be healed. Uchiha immediately uses blue butterfly magic to heal all of Itsuki's wounds. While being healed, he asks if she knows anything about this training camp. Uchiha confirms she knows it well, and Itsuki says the master said it was the perfect place to hone true strength. Uchiha nods, confirming that only the most outstanding geniuses have the chance to step into that place. But she continues in a serious tone, that's precisely why it's extremely dangerous. I have witnessed many who were considered geniuses, walking in there full of confidence. But when they arrived, they realized they were just ordinary people. And then they completely collapsed mentally. She defines Apex Camp as a playground for geniuses, but simultaneously a graveyard for geniuses. The training there is so brutal that every year, unfortunate events happen to the participants. Itsuki hears this and smiles, a place like that, is exactly what I need right now. Uchiha is heavily shocked, freezing up because the answer was completely beyond her expectations. Now that his wounds have healed, Itsuki stands up and says he was once worried he wouldn't find truly worthy opponents to fight. With a firm gaze, he declares, I can only grow by facing truly powerful enemies. Uchiha stands dumbfounded, her face slightly flushed from being swept up by the power and confidence radiating from Itsuki's words. Noticing her flushed face, Itsuki asks anxiously if she used too much power healing him. Uchiha hurriedly shakes her head, stammering an explanation that her body just heated up from using her ability for so long. Deep down, Uchiha's heart is pounding. This is the first time she's heard her own heartbeat so clearly. Her face is burning red, her head spinning, wondering to herself what she's thinking. Itsuki, after getting dressed, earnestly thanks her for her help. Uchiha asks where he intends to go now. With a sorrowful expression, Itsuki replies he needs to say goodbye to someone important. Cut to the forest. Itsuki and Yosuke stand before a grave. The tombstone is engraved with the name Iberia, his sword placed nearby along with a few memorial flowers. Yosuke apologizes for putting him through this, but Itsuki shakes his head, saying it was his own choice. Yosuke asks if he intends to leave immediately. Itsuki nods, confirming he will go to the training camp to hone his strength for revenge. Itsuki turns to ask Yosuke what he intends to do, and Yosuke tells his story. If I hadn't met the master, I probably would have been killed by monsters long ago, and never could have become an awakened one. This armor and even this sword, even my life was a gift from the master. So no matter what happens, I will find the master, he says with a voice full of determination. Itsuki reaches out to make a promise gesture to the master, his eyes full of determination. He steps back, points at Yosuke, and warns, don't you dare die before we meet again. Clenching his fist, he swears, I will become a savior and together with the master, save Aiden. Yosuke stands still, secretly impressed by the young man's attitude, thinking to himself that there's no way he could look cooler than that. Beside Iberia's grave, Yosuke smiles in response, I'll be waiting for your return. The two bumped fists, using the gesture to cement their promise and trust. From afar, Izumi Nento and his daughter Ajiha quietly observe the entire scene with admiring eyes. Ajiha comments that even though just hours ago he was heartbroken, Itsuki has quickly managed to stand back up. Izumi Nento reveals that Itsuki has temporarily locked all negative emotions deep in his heart. He says the attack has many suspicious points, and he will summon a meeting with the commanders. Meanwhile, he entrusts Itsuki to his daughter to care for and handle everything. Ajiha smiles confidently, accepting, "Don't worry, father, I'll take care of everything." Itsuki sees Ajiha beaming and asks why she's making such a serious expression. He calls her sensei and asks where they are going next. Ajiha replies that this information is confidential. She explains she will be his guardian for this trip. Itsuki doesn't like being treated like a child, so he impatiently asks what she's going to do. Ajiha points straight ahead, holds out her hand, and says, "We're going straight to the central continent, where the Apex camp is held." The scene cuts abruptly with a large explosion, taking the viewer back to the recent past of an event. In the memory, Itsuki appears with a dark aura, his eyes full of murderous intent and rage. A man wearing glasses is screaming in pain as he takes a horrific blow to the face. Beaten and exhausted, the young man kneels on the ground, completely defeated. Itsuki coldly looks down at the fallen enemy, his aura so terrifying it makes people tremble. Clenching his fist, he unleashes the final finishing blow, ending the match once and for all. Back to the present, Reiji lies in a hospital bed, wrapped in bandages, screaming in pain. He thrashes in a terrifying nightmare about what happened. His mother rushes over, hugging her son and reassuring him, "Don't be afraid, Mom is here to protect you." She asks him gently if he's dreaming again about the one who hurt him. Reiji grinds his teeth, swearing he will return the pain he suffered 100-fold. He will make the enemy taste a world of suffering. His mother comforts him, promising that his brother has returned and will take revenge for him. Right at that moment, a giant silhouette appears at the room door, slowly walking in. The brother speaks up, "You must be in a lot of pain." Reiji begs his brother to take revenge for him, to defeat the one who caused it all. The figure asks back, "The name of the one who did that to you, is it Tenma Itsuki?" Reiji nods in confirmation, saying he is just an orphan with no parents, yet he stood first in the qualifiers. Hearing this, the brother realizes that if he stood first, he will definitely be at Apex camp. With a cruel smile on his lips, he vows, "When I find him, I will crush Tenma Itsuki."